Chapter 2890. Duan Lingtian thought He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, had killed Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. However, after learning that Bai Yu Xuan was still alive, his first thought was, all of this was done by the profound heaven celestial sect. Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, faked his death. Then, Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, made use of this matter to kill He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect. He Shan was deliberately killed by the profound heaven celestial sect. After learning all this, Duan Lingtian's anger flared up spontaneously, and he could not help but stand up for He Shan, sect leader. When Duan Lingtian saw Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, his eyes were bloodshot. Celestial origin energy surged out of Bai Ping's body as though it was on the verge of exploding. Duan Lingtian was called over by Sita Ming to persuade Bai Ping. When Bai Ping learned that He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, was plotted against by the profound heaven celestial sect, he was so enraged that he wanted to charge into the profound heaven celestial sect and demand an explanation. It was Tai Taiha, Sita Ming, and the others who stabilized him. Master Duan. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian, the anger on Bai Ping's face dissipated. At the same time, he withdrew the celestial origin energy in his body. I know what happened. Duan Lingtian said, the old ancestor was deliberately killed by the profound heaven celestial sect. Sect leader, why would the profound heaven celestial sect want to kill the old ancestor? Is there any conflict between you and the profound heaven celestial sect? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask when he reached the end of his sentence. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, since the profound heaven celestial sect had plotted to kill He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, it must be because there was an irreconcilable conflict between them. Otherwise, there was no need for the profound heaven celestial sect to go to such lengths to kill He Shan. No. Bai Ping shook his head. The old ancestor has no ties with the profound heaven celestial sect. He has never had any conflicts with anyone from the profound heaven celestial sect. Master Duan, I've asked the sect master about this. Sita Ming looked at Duan Lingtian and said, the only time the old ancestor had a conflict with the profound heaven celestial sect was when we went to the alchemy conference in Alchemy City in the Barren Land. Didn't we have a conflict with Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? According to the sect leader, the old ancestor has never had any conflict with anyone from the profound heaven celestial sect. Sita Ming said. Master Situ, you're saying the people from the profound heaven celestial sect wanted to kill the old ancestor because of that incident? They even went to great lengths to murder the old ancestor? Hearing Sita Ming's words, Duan Lingtian's pupils suddenly shrank. If that was the case, then he was also responsible for this matter. After all, He Shan was not the only one who had a conflict with the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. However, as the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, would the profound heaven celestial sect really kill the old ancestor over a minor conflict? After all, the old ancestor had shown mercy and didn't kill anyone from the profound heaven celestial sect. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone turned gloomy. If He Shan had killed the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, Bai Yu Xian, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, would have died as well. Master Duan, do you remember how sect leader Bai Wu Ji reacted when he found out his son was killed? Sita Ming asked again. Duan Lingtian began to recall the events that had transpired. Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, didn't seem like he was acting. His anger, pain, and hysteria came from the bottom of his heart. I, Sita Ming, have lived for half of my life, so I can tell. So, can we assume that Bai Wuji didn't know that his son was still alive? Sita Ming continued to speak. Master Situ, you're saying Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, is the culprit? Duan Lingtian was not stupid. It was not difficult for him to figure this out when he heard Sita Ming's words. Yes. Sita Ming nodded. His eyes turned cold as he said, Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, has a good reputation in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. It's almost impossible for him to kill the old ancestor over such a trivial matter. However, it's entirely possible for Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, to do such a thing. Sita Ming paused for a moment before he continued to say, "Do you remember when Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, took out his son Bai Yuxian's soul pearl? The soul pearl did not shatter, but the soul energy in it was depleted. Every once in a while, the soul energy in the soul orb will deplete and need to be replenished. Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, must have known when the soul energy in his soul pearl would deplete. He could have used that opportunity to infuriate his father so his father would kill the old ancestor to avenge him." Sita Ming spoke confidently as though he had personally witnessed Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, trying to kill the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Bai Yuxian's figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. His eyes turned cold as he said in a low voice, "Since Bai Yuxian isn't dead, shouldn't the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect kill him to avenge the old ancestor? After all, the patriarch died because of him. Now, he's not dead, but the patriarch is dead." Sita Ming smiled bitterly. "Master Duan." Sita Ming smiled bitterly. "Do you know why the sect leader is so angry? It's not only because Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, is still alive, but it's also because of the news from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. According to the news from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, the old ancestor did try to kill the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. However, he failed and injured the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect." Sita Ming said. "Ridiculous." Upon hearing Sita Ming's words, Duan Lingtian's first thought was that the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was shameless. How could they say such things? The old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect was an 8-trigram Celestial Duke. How could he fail to kill 2 people who could be easily killed? This was ridiculous. Indeed, it's absurd. However, unless the Tai Yi Celestial Sect can provide evidence that the old ancestor didn't attack Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, they can just deny it. Sita Ming said. Even the sects in the 6 southeastern regions won't believe their words, right? Duan Lingtian said. They won't believe it. Sita Ming nodded. However, since the Tai Yi Celestial Sect can't provide any evidence, they won't agree even if we join forces with them to attack the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Moreover, it's been some time since the alchemy conference ended. Most of the people from the various sects have returned to their sections. Under such circumstances, if we can't provide evidence that the old ancestor didn't kill Bai Yuxian, they won't help us. Sita Ming's tone was filled with helplessness when he spoke. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard Sita Ming's words. Although Duan Lingtian had witnessed the old ancestor's death during the alchemy conference, he had only felt indignant for the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. However, now that he learned the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had been killed due to their conflict with Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. However, Sita Ming's feelings were completely different now. Apart from feeling indignant for the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, he felt guilty. After all, he was also involved in the conflict with Bai Yuxian. In fact, the reason they had a conflict with Bai Yuxian was because of Huan Er. Naturally, he did not blame Huan Er. After all, Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, was the one who started the conflict. Bai Yuxian, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with killing intent as though he was about to devour someone. This was the first time he wanted to kill someone so badly since he came to the Devata realm. Then, doesn't this mean the old ancestor died in vain? Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice. Theoretically, yes. After all, we don't have any evidence to prove the old ancestor didn't kill Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Unless Bai Yu Xian himself says the old ancestor didn't kill him or the profound heaven celestial sect's disciple betrays him, there's no way the old ancestor's death will come to an end. Sita Ming sighed. In the end, the profound heaven celestial sect will only put on an act and compensate the Tai E celestial sect. Compensate? Who cares? Bai Ping sneered. The profound heaven celestial sect, Bai Yu Xian. Flames of fury gradually burned in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Moreover, once it burned, it seemed as though it was difficult to extinguish. Bai Yu Xian must die. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life for the old ancestor's death. After all, the conflict between the old ancestor and Bai Yu Xian was because of me and Huan. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian swore inwardly. He swore he would kill Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, to avenge the old ancestor of the Tai E celestial sect. After bidding farewell to Bai Ping and Sita Ming, Duan Ling Tian began to study the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities he obtained from the blissful sect and the profound heaven celestial sect. He was eager to improve his strength as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to protect himself and the people around him. Only then would he be able to avenge those who had died because of him. Duan Ling Tian took full responsibility for the old ancestor's death. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of the literature library. Previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2891. For this reason, Bai Ping was certainly was from the Li clan. Ji Fan, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, and Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai E celestial sect, were at odds with Duan Ling Tian. Coupled with Li An's stubborn personality, if Master Duan of the Tai E celestial sect did not have the backing of the Crimson Firmament's Duan clan, he would have killed Master Duan of the Tai E celestial sect long ago. Why are they here? Meanwhile, the expressions of the three celestial alchemists from the Tai E celestial sect, Sita Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, changed drastically when they heard Li An's voice. Just like the people from the Tai E celestial sect, they were certain the people from the blissful sect had come with ill intentions. Lian? Ji Fan? Duan Ling Tian, who had just mastered the Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Qi, that he had won from the profound heaven celestial sect, was deeply immersed in comprehending the immobilization celestial method, the celestial method, that he had won from the blissful sect. Why are they here? Duan Ling Tian was curious about this. At the same time, he also faintly realized that this was not the case. He was certain Lian and Ji Fan had come with ill intentions. They lost the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, to me in the presence of the alliance of celestial masters and the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Unless the blissful sect is completely shameless, they won't come here to ask for it back. If that's the case, why did they come here? No matter how hard Duan Ling Tian thought about it, he could not figure out why the old ancestor of the blissful sect and Ji Fan had come. Since Duan Ling Tian was not worried Lian would attack the Tai E celestial sect, he no longer paid attention to Lian and continued to comprehend the immobilization celestial method, that he had won from the blissful sect. Duan Ling Tian was certain Lian and Ji Fan were not here. He was certain Lian was not here for him. After all, the identity of the Crimson Skies Duan clan that he'd created during the Grand Alchemy meeting was sufficient to make Lian hesitate and even avoid him. Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed. A layer of golden light was faintly discernible on the surface of his body. If one took a closer look, they would find that this layer of faintly discernible golden light formed a translucent golden Buddha. The golden Buddha completely enveloped Duan Ling Tian, as if it was protecting Duan Ling Tian inside. It was an airtight protective shield. When Duan Ling Tian was comprehending the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, he had unknowingly cast this Duke-grade celestial method that he had yet to master. 5 figures stood in the main hall of the Tai E celestial sect where Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai E celestial sect, received guests. Among the 5 figures, 3 were standing on one side while 2 were standing on the other. The 3 figures were Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai E celestial sect, Sita Ming, and Tai Tai He, the former left guardian of Dharma and the current supreme elder of the Tai Celestial sect. The two figures standing opposite them were none other than the two uninvited guests the Tai Celestial sect was receiving today. They were Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, and Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect. Senior Lian, may I know the purpose of your visit to the Tai Celestial sect? Due to Lian's status and strength, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, did not dare to act impudently in front of Lian. Where's Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect? However, in the face of the respectful Bai Ping, Lian did not even look at him. Instead, he asked impatiently. Master Duan? Bai Ping was taken aback. Senior Lian, why you're here for Master Duan? Master Duan? Sita Ming and Tai Tai He exchanged a look as well. They did not expect Lian, who seemed unfriendly, to be here for Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect. Upon hearing this, they calmed down. In their opinion, Lian was not to be trifled with. Since Master Duan of the Tai Celestial sect was from a major clan in the central area, Lian would not dare to act recklessly. Perhaps, Lian had come here because he had a favor to ask of Master Duan. After all, Duan Lingtian was not only the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect, but he was also widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Since the alchemy conference, Sun Chao, who was widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, had publicly stated that his alchemy skills were inferior to Duan Lingtian's. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had displayed his outstanding alchemy skills during the alchemy conference. After the alchemy conference, Duan Lingtian was widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. In recent years, there were also people who came to seek help from Duan Lingtian. However, their statuses were not as prominent as Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Senior Lian, why you're here to seek help from Master Duan? When Bai Ping heard that Lian was looking for Duan Lingtian, he was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. At the same time, he sighed in relief. Seek help from him? Lian was taken aback when he heard Bai Ping's words. Humph. At this moment, Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, scoffed. We're not here to refine pills for Duan Lingtian. You can ask him to come out and meet my grandmaster or bring us to him. Bai Ping frowned when he heard Ji Fan's words. If he was not afraid of Lian, he would have reprimanded Ji Fan. Although the Arhat of the blissful sect was the successor of the sect leader of the blissful sect, he was not qualified to speak to Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, was on par with the current sect leader of the blissful sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Bring us to him. At this moment, Lian finally regained his senses. He glanced at Bai Ping indifferently. Senior Lian, why are you looking for Master Duan? Bai Ping asked in a deep voice. Based on Ji Fan's words, Duan Lingtian was certain the old ancestor of the blissful sect did not have anything good to say to Master Duan. However, when he thought about Duan Lingtian's background, he felt more at ease. I don't want to repeat myself. However, not only did Lian not reply to Bai Ping's question, he spoke such a sentence instead. Moreover, the tone he spoke these words with was extremely icy cold, and it gave others the feeling that winter had arrived, as if they were in a world of ice and snow. Senior Lian, please follow me. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine when he saw Lian's anger. He did not dare to ask any further questions. After greeting Lian, Bai Ping obediently led the way in the front. At this moment, Bai Ping still felt that Lian was not a threat at all. With Duan Lingtian's background, there was no need for him to be afraid of Lian. Moreover, Lian would not dare to act rashly. Lian's expression eased a little when he saw Bai Ping's cooperation. Then, he and Ji Fan followed Bai Ping. Sita Ming and Tai Tai He exchanged a look before they followed the three of them. Master Situ, it seems like Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, has ill intentions. Tai he sent a voice transmission to Sita Ming. That seems to be the case. However, even if he has ill intentions, would he really dare to make a move on Master Duan? Don't forget that Master Duan is from the Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area. Sita Ming replied through voice transmission. He was filled with confidence in Duan Ling Tian. That's true. Tai he nodded. He had long known that Duan Ling Tian was a member of a powerful clan in the central area. Due to this reason, he was relieved when he heard Sita Ming's words. At this moment, Bai Ping, Sita Ming, and Tai he were confident in Duan Ling Tian. After all, they did not think Duan Ling Tian would lie to them. It had never crossed their minds that Duan Ling Tian's identity as the Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area was merely fabricated by Duan Ling Tian. Master Duan, Senior Lian from the Blissful Sect is here to see you. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect, took a deep breath before he called out to Duan Ling Tian after bringing Lian and Ji Fan, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect, to Duan Ling Tian's courtyard. His voice that contained his celestial origin energy easily penetrated the formation barrier in Duan Ling Tian's room and entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Lian, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect, is here to see me? Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened slightly when he heard Bai Ping's voice. Then, he rose to his feet and walked out of his room and out of the courtyard. Since Duan Ling Tian had been comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities, he and Huan were not in the same room. Brother Ling Tian? As soon as Duan Ling Tian left the courtyard, the door to Huan Er's room opened. Huan walked out of her room and followed Duan Ling Tian out of the courtyard. Huan stood next to Duan Ling Tian and held his arm. What a perfect couple. Although this was not the first time Bai Ping, Sita Ming, and Tai he saw Huan and Duan Ling Tian acting so intimately, they could not help but think to themselves. They felt Duan Ling Tian and Huan were a perfect match. They were like a pair of celestial couple, Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to still be in the Tai Celestial Sect, Ji Fan sneered when he saw Duan Ling Tian. I bet you didn't expect me and Grandmaster to come looking for you, right? You probably didn't expect us to come looking for you, right? When Ji Fan reached the end of his sentence, the sneer on his face became even more pronounced. His eyes even emitted waves of chilliness. However, Duan Ling Tian did not even look at Ji Fan when he sneered at him. As soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, he turned to look at Lian, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect. You're looking for me? Duan Ling Tian glanced at Lian indifferently. Remember the mobile version of the website, and previous chapter list of chapters next chapter. Chapter 2892. You're looking for me? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently. Lian, how dare you? Ji Fan shouted as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. His gaze was as cold as a sword as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. How dare you address my grandmaster by his name? Do you really think you're from a powerful clan in the central area? Ridiculous. Ji Fan's tone was filled with mockery and disdain as he spoke. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect, Sita Ming, and Tai he were stunned when they heard Ji Fan's words. What did the Arhat of the Blissful Sect mean? What did he mean by saying Duan Ling Tian was from a powerful clan in the central area? Was it possible that Duan Ling Tian was not from a powerful clan in the central area? What do you mean by that? Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown on his face when he heard Ji Fan's words. However, Duan Ling Tian could already guess what was going on. It seems like the people from the Blissful Sect have investigated me thoroughly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to act like this in front of me. They must have confirmed that I'm not from a powerful clan in the central area. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. What do you mean? The sneer on Ji Fan's face deepened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian, the Blissful Sect's intelligence network hasn't been idle for the past few years. We've infiltrated the wasteland and investigated your background. You are not someone from a big family in the central area. You're just an ascender who ascended from the mundane realm. As Ji Fan spoke, he emphasized each word as if he was announcing something. Towards the end, the disdain and ridicule in his eyes grew even more intense. In fact, it had even reached a point of no return. What? Master Duan is an ascender? Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, Bai Ping, Sita Ming, and Tai Tai, he could not help but burst into laughter. At the same time, they looked at Ji Fan as if they were looking at an idiot. Master Duan from the Tai Celestial sect was not even 100 years old. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. Moreover, Master Duan of the Tai Celestial sect was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill. His alchemy skills were well known in the 6 southeastern regions. He was even publicly acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Moreover, Master Duan of the Tai Celestial sect was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Less than 100 years old. The #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could such an existence be an ascender? Arhat, we might have believed you if you said that Master Duan is the direct disciple of the Southern Heaven Territory's titled deity emperor, the Southern Heaven Divine Emperor. However, you said that Master Duan is an ascender. Do you think we're stupid? Sita Ming sneered as he looked at Ji Fan. That's right. Tai Tai, he chimed in, a prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old. Moreover, he's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Let alone the spirit overarching heaven, even if you can find someone like him in the other 80 Devata realms, I'd still be willing to chop my head off and let you kick it like a ball. Tai Tai, his tone was filled with disbelief. He did not believe Ji Fan's words at all. Ridiculous. Although Bai Ping was a man of few words, it was clear that he shared Sita Ming's and Tai Tai's views on this matter. You don't believe me? Ji Fan felt wronged when he saw Bai Ping and the others looking at him as though he was an idiot. He felt like his lungs were about to explode. Duan Lingtian laughed. Fan, what's the point of arguing with them? If it wasn't for the blissful sect's investigation, we wouldn't have believed Duan Lingtian had just ascended not long ago. Lian looked at Duan Lingtian calmly as he spoke to Ji Fan. There's no need for you to argue with them. Don't forget that we're here for Duan Lingtian. There's no need for us to care about the others. Towards the end, Lian's tone was filled with indifference towards Bai Ping and the other two. Bai Ping and the others' expressions turned unsightly when they heard Lian's words. However, although Lian's words were serious, it was not enough for the three of them to believe Ji Fan's words. After all, they did not think Duan Lingtian had just ascended. Duan Lingtian. Lian looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, I'm here on behalf of the blissful sect. We've investigated your background. We'll give you 2 options. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Lian continued to say, you'll join the blissful sect. The first option is for you to join the blissful sect and become a revered elder. The blissful sect won't mistreat you. The second option is for you to die. Killing intent flashed in Lian's eyes when he spoke of the second option. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the killing intent in the eyes of a 9 palaces celestial duke. For a moment, he felt as though he was on the brink of death. Duan Lingtian felt uneasy when he saw Lian's expression. Even if I'm an ascendant, can't I be from a powerful clan in the central area? Duan Lingtian still had a calm expression as he looked at Lian and said indifferently. Pfft. Ji Fan could not help but laugh when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, things have already escalated to this point, and yet, you're still thinking of pretending to be a member of a great clan in the central area? It seems like you aren't willing to give up. Since that's the case, I'll tell you something else. The blissful sect has conducted a thorough investigation of those who have been to the central region, and we've gained a certain level of understanding of the major clans in the central region. However, the Duan clan of the Crimson Firmament isn't in the central area. Ji Fan said. It seems like the blissful sect has put in a lot of effort. However, do you think the blissful sect would be able to find out that the Duan clan of the Crimson Firmament is a hidden clan in the central area? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Before Ji Fan could refute his words, Duan Lingtian looked at Lian and said with a faint smile on his face, "If I'm not mistaken, even if I choose the first option given to me by the blissful sect, I'm afraid the blissful sect won't spare my life after I've served the sect for a few years, right? There's no need to deny it. Don't tell me the blissful sect would spare someone who could threaten the blissful sect in the future." A hint of wisdom flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he finished speaking. "You're very smart." Li An's expression changed again when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "You could have lived for a few more years," Lian said coldly. "Unfortunately, you're too smart. You'll die today." As soon as he finished speaking, killing intent flashed from Li An's body. His celestial origin energy surged like a torrential river around him, emitting waves of terrifying aura. As soon as the aura of a 9 palaces celestial duke appeared, Duan Lingtian and Huan shuddered involuntarily. Sita Ming's expression changed drastically as well. Even Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, 2 7-star celestial dukes, paled slightly when they felt the pressure from Li An's celestial origin energy. Lian was not an ordinary 9 palaces celestial duke. In the 6 southeastern regions, he was known to be invincible among those who were not 10 directions celestial dukes. His aura was not something ordinary 9 palaces celestial dukes could compare to. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air. Bai Ping and Tai Tai He exchanged a look before they moved to stand in front of Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, Elder Tai, Duan Lingtian did not expect Bai Ping and Tai Tai He would stand in front of him to protect him even though he was no match for Lian. A warm feeling rose in his heart when he saw this. Sect leader, Elder Tai. This is between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. Duan Lingtian said to Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. He knew they would not be able to stop Lian, the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions. Master Duan. Bai Ping said in a deep voice, "I don't care if you're a transcender or a member of a powerful clan in the central area. All I know is that you're the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. Therefore, no matter who it is, they'll have to go through me if they want to kill you." Bai Ping's tone was firm and unshakable. Although Tai Tai He didn't say anything, his tall body stood motionlessly beside Bai Ping. This clearly showed his attitude. "Humph." Lian scoffed. "Do you think 2 puny 7-star celestial dukes like you can stop me from killing Duan Lingtian?" As soon as Lian finished speaking, he moved like a shadow and appeared in front of Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. "Therefore, no matter who it is, they'll have to go through me first if they want to kill you." Bai Ping's tone was firm and unshakable. Although Tai Tai He didn't say anything, his tall figure stood motionlessly beside Bai Ping, which clearly showed his attitude. "Humph." Lian snorted. "Do you think 2 puny 7-star celestial dukes like you can stop me from killing Duan Lingtian?" As soon as Lian finished speaking, he moved like a shadow and appeared in front of Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. Remember the URL of the mobile version. Previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2893. Duan Lingtian's left arm hung limply by his side as Huan hugged it. His right hand was behind his back at an unknown time, and a hairpin appeared in his hand out of thin air. The hairpin shone with a mysterious light. Clearly, it was not an ordinary item. More importantly, there was a 3-petaled flower at the end of the hairpin. There was a layer of blood-red light surrounding the flower, and the color of the flower was blood-red. It was as though it was dyed red by blood. "I want to know. Is it your idea to kill me, or is it the idea of the entire blissful sect?" When Duan Lingtian asked Lian, one of the petals of the flower on the hairpin in his right hand began to move rhythmically before it turned into liquid. As soon as the liquid flowed, the petals seemed to wither. In the next moment, the liquid formed by the flower petal flowed along the ancient patterns on the hairpin like a stream, making the ancient patterns look like intricate little streams. That withered petal was completely blood-red. Due to this reason, the liquid it had transformed into was also blood-red. After flowing through the hairpin, it entered Duan Ling Tian's right hand and entered his body. From the outside, it looked as though it had completely disappeared. A dead man doesn't need to know so much. In the face of Duan Ling Tian's question, Lian smirked coldly. With a wave of his hand, a crescent-shaped streak of light appeared in the air and shot toward Duan Ling Tian at high speed. His speed was similar to when he attacked by Ping and Tai Tai He, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Even Sita Ming and Sita Ming could not see through him. Similarly, Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, could not see through Li An's speed. After all, Li An's speed was too fast. Master Duan. Master Duan. While Lian was attacking Duan Ling Tian, Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, who were sent flying by Lian, cried out anxiously. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw Lian attacking Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, they tried to help Duan Ling Tian despite their injuries. However, when they stood up again, the crescent-shaped streak of light that was filled with killing intent had already crossed half the distance and arrived near Duan Ling Tian. Buzz! The crescent-shaped ray of light shot toward Duan Ling Tian like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. At this critical moment, Immobilization King. Just as the crescent-shaped ray of light was about to hit Duan Ling Tian, a golden shield rose from Duan Ling Tian's body at lightning speed. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see the silhouette of a golden Buddha. The silhouette of a golden Buddha appeared and shielded Duan Ling Tian. Earlier, Lian had attacked by Ping and Tai Tai He so quickly that Duan Ling Tian could not even catch a glimpse of his movements. This time, not only did Duan Ling Tian see Li An's movements clearly, but he also saw how slow Li An's thunderous attack was. It was so slow that it was pitifully slow. The reason why he only reacted when Li An's attack was so close to him was because he was stunned by the celestial origin energy that filled his body. He was also shocked by the strength of his soul force. Now, he didn't even need to deliberately extend his divine consciousness to investigate his surroundings. He just needed to use his soul energy to sense everything around him. Apart from him, there were 6 other people present. The one closest to him was Huan Er. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, and Sita Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, and Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he was in complete control of his surroundings. He felt as though he only needed a thought to release his celestial origin energy to destroy everything in his surroundings. So this is the strength of a celestial lord's soul and celestial origin energy? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. At this moment, he could clearly sense the transformation of the celestial origin energy in his body. It was an indescribable transformation. Compared to before, it was simply like the difference between the clouds and mud, the difference between the heavens and the earth. It was not only his celestial origin energy that had transformed, but his soul force had also undergone a transformation. This transformation was due to one of the petals of the flower at the end of the hairpin that had turned into a blood-red liquid and merged with his body. The amount of blood-red liquid that the flower petal had turned into was not much. In fact, it was not even as much as a sip of water that Duan Ling Tian usually drank. However, after the blood-red liquid merged with Duan Ling Tian's body, it caused his celestial origin energy to surge and undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Not only did the blood-red liquid transform Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy, but it had also transformed Duan Ling Tian's soul. After the transformation, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he was in complete control of his surroundings. At this moment, he felt as though he was the ruler of heaven and earth. Duan Ling Tian, who was still immersed in the transformation of his body, quickly regained his senses when Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, attacked him. He instinctively cast the Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, that he had not fully comprehended. The Immobilization King method was the Duke-grade celestial method that Duan Ling Tian had won from the blissful sect during the alchemy conference. Once he cast it, the silhouette of a golden Buddha would appear around him. Impossible. In the distance, Lian, who had been waiting to see Duan Ling Tian being killed by Duan Ling Tian, widened his eyes in shock. This, on the other hand, Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, who were trying their best to stand up and rescue Duan Ling Tian, stared at the scene in disbelief with their eyes wide open. Looking at their dumbfounded expressions, it was as if they had seen something inconceivable. Clang! At this moment, a soft sound reverberated in the air. It was Li An's attack. When it collided with the golden Buddha silhouette that was propped up by Duan Ling Tian's body, it merely left a soft sound and did not cause any damage to the wall at all. Brother Ling Tian. Huan, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, was horrified when she heard Bai Ping and Tai Tai He's words. Her eyes turned cold as well. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense the changes in Huan's energy. He could even tell Huan was casting a secret technique that had great side effects. However, this was only the beginning stages. Is this the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox's technique? Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. It was not difficult for him to guess this was the case. Duan Ling Tian quickly stopped Huan and said, "Don't forget that Brother Ling Tian still has a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Brother Ling Tian has already used one of the petals on the royal-grade celestial weapon." Huan had long forgotten about the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that Duan Ling Tian had obtained. She only had one thought in her mind. Even if she had to sacrifice her life, she could not let anything happen to Brother Ling Tian. She only regained her senses when Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission entered her ears. At the same time, she stopped casting the secret technique. However, she still suffered quite a serious internal injury when she suddenly stopped casting the secret technique. Barf! Huan coughed up a mouthful of blood. This caught everyone by surprise. No one had expected Huan to cough up blood so suddenly. Moreover, her face was pale, and her aura was weak. Huan Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw Huan vomiting blood. A distressed expression appeared on his face as he said, "What kind of secret technique did you use? You didn't even have the chance to cast the secret technique before it was interrupted. Moreover, it put a huge burden on your body." Duan Ling Tian had thought Huan would be fine as long as she stopped casting the secret technique in time. Alas, he was still too naive. The side effects of Huan's secret technique were far greater than he had expected. Although she had only stopped casting the secret technique in the beginning, she still suffered severe internal injuries. "Brother Ling Tian, I'm fine." Huan forced a smile and shook her head when she saw the concern on Duan Ling Tian's face and the heartache in his eyes. However, as soon as she smiled, she could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Huan's face turned even paler. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian pulled his left hand out of Huan's embrace and placed it on Huan's back. A gentle yet majestic energy surged into Huan's body, suppressing the chaotic celestial origin energy in her body. Then, the chaotic celestial origin energy in Huan's body calmed down. With this, Huan's injuries were finally healed. "Brother Ling Tian. Is this the power of the royal-grade celestial weapon?" At this moment, even Huan was shocked by the energy that surged into her body. As soon as the energy surged into her body, it easily suppressed the celestial origin energy in her body that had been agitated due to the interruption of the secret technique. In just a short time, the celestial origin energy in her body calmed down. After Duan Ling Tian helped Huan adjust her celestial origin energy, Huan's tense body finally relaxed. Huan's body went limp as though she was about to collapse. At this critical moment, Duan Ling Tian reached out with his left hand and hugged Huan tightly. Huan's body rested on his chest as she hugged Duan Ling Tian's waist tightly. Huan hugged Huan like a bear hugging a tree. "So, you're the one who did this." At this moment, Lian looked at Huan and sneered coldly. NT. Previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2894. Initially, Lian was baffled by how Duan Ling Tian managed to block his attack. At this moment, when he saw the woman next to Duan Ling Tian spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, her face was pale, and her aura was weak as though she was suffering from the side effects of using a secret technique. He instantly felt it was the doing of the woman next to Duan Ling Tian. Although he did not know how the woman managed to block Duan Ling Tian's Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, he was certain it was her doing. Although I don't know how you, little girl, helped Duan Ling Tian block that attack of mine, I think you probably won't be able to help this kid after this, right? Lian laughed coldly. With a raise of his hand, another attack flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. Master Duan. Upon seeing this, Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, who shared the same opinion as Lian that Duan Ling Tian had survived earlier, were shocked when they saw Lian attacking Duan Ling Tian again. In the next moment, they wanted to help Duan Ling Tian block Li An's attack. However, before they could make a move, Li An's figure appeared in front of them like a ghost. With a raise of his hands, 2 palms whizzed out. They were like palm leaf fans as they enveloped Bai Ping and Bai Yen. Take care of yourselves first. When Lian attacked Bai Ping and the other man, his cold laughter spread in a timely manner. Bang! Bang! However, after the 2 palms landed, 2 loud sounds were heard. The cold smile on Li An's face completely froze. This was because his attack did not land on Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. Unbeknownst to him, 2 figures had appeared out of thin air between him and Bai Ping, and a layer of golden Buddha shadow had also appeared in front of him, forcibly blocking his 2 palms that were aimed at Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. The strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions? That's all there is to it. Duan Ling Tian, who was hugging Huan, with one arm, looked at Lian indifferently. A hint of disdain could be seen on his face. The silhouette of the golden Buddha around him was like an impenetrable barrier that could not be breached. Duan Ling Tian easily blocked Li An's second attack. After blocking Li An's second attack, Duan Ling Tian noticed Bai Ping and Tai Tai He were in danger and acted in time to save them. How? How's that possible? At this moment, no matter how slow Li An's reaction was, he could tell Duan Ling Tian had relied on his own strength to block his attacks twice and save Bai Ping and Tai Tai He at the critical moment. Lian did not rely on the woman's secret technique to help him. For this reason, an expression of disbelief on his face. After all, Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's strength had far surpassed his. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's strength was far beyond his reach. He thought to himself, even a one basic celestial king who's stronger than a celestial duke wouldn't be able to appear out of thin air in front of me without leaving a trace, right? Lian did not know how Duan Ling Tian had appeared in front of Lian and saved Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. During that time, Lian could not even catch a glimpse of Duan Ling Tian's movements. This also explained a problem. Duan Ling Tian's speed was so fast that even Lian could not catch a glimpse of it. Who are you? How can you be so strong? Lian looked at Duan Ling Tian, and his face was filled with dense fear and terror. This was the first time he had seen such a strange person. Although Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old, he was already an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist. Based on the strength Duan Ling Tian had displayed, it was clear Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. Grandmaster, I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to have concealed his strength. Even I can't see through his speed. Once he matures, he'll definitely become a threat to the blissful sect. There's no need for you to play along with him. Just kill him as soon as possible. A long night is fraught with problems. Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, said to Lian as he stepped forward. Ji Fan had no idea what had happened earlier. Apart from that, Ji Fan did not see the fear on Lian's face. Otherwise, he would not have dared to say such words at this moment. With his strength, he was utterly unable to clearly see Lian's movements, and was unable to clearly see what exactly Lian had done. Similarly, when Duan Ling Tian appeared next to Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, Ji Fan realized he could not see through Duan Ling Tian's speed. Even so, Ji Fan did not think it was because he could not see through Duan Ling Tian's speed. In his opinion, Ji Fan was confident. With his grandmaster's strength, Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, could easily kill Duan Lingtian. In fact, when Ji Fan saw that his grandmaster had not killed Duan Lingtian, he thought his grandmaster was toying with Duan Lingtian and did not kill Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Ji Fan urged Lian to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. There's no need for me to play along with him. Kill him as soon as possible. However, Lian's heart jolted when he heard Ji Fan's words. He felt a burning sensation on his face. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, apart from the fear and dread in his eyes, there was also a hint of doubt. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind. He wondered how this young man who was not even 100 years old could be so strong. However, he was also skeptical. Could it be that the strength displayed by this young man was due to him using some kind of secret technique? Otherwise, he could not believe it. How could an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old possess strength that surpassed an ordinary celestial king? Let alone the spirit overarching heaven, I don't think there are any prominent celestial alchemists and celestial kings who are not even 100 years old in the other Devata realms. Even a celestial king who is not even 100 years old might not be able to do so, right? Ji Fan thought to himself. When he thought up to here, Lian was even more certain that the purple-clothed young man before him had most likely used some sort of secret technique to possess strength that surpassed an ordinary immortal king. Humph. Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, Duan Lingtian no longer concealed the aura of his celestial origin energy. He released a small portion of his celestial origin energy to the surface of his body, causing a terrifying aura to fill the air. This is the aura of a celestial king. Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, who were the closest to Duan Lingtian, regained their senses immediately. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief as they looked at Duan Lingtian's back. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian saved them, the speed he revealed and the ability he used to easily block Li An's attack allowed them to faintly realize that Duan Lingtian's strength wasn't inferior to Lian. In fact, they were certain Duan Lingtian was stronger than Lian. Just like Lian, they could tell Duan Lingtian's strength had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian's strength. For this reason, they were so shocked that they fell into a daze. When Duan Lingtian's terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of his body, it reminded them of the celestial king's aura they had once felt in the past. To be able to emit such a terrifying aura, only an immortal king expert would possess immortal elemental energy. This was what Bai Ping and Tai Tai He thought to themselves. Even the celestial origin energy of a 10-direction celestial duke was not as terrifying as Duan Lingtian's aura. Bai Ping and Tai Tai He were certain Duan Lingtian was a celestial king. After all, they had seen 10-direction celestial dukes before. In fact, they had even seen a 10-direction celestial duke in action. Swoosh! Li An's expression changed drastically when he sensed Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy and saw the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He felt as though he was about to die. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Lian rose to his feet and shot out of the Tai celestial sex estate like a shooting star. Duan Lingtian watched as Lian left. He was in no hurry to chase after Lian, Grandmaster. Ji Fan, on the other hand, was stunned when he realized that his grandmaster had disappeared. He even felt a little guilty when he looked at Duan Lingtian and the others before him. Lian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air. Although his voice was not loud, it seemed to contain some sort of magical power. Everyone in the Tai celestial sex estate clearly heard his words. Do you think you can escape? Duan Lingtian's voice shocked everyone in the Tai celestial sect. This is Master Duan's voice? What's going on? Based on Master Duan's words, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions, is fleeing? I think so. I heard Master Duan is from a powerful clan in the central area. It's highly possible that he has a celestial king or stronger protecting him. It seems like his bodyguard has made a move. Let's go. Let's go watch the show. A commotion broke out in the Tai celestial sex estate. Many people flew into the air above the Tai celestial sex estate to watch the show. At this moment, boom. Rumble. A series of thunderous booms rang in the air above the Tai celestial sex estate. Everyone was shocked to see the blue sky had turned purple in just a blink of an eye. In fact, when the thunderous explosions reverberated in the surroundings of the Tai celestial sex estate, the sky above them had turned purple. Heavens! What's going on? Why did the sky change? Can someone tell me what's going on? Why did the sky change so suddenly? The Tai celestial sex estate was in an uproar. Everyone was anxious and worried about the sudden change in the sky. NT, previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2895. Only a few people in the Tai celestial sex estate knew the reason for the sudden change in the color of the sky. Is this the profound heaven celestial sex Duke grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi? Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, and Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect, stared at the purple-clad figure in front of them in shock. At this moment, Duan Lingtian slowly rose into the air with Huan in his arms. As he soared into the sky, celestial origin energy emitting a terrifying aura surged into the sky from his body. In the end, the celestial origin energy turned into a purple pillar of light that soared into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the clouds in the sky stirred, and the sky changed color. In just a blink of an eye, the sky above the Tai celestial sex estate turned purple. Master Duan has completely mastered the Eastern Purple Chi. This seems to be a technique called Purple Chi Space, that can only be used after completely comprehending and mastering the Purple Chi from the East, right? The Eastern Purple Chi Space seems to cover the entire Tai celestial sex estate. Even the twin brothers of the profound heaven celestial sect, who are 10 direction celestial dukes, can't cover even 1/10 of the Tai celestial sex estate, right? Based on Master Duan's strength, it seems like he's not an ordinary celestial king. After all, even an ordinary celestial king wouldn't be able to create such a powerful Eastern Purple Chi space. It is said that in the area covered by the purple cloud space, as long as the person who created the purple cloud space is within range of the purple cloud space, his opponent will be exposed. Meanwhile, Sita Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, and Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, were dumbfounded when they heard Bai Ping and Tai He's words. Master Duan, is a celestial king? Sita Ming was dumbstruck and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Duan Lingtian is a celestial king? In addition, this person wasn't an ordinary immortal king. Even the profound heaven celestial sect's twin brothers, the 10 direction celestial dukes, can't do something like that? When Ji Fan heard Bai Ping and Tai He's words and sensed the terrifying aura emitted from Duan Lingtian, he was so frightened that he fell limply to the ground. He could not get up for a long time as his entire body trembled. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? Isn't he just an ascender who has ascended not long ago? Isn't he just a brat who isn't even 100 years old? Now, no matter how unwilling Ji Fan was to believe that everything in front of him was real, he had no choice but to believe that everything was real and that he was not dreaming. After a few breaths of time, due to the celestial origin energy contained in the voice, it spread throughout the Tai celestial sex estate in just a blink of an eye. Purple Chi from the East. The purple Chi from the East you displayed is actually so powerful. Even an ordinary celestial king wouldn't be able to cast such a powerful purple Chi from the East. At this moment, everyone in the Tai celestial sex estate heard the voice. The voice belonged to none other than Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Look, the purple sky seems to be returning to its normal color. A disciple of the Tai celestial sect who was looking at the sky suddenly shouted as though he had discovered a new world. Many people in the surroundings looked up at the sky as well. He saw that the purple color that filled the sky was shrinking at an extremely exaggerated speed. Look! There's a figure in the middle of the shrinking purple sky. Soon after, someone else noticed the figure in the sky. A figure could be seen at the center of the shrinking purple sky. In the end, the purple sky shrunk around the figure, revealing the figure to the people from the Tai celestial sect. It's a monk. Isn't that Lian, the old ancestor of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? I've seen him before. What? That wretched monk is Lian, the person who's said to be invincible among those below 10 direction celestial dukes in the 6 southeastern regions? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lian, who was shrouded in a deep purple energy, cut a sorry figure. Not only was his kasaya in tatters, but his aura was also very weak. It was as though he had just gone through a tough battle. At this moment, everyone from the Tai celestial sect stepped forward and looked at Lian, who was shrouded by the purple energy. Swoosh! A purple and white figure seemed to appear out of thin air before everyone's eyes, and it appeared near Lian, who was bound and imprisoned by an expanse of deep purple energy. The sudden appearance of the figure attracted the attention of the people from the Tai celestial sect. Isn't that Master Duan? The woman next to him. When the people from the Tai celestial sect took a closer look at the newcomer, they realized the newcomer was actually two people. However, since the two people were leaning against each other, they thought they were the same person. At the same time, the people from the Tai celestial sect recognized the two people. The strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions, the person who's said to be invincible among those below 10 direction celestial dukes. Duan Ling Tian held Huan with one hand and placed the other on his back as he looked at Lian calmly. Master Duan. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, Tai Tai He, and Sita Ming, the celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian. Grand Master. Ji Fan, the Arhat of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Ji Fan did not want to follow Duan Ling Tian. In fact, he had thought of running away earlier. However, as soon as he made a move, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, glared at him with killing intent. He did not dare to flee and could only follow Bai Ping obediently. Ji Fan's expression changed drastically when he saw Lian in such a wretched state. He instinctively moved closer to Lian. Currently, he had no one to rely on other than Lian. Only when he was by Lian's side did he feel slightly safe. However, he only felt slightly safe. Based on the current situation, it was not difficult for him to see that his grandmaster was no match for Duan Ling Tian. It seemed like his grandmaster's current state had something to do with Duan Ling Tian as well. Duan Ling Tian, I've underestimated you. Lian looked at Duan Ling Tian with a bitter smile on his face. I thought you were just a mere transcender. I didn't expect you to be so strong. This isn't your own strength, right? You must have used some other method, right? At this moment, Lian's aura was so weak that he was gasping for breath. It was clear he was severely injured. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Lian finished speaking, before Duan Ling Tian could respond, Lian's eyes widened again. 2 dazzling rays of gray light shot out from his eyes. The 2 rays of gray light converged and shot toward Duan Ling Tian. Soul attack. Upon seeing this, Bai Ping, Tai Tai He, and the others who saw Lian's soul attack were horrified. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. When Duan Ling Tian saw Lian casting his soul attack, he knew Lian was betting on the strength of his soul attack. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sneer. If Lian had used some secret technique to boost his celestial origin energy to the level of a celestial king for a short period of time, perhaps, his soul attack was not as strong as his celestial origin energy. However, he did not use any secret technique at all. His current strength was all thanks to the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. Due to the consumable royal grade celestial weapon, both his celestial origin energy and soul attack had risen to the level of a celestial lord. Although he was only an ordinary celestial lord, he could easily sweep through the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Chi! Chi! Due to this reason, when Duan Ling Tian's left eye flashed, he casually cast a soul attack that easily destroyed Lian's soul attack. Not only that, but it did not slow down at all as it entered Li An's body and attacked his soul. Li An's soul attack shattered instantly. Although Duan Lingtian had only casually cast a soul attack, Li An's soul attack was still at the level of a celestial lord. Even a celestial king would not be a match for his soul attack, let alone a mere celestial duke. For this reason, Li An's soul attack was easily destroyed by Duan Lingtian's soul attack. I killed Duan Lingtian because of my own will. It has nothing to do with the blissful sect. Before Li An's soul was destroyed by Duan Lingtian, he had left behind these words before he died. These words were uttered by Lian as soon as his soul attack was destroyed by Duan Lingtian's soul attack. He spoke extremely quickly as if he was afraid he would not be able to complete his sentence. Is that so? After Duan Lingtian killed Lian, a sneer appeared on his face when he heard Li An's last words. He did not comment on it at all. At the same time, with just a thought from Duan Lingtian, the purple energy that imprisoned Lian disappeared. In the next moment, Li An's body began to free fall from the sky. The purple energy was none other than Duan Lingtian's Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Qi. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had used the Eastern Purple Qi to chase after Lian and capture Lian, who had almost escaped from the Tai Celestial Sect's estate. Arhat. Is what he said true? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile as he looked at Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect. NT, yes, previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2896. If it was the Duan Lingtian of the past, even if he glared at Ji Fan wouldn't feel the slightest bit of fear. But now, even though Duan Lingtian was looking at him with a smile, he couldn't help but change his expression. The nerves all over his body were tense, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He didn't see how Lian, the patriarch of the blissful sect, died. However, based on the behavior of the people around him, it was not difficult for him to see that the people around him were not interested in him. His grandmaster had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. Oh my God! Master Duan's soul attack is too terrifying. Not only did it destroy Li An's soul attack, it even destroyed Li An's soul. Li An's soul couldn't withstand Alchemist Duan's soul attack at all. It was directly annihilated. Master Duan's strength is actually this strong? Master Duan is really good at concealing his abilities. In the past, I only knew that his alchemy Dao was extremely high. He even made a name for himself during the alchemy conference and is widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. But I didn't expect that apart from his alchemy standards that can be rated as heaven-defying, he still has such heaven-defying strength. Based on Master Duan's strength, I'm afraid even a 10-direction celestial duke is no match for him, right? Alchemist Duan is definitely an immortal king expert. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to have such strength. Earlier, the sky suddenly turned purple, and the old ancestor of the blissful sect, Lian, was captured by the purple energy. At that time, I thought it was one of Master Duan's subordinates who did it, but I didn't expect it to be Master Duan himself. Oh my God! What kind of clan was that behind Alchemist Duan? A monster like him actually appeared. A prominent celestial alchemist and a celestial king who's not even 100 years old. Let alone the southern heaven territory, such a person is rare even in the spirit overarching heaven, right? I don't know. In any case, I've never heard of a celestial king under the age of 100 appearing in the spirit overarching heaven. Maybe I'm just ignorant and inexperienced. Maybe there really isn't a celestial king under the age of 100 in the spirit overarching heaven. While Ji Fan's expression changed drastically, he heard a series of whispers by his ear. These whispers came from the high-ranking officials of the Tai Celestial Sect. When he heard the discussions among the high-ranking officials of the Tai Celestial Sect, he felt a chill run down his spine. Arhat, are you ignoring my words? You're not giving me any face? Ji Fan's expression changed drastically, and his heart was filled with panic. He even forgot to reply to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian spoke again. At the same time, he looked at Ji Fan with a cold gaze. It was the coldness in his eyes that caused Ji Fan's expression to change drastically. He even felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. No, at the same time, Ji Fan did not dare to be negligent. He quickly looked at Duan Lingtian and shook his head. Master Duan, I'm not ignoring you on purpose. It's not that I don't want to give you face. I lost focus just now. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. As he spoke, Ji Fan repeatedly bowed and apologized to Duan Lingtian. His apprehension made it seem as though he was afraid that Duan Lingtian would attack him. Ji Fan knew very well. With the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed, killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. So, can you answer me now? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and asked indifferently, is it true that Lian wanted to kill me? Or is it the blissful sect's intention? I hope you're not lying to me, Arhat. After all, I can easily find out if I want to. Duan Lingtian gave Ji Fan a deep look, as if he was warning Ji Fan not to lie. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to lie to you, Master Duan. Ji Fan hastily waved his hand when he heard Duan Lingtian's reminder. The decision to kill you was made by the higher-ups of the blissful sect after we found out about your identity as an ascender. After the meeting, the Grand Master brought me here. Master Duan, I'm sure you know what happened after that, Ji Fan said. Duan Lingtian nodded. After that, he looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously. Master Duan, I've told you everything I wanted to know, can I leave now? Now, Ji Fan didn't want to stay here for a second longer because this place was too insecure. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Ji Fan's words. Ji Fan heaved a sigh of relief and was about to leave when Duan Lingtian's voice rang in his ears. His expression changed drastically again. The reason his expression changed drastically was due to Duan Lingtian's last sentence. Arhat, I'm planning to visit the blissful sect as well. You don't mind leading the way, right? These were Duan Lingtian's exact words. In other words, he wanted to visit the blissful sect. As for why Duan Lingtian wanted to visit the blissful sect, those who heard Duan Lingtian's words could guess it. Master Duan is planning to kill the blissful sect? I think so. Isn't this a little too crazy? No, it's not crazy. It might be crazy for an ordinary person. However, for Master Duan, it's just a small matter. That's right. After all, Master Duan is a celestial king. Many people from the Daoist celestial sect whispered among themselves. At this moment, even the weaker disciples of the Daoist celestial sect had learned that Duan Lingtian was a celestial king from the powerful high-ranking officials of the Daoist celestial sect. Although they were shocked, they could not help but feel excited. After all, Duan Lingtian was a revered elder of the Daoist celestial sect. What's wrong? Based on your expression, you don't seem to be willing? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he asked in a deep voice. At the same time, his tone was even colder. No. I'm willing. It's my honor to lead the way for you, Master Duan. It's a blessing that I've accumulated over 3 lifetimes. When Ji Fan heard the coldness in Duan Lingtian's voice again, he was so frightened that his voice began to tremble. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At this moment, Duan Lingtian glanced at Bai Ping and said, Sect leader, I'd like to borrow Elder Tai to accompany me to the blissful sect, may I? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he glanced at Tai He who was standing next to Bai Ping. Of course. Although Bai Ping did not know why Duan Lingtian wanted Tai He to accompany him to the blissful sect, he could not refuse Duan Lingtian's request. Moreover, such a request was nothing to him. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at Tai He and said, Elder Tai, I'll have to trouble you to lead us to the blissful sect. I plan to continue comprehending celestial methods along the way. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Daoist celestial sect, finally understood. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian wanted Tai He to bring them to the blissful sect. Since Duan Lingtian had to comprehend celestial methods, he could not bring them to the blissful sect. No problem, it's just a small matter. Tai He replied with a smile. He did not seem any different from before. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice a change in his expression. A hint of respect could be seen in Tai He's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. The reason he had such a change was naturally due to the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. In the past, Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist whose alchemy skill surpassed ordinary Duke-grade celestial alchemists. Now that Duan Lingtian was a celestial king, it was only natural that Tai He respected Duan Lingtian even more. Duan Lingtian looked at Huan and said with a smile, "You're injured. You should stay and recuperate. Brother Lingtian, let's go to the blissful sect first." "Let's go." Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Huan interrupted him. "Brother Lingtian, I'll go with you. I don't want to be separated from you. As for recuperating, since Elder Tai will bring us there, I can recuperate along the way," Huan said with a serious expression on her face. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could only smile wryly. He nodded helplessly. All right. After a while, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, and asked Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect, to bring them to the blissful sect. Tai He also brought Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, along with him. The people from the Tai celestial sect only regained their senses after Duan Lingtian and the others had left. When they regained their senses, an uproar broke out. Master Duan's trip to the blissful sect is bound to cause havoc. However, if Master Duan's actions shake the blissful sect's foundation, I'm afraid the sect won't let the matter rest if their quasi-celestial kings are hiding in the 6 southeastern regions. A quasi-celestial king? Do you think a quasi-celestial king from the blissful sect is a match for Master Duan? That's right. Based on Master Duan's strength, I'm afraid ordinary celestial kings aren't as strong as him. It's fine if the quasi-celestial kings from the blissful sect don't show up. Once they show up, Master Duan might kill them with a flip of his palm. I'm more curious about Master Duan's background. What kind of clan is capable of nurturing such a monstrous genius? The people from the Tai celestial sect discussed among themselves. They were shocked by Duan Lingtian's monstrous strength. After all, everyone knew Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. Chapter 2897. A person who was not even 100 years old might be able to use some means to conceal the aura of his flesh and blood so that others would not be able to discover that he was not even 100 years old. However, it was impossible for a person who was more than 100 years old to disguise himself as a person who was younger than 100 years old. At the very least, nobody in the spirit overarching heaven or the other Devata realms was capable of doing so. For this reason, no one thought Duan Lingtian was pretending to be younger than 100 years old. It's not hard to imagine how shocked the entire 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands will be once news of this spreads. That's right. I'm sure those who have met Master Duan wouldn't expect him to be so strong. It's a pity Master Duan is from a powerful clan in the central area, so he'll have to leave sooner or later. Otherwise, with Master Duan around, the Tai celestial sect would be able to dominate the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Don't overthink it. Don't forget that the formation between the borderlands and the central area has restrictions on celestial kings in the borderlands. It's impossible for celestial kings to stay in the borderlands for long. If I'm not mistaken, Master Duan should be leaving the Tai celestial sect soon. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, the high-ranking officials of the Tai celestial sect realized Duan Lingtian was about to leave the Tai celestial sect. The reason Master Duan is still in the Tai celestial sect is because he wants to leave the Tai celestial sect celestial method, the immobilization king method, and the divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi, to the Tai celestial sect. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, sighed inwardly. Based on the purple chi comes from the east and the immobilization king method, it seems like he'll be leaving soon. He's already mastered the purple chi comes from the east. As for the immobilization king method, I have a feeling it won't take long for him to master it as well. After all, this meant that the Tai celestial sect would lose a prominent celestial alchemist who was a celestial king. Moreover, this prominent celestial alchemist was not an ordinary prominent celestial alchemist. His alchemy skills were even better than ordinary supreme celestial alchemists. After the alchemy conference, when Master Duan of the Tai celestial sect was widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, some people even said, in the borderlands, there was no other prominent celestial alchemist who could compare to Master Duan of the Tai celestial sect. Because of this, many people said Master Duan of the Tai celestial sect could be considered the best prominent celestial alchemist in the borderland of the Southern Heaven Territory. However, such an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist would soon be leaving the Tai celestial sect. Just thinking about it made Bai Ping feel uncomfortable. Master Duan. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. Sita Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, sighed emotionally when he thought about Duan Lingtian's display of strength. He did not even notice when the other 2 prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect, Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing, appeared next to him. I didn't expect Master Duan to be a celestial king. Yang Chong exclaimed. Monster. Yu Zhongjing spat out 2 short words. Although it was only 2 words, this evaluation was enough to show the shock that the events of today had left in his heart. Soon after, the people from the Tai celestial sect left one after another. At the same time, many people from the Tai celestial sect left the Tai celestial sect's estate to spread the news. It did not take long for this news to spread to Tai City. As time passed, it even spread to Thousand Spiders City and Martial Dragon City. The 3 largest cities in the wasteland were in an uproar. Naturally, most of them were skeptical. After all, while this news was shocking, it was also too unreal. Meanwhile, the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and Martial Dragon Celestial Sect had also heard about it. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect, is not only an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist, but he's also a celestial king? How's that possible? I've met Master Duan of the Tai Celestial Sect before, and I'm certain he's not even 100 years old. It's already heaven-defying for him to have such achievements in alchemy. How can he be a celestial king? Fake news. It must be fake news. Whether it was the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect or the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, when they heard the news, they thought it was fake news. Duan Lingtian played with Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. He even used a soul attack to destroy Lian's soul attack and killed Lian. If Duan Lingtian is really that strong, why didn't he save He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect during the alchemy conference? That's right. At that time, Duan Lingtian watched helplessly as He Shan was killed by Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. During the alchemy conference, Duan Lingtian revealed his cultivation base. Although his innate talent in the celestial Tao is heaven-defying, he's only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect who had attended the alchemy conference, as well as those who had heard about it, thought the news was fake. After all, there were too many suspicious points. Even Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, and Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, shook their heads and smiled when they heard the news. He's a celestial king? Zhou Shuqiu, who was in the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, shook her head when she heard the news. She did not think it was credible at all. That was it. Although the news of Duan Lingtian killing Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, had spread in the wasteland, apart from the people from the Tai Celestial Sect, no one believed it. This was mainly because the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and Martial Dragon Celestial Sect did not believe the news. Under the influence of the two major celestial sects, not many people believed the news spread by the Tai celestial sect was true. No one believes it? Humph. I've seen Master Duan's strength with my own eyes. He's a celestial king. How can the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and Martial Dragon celestial sect not believe it? So what if they don't believe it? Do we have to beg them to believe it? It was only natural that the people from the Tai celestial sect were in a bad mood when they learned that outsiders did not believe the news. However, it's only natural that the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and the Martial Dragon celestial sect don't believe it. After all, they didn't witness it with their own eyes. Moreover, no one recorded the scene of Master Duan killing Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Ordinary floating image pearls won't be able to record the scene. Only a Duke-grade celestial weapon floating image pearl would be able to record Lian's movements. That's right. Even a Duke-grade celestial weapon floating image pearl won't be able to record a celestial king's movements. Only a king-grade celestial weapon floating image pearl can record a celestial king's movements. The people from the Tai celestial sect continued to discuss the floating image pearls. Although many high-ranking officials in the Tai celestial sect possessed Duke-grade celestial weapon floating image pearls, none of them had thought of recording the scene. For this reason, many high-ranking officials from the Tai celestial sect regretted their decision. Why didn't they use their floating image pearls to record the scene? Their floating image pearls might not be able to record the scene where Duan Ling Tian killed Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. However, their floating image pearls would still be able to record the scene where Lian used his soul attack. As long as they recorded the scene of Lian's death, they would not have to worry about people believing that Duan Ling Tian had killed Lian. The Thousand Spiders celestial sect and the Martial Dragon celestial sect said that they don't believe Master Duan is a celestial king. It seems to make sense. What's the reason? They said that if Master Duan is a celestial king, he wouldn't have watched as the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was killed by Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven celestial sect, during the alchemy conference. Why didn't I think of this before? Perhaps, Master Duan thinks the old ancestor should pay with his life for killing the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven celestial sect? Is that why he didn't make a move? That's possible. Moreover, it's only a matter of time before he leaves the Tai celestial sect. Even if he can protect the old ancestor now, he can't protect the old ancestor forever. If he makes a move, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven celestial sect, will definitely be enraged. It's impossible for him to vent his anger on Master Duan. It's understandable why Master Duan didn't make a move. Meanwhile, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, had a deep frown on his face. He had a confused expression on his face as well. Based on what Master Duan said, he was powerless to save the old ancestor. In other words, he was powerless to save the old ancestor. He didn't intend to see the old ancestor being killed by Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven celestial sect. However, if that's the case, how did Master Duan become so strong? He's even stronger than an ordinary celestial king. Bai Ping was conflicted when he thought of this. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. I'll just ask Master Duan when he returns. Chapter 2898. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of the commotion in the wasteland after he left the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. At this moment, Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect, was leading him to the blissful sect's estate in the Cross region. Along the way, he had been comprehending the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, that he had won from the blissful sect. Once he mastered the immobilization king method, he would leave the borderlands and head to the central area. Naturally, one of the reasons he asked Tai He to bring him to the blissful sect was because he wanted to comprehend the immobilization king method. Another reason was that he did not want to exhaust his celestial origin energy during the journey. After using the consumable king-grade celestial weapon, his strength was comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. However, his strength was not permanent. As long as he consumed his celestial origin energy, his strength would continue to weaken until he returned to his original state. Now that I've only made one move, I feel like my celestial origin energy and soul are much weaker than before. Previously, my strength was comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. Now, I'm afraid I'm only comparable to a 10-direction celestial king. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. A 10-direction celestial king was the strongest celestial king. Although they were only a step away from becoming a celestial lord, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Nevertheless, with my current strength, I'm still able to do whatever I want in the 6 southeastern regions. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. For this reason, he focused on comprehending the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, as soon as possible. While Duan Lingtian was comprehending the celestial method, Huan was recuperating from her injuries. Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, did not do anything at all. He followed Tai Tai He to the blissful sect's estate like a zombie. The sect must have learned about my ancestor's death by now, right? Ji Fan sighed inwardly with a bitter expression on his face. He did not feel sad about the death of his ancestor, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, Lian. He only felt that he was unlucky. Why did he follow Tai Tai He? After all, he was the one who had asked Tai He was the blissful sects. In the past, he still had some feelings for his grandmaster, Lian. However, after Lian abandoned him and fled on his own, his feelings for Lian had completely vanished. Although he could understand Lian's actions at that time, if he was Lian, he would also do the same. However, he couldn't accept kneeling down to understand. Do you, blissful sect? The encampment of the blissful sect was located in a lofty mountain range surrounded by clouds and mist all year round. Apparently, the mist was the result of an illusory formation. On this day, the blissful sect's estate was in an uproar. Boom! Rumble! Without any warning, the entire blissful sect's estate trembled violently as though an earthquake had just taken place. What happened? This is an earthquake? Impossible. The blissful sect's estate is protected by many formations, and some of them are used to deal with earthquakes. Even if there's an earthquake, the estate won't be affected. Then what's going on? I don't know. In the blissful sect's encampment, many people flew out of their cultivation rooms and looked at each other in confusion. They had no idea what had happened. Brethren. It wasn't until an earth-shattering roar reverberated in the air, causing the eardrums of the blissful sect members to tremble. Only then did they realize what had just happened. Isn't that old ancestor Li Ping's voice? Based on his voice, it seems like something has happened to old ancestor Lian. It can't be, right? Old ancestor Lian left the sect not long ago to look for Duan Lingtian in the Tai Yi celestial sect in the wasteland. It's impossible for anyone in the wasteland to pose a threat to him, right? That's right. Unless Duan Lingtian is from a powerful clan in the central area and has a celestial king by his side, it's impossible for him to kill old ancestor Lian. When the high-ranking members of the blissful sect heard the angry roar, they realized that their other patriarch, Lian, might be in trouble. Otherwise, Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, would not be so angry. Let's go. Let's see what happened. Let's go. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including the sect leader of the blissful sect, immediately flew toward the source of the thunderous voice. Although they did not know what had happened, they knew it was impossible for them to guess what had happened. Old ancestor Lian is in the blissful sect. Based on old ancestor Lian's reaction, it seems like something has happened to old ancestor Lian. Based on old ancestor Lian's soul pearl, it seems like something has happened to old ancestor Lian. Unless old ancestor Lian is dead, it's impossible for old ancestor Li Ping to know about old ancestor Lian's condition. Old ancestor Lian is dead? Although I hope it's not true, I'm sure it's the truth. We'll be able to confirm it once we meet old ancestor Li Ping. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect discussed among themselves as they made their way to Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. As for their expressions, they all had ugly expressions on their faces. If the blissful sect's patriarch Lian was really dead, it wouldn't be good news for the blissful sect. This meant that the blissful sect would lose their lives. the blissful sect would lose a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke. Moreover, the 9 Palaces Celestial Duke was the most likely person in the 6 southeastern regions to become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. If old ancestor Lian was dead, they would lose a 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the near future. This was a heavy blow to the blissful sect. When the disciples of the blissful sect realized that Lian, one of the 2 old ancestors of the blissful sect, might be in trouble, their expressions turned grim and unsightly. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect finally arrived at the place where old ancestor Li Ping cultivated. There were 2 old ancestors in the blissful sect. They were Li Ping and Lian. Based on their names, it seemed more like they were brothers. But in reality, the 2 of them weren't blood brothers, they were just cousins. However, after so many years of mutual support, the relationship between the 2 of them had long surpassed the category of cousins. It was comparable to, or even better than, blood brothers. For this reason, they cared deeply about each other. Senior uncle. What's going on? The sect leader of the blissful sect was a middle-aged monk dressed in a red kasaya. He was tall and burly, and his face was as fair as jade. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect followed closely behind him. Old ancestor. Everyone bowed and greeted the person in front of them. A skinny old man stood in front of them. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like flames. He stared at the shattered soul pearl in his hand, and his eyes widened in anger. Anyone who stood in front of him would be able to sense the old man's rage. The old man ignored the greetings from the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. After a while, he raised his head slightly and looked at the sect leader of the blissful sect with bloodshot eyes. Kong, your master is dead. This is your master's soul pearl. Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, spoke in a trembling voice. It was clear he was trying to suppress the anger in his voice when he spoke. Master. Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, knelt on the ground with a sorrowful expression on his face when he heard Li Ping's confirmation. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, slammed his palms on the ground as tears streamed down his face. I want to know. Where's brother and now? Li Ping glanced at the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect and asked in a deep voice, based on brother and's shattered soul pearl, it seems like he's been dead for quite some time. Before I entered closed-door cultivation, I think he went to the barren land to participate in the alchemy conference. Li Ping's gaze fell on Lu Xiankong as he finished speaking. Because of this, Li Ping went into seclusion for a period of time, so he did not know that Lian had returned after participating in the alchemy conference. Senior uncle. Lu Xiankong did not dare to slack off when he heard Li Ping's question. He truthfully told Li Ping everything that had happened. A prominent celestial alchemist who's able to refine overarching heaven pills before he's even 100 years old. He's widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions after the alchemy conference. Moreover, he's an overarching heaven supreme celestial. And such a person is just an ascender who has just ascended from the mundane realm. Li Ping was dumbfounded when he heard Lu Xiankong's words and learned that the Tai Yi celestial sect in the wasteland had a revered celestial alchemist named Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Li Ping had even forgotten about his cousin's death. He looked at Lu Xiankong and asked in a deep voice, so brother and went to the Tai Yi celestial sect in the wasteland to kill him? Yes. Lu Xiankong nodded. Fool. Li Ping's eyes widened when he saw Lu Xiankong nodding. Even if he's an ascender, you should at least investigate his background in the spirit overarching heaven, right? There are many powerful forces in the spirit overarching heaven that have legacies in the mundane realm. Li An's voice grew colder as he spoke. Senior uncle. Lu Xiankong smiled bitterly. If he really has a powerful background, I'm afraid he would have been taken away as soon as he ascended. We've looked into it. He's been working hard all this time without any external help. Chapter 2899. Senior uncle, if he really has a powerful background, do you think he'll let the compassionate celestial traveler sect's elder off the hook? Do you think the sect behind him would let the matter rest? How could the elder from the compassionate celestial traveler sect still be alive? Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, said with a wry smile as he looked at his senior uncle, Li Ping, who was one of the two old ancestors of the blissful sect. Then, Lu Xiankong revealed the information the blissful sect had gathered about the Duan Lingtian. All the evidence points to the fact that the Duan Lingtian doesn't have a powerful background. It was precisely because of this that we unanimously decided to eliminate him. After he made up his mind, he said he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian personally, so he brought Ji Fan to the wasteland. Lu Xiankong said. As he spoke, Lu Xiankong seemed to recall something. He raised his hand, and a soul orb appeared in his hand. It was completely intact. Ji Fan is still alive. Lu Xiankong exclaimed when he saw the soul pearl in his hand. It was as though he had discovered a new continent. Is this the Arhat soul pearl? The Arhat soul pearl is intact. This means he's still alive. I didn't expect the Arhat who went to the wasteland with old ancestor Lian is still alive. What happened to them? Why is the Arhat still alive when the powerful old ancestor Lian is dead? A commotion broke out among the high-ranking members of the blissful sect when they saw the soul orb that Lu Xiankong had taken out and told them it belonged to Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect. Fan is still alive? Li Ping narrowed his eyes as he looked at the soul pearl in Lu Xiankong's hand. He asked in a deep voice, Kong, are you sure this is Fan, soul pearl? Ji Fan was the grand disciple of his cousin. Lian had always doted on Ji Fan. Lian loved Ji Fan, the future sect leader of the blissful sect, as well as the future sect leader of the blissful sect. Lian was puzzled when he heard Ji Fan, who had gone to the wasteland with his cousin, was still alive. After all, this did not make sense. Senior uncle, Ji Fan is my last disciple. I won't mistake his soul orb. Even if I did, none of the soul orbs in my hands are broken. Since Ji Fan's soul orb is among them, it means that he's still alive. Lian nodded. Li Ping nodded and continued, I still feel that this matter is very likely related to that Duan Lingtian, although we're more than 90% certain that Duan Lingtian is just an ascender with no background, it's not completely foolproof. Lian's voice, Lian's words. Master Lian, what should we do now? Master is master? Lu Xiankong asked Lian asked Lord Master Lian Lu Xiankong's. Not for now. Li Ping shook his head in response to Lu Xiankong's question. His eyes flashed as he said in a low voice, since Fan is still alive, he will definitely use an immortal message talisman to contact us when Brotherin dies. Let's wait for his communication celestial talisman. Lian said. Senior uncle, based on what you said, Master has been dead for some time. If Ji Fan sent a message back, it should be here by now. Lu Xiankong said warily, is it possible that he used a communication celestial talisman but was stopped by someone? That's possible. Lian said in a low voice, based on brother and strength, there are very few people below the Celestial King realm in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands who are capable of taking his life. Therefore, it's very likely that a Celestial King or a quasi-Celestial King made a move. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. Lian said. Could it be that Master wanted to annihilate the Tai-E Celestial sect so a quasi-Celestial King from the Tai-E Celestial sect came out and killed him? Lu Xiankong's expression changed when he thought of this possibility. Impossible. Li Ping shook his head. It's impossible for Brotherin to annihilate the Tai-E Celestial sect. After all, he's aware of the quasi-Celestial King from the Tai-E Celestial sect. Even if he really went to the Tai-E Celestial sect, he would only target the Duan Lingtian and not the Tai-E Celestial sect. Li Ping knew Lian very well. After all, they had been together for so many years and had supported each other for a long time. He believed that it was absolutely impossible for Lian to do something that he knew would lead to eternal damnation. Moreover, to a certain extent, Lian's personality was even more cautious than his. Even he would not do something like that, let alone Lian. At this moment, Lu Xiankong came back to his senses. He also felt that his master, Lian, would not do such a thing. The reason he said that just now was purely because he was anxious and did not think before speaking. Based on this, there's only one possibility. Li Ping's expression was grim as he speculated, someone who's capable of blocking Fan Er's communication celestial talisman killed Brother An. Fan Er thought it was pointless to use the communication celestial talisman, so he didn't use it immediately. However, regardless of whether Fan is waiting for an opportunity to use the communication celestial talisman or he's coming back to inform us of Brother An's death, we can only wait. So, from now on, we don't need to do anything, nor can we do anything. We can only wait. As long as Fan is still alive, he'll definitely come back to tell us what happened. After all, Li Ping was the longest living person in the blissful sect. Although he was enraged by Li An's death, he did not lose his cool. For a time, everyone from the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, agreed with Li Ping's words. Of course, even if they feel that Li Ping's words are unreasonable, they don't dare to say anything in front of Li Ping. At most, they will do some small actions behind his back. After all, Li Ping was not only the second old ancestor of the blissful sect, but he was also the strongest person in the sect, a 10-direction celestial duke. That was all. Although the members of the blissful sect knew that their old ancestor, Lian, was dead, they didn't do anything. They waited patiently in the blissful sect, waiting for Ji Fan's return. For a period of time, the blissful sect was at peace. However, most of the members of the blissful sect knew that Lian was still alive. This was just the calm before the storm. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Although the blissful sect's estate was located in the cross region, the distance between the wasteland and the barren land was much greater than the distance between the wasteland and the barren land. Duanling Tian and the others still managed to enter the cross region with Tai Tai He. About a month after they entered the cross region, whoosh! Duanling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in the cross region with Tai Tai He, suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. In the next moment, Tai Tai He and Ji Fan instinctively turned to look at Duanling Tian, only to see another layer of golden light appearing around him. In just a blink of an eye, the golden halo had transformed into a golden Buddha that shrouded Duanling Tian. The golden Buddha was as big as a small hill. It appeared on Duanling Tian's body, and it was lifelike. Its facial features, in particular, were clear and exquisite. Tai Tai He did not show much of a reaction, but Ji Fan's eyes widened in shock. He actually completely comprehended and mastered the immovable Wisdom King in such a short period of time? When Ji Fan reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His face was filled with shock. As the arhat of the blissful sect, Ji Fan had comprehended the Duke-grade celestial method since he was young. Therefore, he had long mastered it. Therefore, when he saw the silhouette of the golden Buddha on Duanling Tian's body, he could tell that Duanling Tian had mastered the immobilization king art. Duanling Tian had completely mastered the blissful sect's Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. Master Duan has mastered the blissful sect's celestial method as well? Although Ji Fan's murmur wasn't loud, Tai Taiha still heard it clearly. Tai Taiha raised an eyebrow at once. Although he was surprised, he was not as surprised as Ji Fan. After all, he knew Master Duan from the Tai-E Celestial Sect had completely comprehended and mastered the profound Heaven Celestial Sect's Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Qi. Now that he learned Duanling Tian had mastered the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, which he had won from the blissful sect, he was not as surprised as when he learned Duanling Tian had mastered the Eastern Purple Qi. Now that Master Duan has mastered the Eastern Purple Qi and the immobilization king art, it seems like he'll have to leave this time. Tai Tai's lips curled into a bitter smile when he thought of this. He was happy that Duanling Tian had mastered the two celestial methods and divine abilities in such a short time. However, at the same time, he was reluctant to part with Duanling Tian. Elder Tai, where are we now? After Duanling Tian withdrew the silhouette of the golden Buddha, Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes and asked Tai Tai He. Master Duan, we've arrived at the cross region. According to Arhat Ji Fan, we'll arrive at the blissful sex estate in a month at most. Tai Tai He replied to Duan Lingtian's question. A month? Chapter 2900. Master Duan, congratulations on completely mastering the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. Tai Tai He congratulated Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Elder Tai, you can tell? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. I can't tell. However, Arhat Ji Fan can tell. Tai Tai He replied. Duan Lingtian instinctively glanced at Ji Fan, causing Ji Fan to feel extremely nervous. It was as though he was a prey that had sensed the gaze of a hunter. Duan Lingtian only glanced at Ji Fan for a moment before he shifted his gaze to Huan Er. Then, he extended his divine consciousness and probed Huan Er's body. The divine consciousness of a 10-direction celestial king was comparable to the divine consciousness of a 10-direction celestial king. Therefore, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to confirm that Huan had fully recovered from her injuries. At this moment, Huan was also comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. A month's time was neither too long nor too short. However, for Duan Lingtian and the others, it was over in just a blink of an eye. Elder Tai. It was still a few days before they would arrive at the blissful sex estate. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally woke up from his cultivation. He looked at Tai Tai He and said, just send us to the blissful sex estate. Before Tai Tai He could reply, Duan Lingtian continued to say, I don't want to have anything to do with the Tai celestial sect when I go to the blissful sect. You should understand what I mean, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Tai Tai He meaningfully when he finished speaking. Master Duan. Tai Tai He said, I know you're doing this because you don't want the blissful sect to think that you're going there as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. You don't want to cause trouble for the Tai celestial sect. Even if you're the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, the blissful sect won't dare to do anything to the Tai celestial sect. Tai Tai He's confidence in the Tai celestial sect was apparent. Create havoc in the blissful sect? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Tai Tai He's words. Then, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said bluntly, I'm going to destroy the blissful sect's foundation. If everything goes according to plan, the blissful sect will no longer exist in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven territory. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a cold smile. Hiss, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Tai Tai He couldn't help but gasp. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of panic in his eyes. He had thought Duan Lingtian was going to create havoc in the blissful sect. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would destroy the blissful sect's foundation when he went to the blissful sect. It was no different from annihilating the blissful sect, right? Swoosh. Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, had a grave expression on his face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His thoughts were similar to Tai Tai He's. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, his heart skipped a beat. If Duan Lingtian really intended to destroy the blissful sect's foundation, he, the arhat of the blissful sect, would definitely die. Master Duan, after I return to the blissful sect with you, I'll announce to everyone that I'm leaving the blissful sect. Ji Fan took a deep breath as various emotions flashed across his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and made his decision. Then, he expressed his stance to Duan Lingtian. Arhat, you're a smart person. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Ji Fan's words. Then, he looked at Ji Fan meaningfully and said, if you're really determined to do so, I don't mind writing off the enmity between us. Duan Lingtian did not have a good impression of Ji Fan. However, he was impressed by Ji Fan's decisiveness earlier. After all, not everyone in Ji Fan's position could make such a decision in such a short time. Thank you, Master Duan. Ji Fan heaved a sigh of relief. After he heaved a sigh of relief, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked cautiously, Master Duan, did you plan to kill me after we return to the blissful sect? Yes, I did. Duan Lingtian nodded and did not deny Ji Fan's words. Ji Fan broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, he was even more determined to cut ties with the blissful sect. Master, I'm sorry. I have no choice but to betray the blissful sect for my own life. Ji Fan thought to himself as he looked in the direction of the blissful sect's estate. Ji Fan's master was none other than Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Master, please don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame the people in charge of collecting information. If they didn't say Duan Lingtian was just a transcender, Grandmaster wouldn't have died, and the blissful sect wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Ji Fan's mind raced as he thought about what he should do in the future. Arhat. A thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind as he looked at Ji Fan again. Master Duan, you can call me Ji Fan from now on. I've decided to leave the blissful sect, so I'm no longer the Arhat of the blissful sect. Ji Fan smiled wryly. After he finished speaking, he asked anxiously, Master Duan, is there anything I can help you with? You should have a Duke-grade celestial artifact floating image pearl, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ji Fan. Yes. Ji Fan nodded. In a few days, when we arrive at the blissful sect, use the floating image pearl to record the scene when the 10 Directions Celestial Duke makes his move. Duan Lingtian said, I'll need the floating image pearl later. Yes. Then, he asked Duan Lingtian, Master Duan, the blissful sect's 10 Directions Celestial Duke is my senior granduncle. He's also my grandmaster's cousin. I know a lot about him, including some of his techniques. Do you need me to tell you about them? Ji Fan asked after he reached the end of his sentence. Alas, it seemed like his attempt to flatter Duan Lingtian was futile. Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head disdainfully. There's no need for me to know about him, and I'm not interested in knowing about him. A mere 10 Directions Celestial Duke isn't worthy of my attention. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of contempt could be heard in his tone. It was as though he was insufferably arrogant. Faced with Duan Lingtian's insufferably arrogant attitude, Ji Fan and Tai Tai he felt it was only natural. After all, they had witnessed the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed in the Tai Celestial sect earlier. I've spoken out of turn. With your strength, you don't need to worry about a mere 10 Directions Celestial Duke. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Ji Fan chimed in with a humble expression on his face. A few days later. Master Duan, the blissful sect's estate is just ahead. Ji Fan said to Duan Lingtian as he pointed at the mountains shrouded in mist. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at Huan, who was still comprehending her celestial methods and divine abilities. It was obvious she would not wake up any time soon. He said to Tai Tai he, Elder Tai, stay here and take care of Huan, I'll come out once I'm done with my business. You don't have to worry about anyone attacking you. I'll keep an eye on this area with my divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian said. Yes, Master Duan. Although Tai Tai he wanted to see Duan Lingtian destroy the blissful sect's foundation, he had no choice but to obey Duan Lingtian's orders. In the past, he had treated Duan Lingtian like a friend. However, ever since he witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength as a celestial king, he had begun to fear and respect Duan Lingtian even though he still treated Duan Lingtian the same as before. He completely regarded Duan Lingtian as a superior who was above him. Ji Fan, lead the way. Duan Lingtian looked at Ji Fan. Then, under Tai Tai he's watchful eyes, both of them stepped into the fog and entered the lofty mountain range. Although the mountain range was surrounded by formations, Duan Lingtian was no match for Duan Lingtian. However, these formations were nothing to Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect. He led Duan Lingtian through the formations and entered the blissful sect's estate as though there was no one there. Who's there? As soon as Duan Lingtian and Ji Fan entered the blissful sect's estate, a few patrolling disciples from the blissful sect flew toward them. However, when they saw who it was, they hurriedly bowed humbly. Greetings, Arhat. Ji Fan was the Arhat of the blissful sect. If there were no mishaps, he would be the next sect leader of the blissful sect. For this reason, his status in the blissful sect was only second to a few people from the blissful sect. Boom! The blissful sect's disciples who bowed to Ji Fan did not expect Ji Fan would launch a thunderous attack on them. Ji Fan raised his hand and struck with his palm. After images filled the sky and killed the blissful sect's disciples in just a blink of an eye. Is that the Arhat? Why is the Arhat killing people? Those people were bowing to him, right? Some of the blissful sect's disciples who were patrolling the area were about to pay their respects to Ji Fan when they witnessed how Ji Fan had killed the blissful sect's disciples. That scene continuously shocked their eyes, causing them to tremble with fear. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Ji Fan appeared above the blissful sect's estate. I, Ji Fan, hereby announce that from today onward, I'm no longer a disciple of the blissful sect. Chapter 2901. I, Ji Fan, hereby announce that I'm leaving the blissful sect. I'm no longer an Arhat or a disciple of the blissful sect. Everyone in the blissful sect's estate was alerted by Ji Fan's voice. This was especially true for the disciples who had witnessed Ji Fan stepping out of the blissful sect. They looked at each other in confusion when they heard Ji Fan's announcement. They had no idea what was going on at all. When they saw the Arhat of the blissful sect killing a fellow disciple, they had a hunch that something was amiss. Now that they heard Ji Fan was leaving the blissful sect, they were dumbfounded. Who could tell them what was going on? What the hell was going on? What was the Arhat of the blissful sect doing? Who's that person? I think he came with the Arhat. I've never seen him before. I don't think he's a member of the blissful sect. Could it be that he has something to do with the Arhat's announcement? Soon after, the patrolling disciples from the blissful sect discovered Duan Ling Tian's presence. Duan Ling Tian stood there calmly without any expression on his face. However, when the blissful sect's disciples saw Duan Ling Tian's composure, they could not help but think he was a mysterious person. Ji Fan is back? Is he out of his mind? Does he know what he's saying? How dare he say he's leaving the blissful sect? What the hell is he doing? If sect leader hears this, he'll be so angry that he'll vomit blood, right? Ji Fan is behaving strangely. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't do such a thing. Could it be that he's being coerced? The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect came out of their cultivation chambers one after another when they heard Ji Fan's announcement. As they whispered in disgust, they looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes and faces. Is that really the Arhat's voice? I think so. He's back. The sect leader and the others have been waiting for him for a long time now. However, I'm afraid the sect leader and the others didn't expect him to announce his intention to leave the blissful sect as soon as he returned, right? I heard that the Arhat went out with Patriarch Lian. Patriarch Lian died outside, but the Arhat survived. He had no idea either. What the hell is going on? I feel that the Arhat is acting a little strange. Could it be that his abnormality has something to do with Patriarch Lian's death? Many disciples of the blissful sect whispered among themselves. They all felt that Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, was acting abnormally. The blissful sect was in an uproar because of Ji Fan's words. Ji Fan! A thunderous voice resounded in the blissful sect's estate, causing the eardrums of the members of the blissful sect to tremble. Not only was this voice as deafening as a thunderclap, any normal person would be able to hear the anger contained within it. It's the sect leader's voice. Most of the people in the blissful sect recognized the owner of the voice immediately. It was none other than Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. It seems like the sect leader is very angry. How can he not be angry? The Arhat is his direct disciple, and yet, he publicly announced his intention to leave the blissful sect. If I were him, I would be furious no matter what the reason is. It's understandable for the sect leader to be angry. Naturally, most of the people in the blissful sect could understand Lu Xiankong's anger. Boom! Rumble. As soon as Lu Xiankong's thunderous voice resounded in the blissful sect's estate, a tall figure shot out of the blissful sect's estate at lightning speed. Moreover, due to the speed of the figure, wherever it passed, even space trembled. Rumbling sounds that sounded like mountains were collapsing and the earth cracked open resounded everywhere. He's Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. If it was before, no matter how hard Duan Ling Tian tried, he would not have been able to see the sect leader of the blissful sect. After all, the sect leader of the blissful sect was a 9 palaces celestial duke. Although the sect leader of the blissful sect was slightly weaker than Lian, he was still a 9 palaces celestial duke. He was not someone ordinary celestial dukes could compare to. As Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, began to slow down. In the end, he looked like a crawling snail as he appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Lu Xiankong's speed had not slowed down. Duan Ling Tian had taken this matter seriously. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a 10 directions celestial king. Even if a 9 palaces celestial duke moved at full speed, he would still be as slow as a snail in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. More people are coming. Duan Ling Tian saw Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Many people had gathered around the blissful sect's encampment, and they followed behind Lu Xiankong as they sped through the air toward Nye Tian. After a while, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, was the first to arrive at Duan Ling Tian's location. Ji Fan, do you have any idea what you just said? After Lu Xiankong appeared, he looked at Ji Fan from afar and asked coldly with a dark expression. Master, when Ji Fan saw Lu Xiankong, he instinctively wanted to address Lu Xiankong as master, just like in the past. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he recalled that he had announced his departure from the blissful sect. When he thought about what would happen to the blissful sect, he could not help but feel bitter. Therefore, he kept his mouth shut. Facing Lu Xiankong's question, Ji Fan did not say a word. It was as if he had not heard Lu Xiankong at all. Swoosh. 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 It did not take long for a group of people to appear behind Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, to arrive. These people were none other than the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Ji Fan, didn't you hear the sect leader's question? Ji Fan, have you grown a pair of wings after leaving the sect? Not only did you not bow to the sect leader, but you even dared to ignore the sect leader's words. Ji Fan, are you crazy? Did you just say that you're leaving the sect? Ji Fan, no matter how remorseful you are, I won't allow you to continue being the arhat of the blissful sect. That's right. The next sect leader of the blissful sect can't have such a stain on his record. As soon as the blissful sect's high-ranking members showed up, they began to lash out at Ji Fan, their faces filled with anger. Some of them even gnashed their teeth as they glared at Ji Fan. It was as though they could not wait to tear Ji Fan into pieces and swallow him alive. It had to be said that Ji Fan felt immense pressure when the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect began to reprimand him. However, when Ji Fan recalled the strength of the purple-clad young man standing behind him, he calmed down. The pressure from the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect was nothing compared to the pressure from the purple-clad young man. Master Duan, he's Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Instead of bowing to the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, Ji Fan turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing nearby, and pointed at Lu Xiankong. As for the other old ancestor of the blissful sect, Li Ping, the 10 directions celestial duke, hasn't shown himself yet. Before the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect could react, Ji Fan continued to speak. Ji Fan. How dare you? As soon as Ji Fan finished speaking, Lu Xiankong flew into a rage. He glared at Ji Fan with unparalleled fury. Ji Fan, not only did you call your master by his name, but you even called the old ancestor by his name. This is disrespectful. Ji Fan, are you seeking death? Ji Fan, according to the sect's rules, you should be severely punished for disrespecting your elders. That's right. You must be severely punished. Don't think you'll be able to leave the sect just because you want to. You were groomed by the sect, you'll need the sect's permission to leave. After Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, regained their senses one after another. Their faces were flushed with anger, and it seemed as though they were on the verge of exploding at any moment. However, Ji Fan turned a deaf ear to Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Instead, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian respectfully and made an inviting gesture. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and slowly walked past Ji Fan to stand in front of him. At this moment, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, shifted their attention from Ji Fan to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, their divine consciousness shrouded Duan Lingtian, clearly trying to pry into Duan Lingtian's strength. Duan Lingtian was not bothered by this. Although he could use his powerful divine consciousness to force the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect to retreat, he did not do so. He could not be bothered to waste his time. For this reason, although the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect could not pry into Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, they could still sense the faint aura of Duan Lingtian. This purple-clad young man is not even 100 years old. A purple-clad young man who's not even 100 years old? Moreover, Ji Fan addressed him as Master Duan. Could he be the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian? Upon confirming that the purple-clad young man was younger than 100 years old, a commotion broke out among the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. At the same time, they could vaguely guess the purple-clad young man's identity. Chapter 2902. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian? So, he's the one who's not even 100 years old but is widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions? He's the target old ancestor Lian went to the wasteland to deal with? He's still alive? Moreover, he came to the blissful sect with Ji Fan? What's going on? Why did Ji Fan bring him back? The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect were in an uproar when they figured out Duan Lingtian's identity. Most of them were confused by Duan Lingtian's appearance in the blissful sect's estate. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had come with Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect. You're Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect? Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. I heard from Ji Fan that all of you have decided to kill me, right? Duan Lingtian did not reply to Lu Xiankong's question. Instead, he asked indifferently, what are you talking about? Why are you here? My master was killed by your people? An ominous feeling rose in Lu Xiankong's heart when he saw Duan Lingtian and thought about Ji Fan's unusual behavior. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head and denied Lu Xiankong's question. No. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Xiankong looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Based on Duan Lingtian's gaze, he could tell Duan Lingtian was not lying. Lu Xiankong felt relieved when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, overestimated himself and tried to kill Master Duan. In the end, he was killed by Master Duan instead. Ji Fan said. It was as though the blissful sect had turned against Duan Lingtian. As soon as Ji Fan finished speaking, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Even the disciples of the blissful sect who had rushed over to join in the fun were stunned when they heard Ji Fan's words. The people from the blissful sect looked at each other, speechless. In the end, an old monk wearing a silver kasaya standing behind Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, snapped out of his daze. He looked at Ji Fan and sneered. Ji Fan, do you really think we're 3-year-old kids? You're saying that this brat who's not even 100 years old killed Patriarch Lian? How laughable. Ridiculous. As he spoke, the old monk's face was filled with disbelief. Crazy. This Ji Fan is really crazy. When he announced that he's leaving the blissful sect, I thought that he's crazy. It seems like he's really out of his mind. I really don't know what happened to him. I can't believe he's spouting such nonsense. He's not even 100 years old. It's already good enough for him to become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could such a person kill Patriarch Lian? Only a fool would believe that. After a while, more and more people from the blissful sect regained their senses. However, when they regained their senses, they thought Ji Fan had lost his mind. I've lost my mind? Ji Fan sneered inwardly when he heard their words. However, he did not bother to explain himself. After all, he knew there was no way it would work. No matter how he explained, it was useless. Before this alchemist Duan in front of him made a move, his former fellow disciples would never believe that this alchemist Duan had the ability to kill Lian. I've gone against the blissful sect and cooperated with Duan Ling Tian. I hope he'll spare my life after he destroys the blissful sect's foundation. Ji Fan prayed inwardly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian could easily kill him with just a thought. Shut up. When Duan Ling Tian heard the disdainful words of the people from the blissful sect, he grew impatient and said coldly, "Stop it." His voice was laced with celestial origin energy that shrouded the area within a radius of 1,000 meters, including the people from the blissful sect. Immediately, a terrifying sound wave spread out in the void. It was like a ripple that reverberated in the void within 1,000 meters. This was also because Duan Ling Tian had intentionally limited the range of the sound waves to within a radius of 1,000 meters to ensure the destructive power of the sound waves. The next moment. Ah! Wah! Pfff, as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a series of shrill cries and the sound of people throwing up blood reverberated in the air again. The voices belonged to none other than the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. As for the disciples of the blissful sect, they began to bleed from the 7 orifices on their faces. Soon after, their corpses fell from the sky like rain. Dead? All dead? At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, scanned the area with their divine consciousness and discovered the disciples of the blissful sect were all dead. Some of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, but none of them survived. At this moment, only the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect who were at least celestial dukes survived. Many of the high-ranking officials with weaker cultivation bases had their eardrums ruptured, and some of them were bleeding from the 7 orifices on their faces. However, their injuries were not fatal. With just a single shout, the blissful sect's disciples who had come to watch the show were all killed. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, the expressions of the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect changed drastically. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with fear and dread. Even Lu Xiankong, a 9 palaces celestial duke, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of fear in his eyes. Although Lu Xiankong was capable of creating such a powerful sound wave as well, he was not confident in his ability to do so. However, even if he could create such a powerful sound wave, he knew he would not be able to do it as easily as Duan Ling Tian had done. He's definitely stronger than me. In fact, even an ordinary 10-direction celestial duke might not be as strong as him. Is it possible that he's already a quasi-celestial king? At this moment, a few thoughts flashed in Lu Xiankong's mind. He even speculated that Duan Ling Tian was a quasi-celestial king. It seems like he's the one who killed Master. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength, even Lu Xiankong was no longer dismissive of Ji Fan's words. Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials from the blissful sect were looking at Duan Ling Tian with a fearful expression on their faces. The atmosphere was tense. Boom! Rumble! A series of earth-shattering explosions reverberated through the blissful sect's estate, causing it to shake violently again. What's going on? What's going on now? In the blissful sect's estate, the disciples who were lucky enough to survive because they did not join Duan Ling Tian's battle were shocked by the commotion in the blissful sect's estate. Boom! Rumble! Unlike the commotion caused by the death of Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, this time, the commotion lasted for a long time. It even attracted the attention of Duan Ling Tian and the others. This commotion, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the depths of the blissful sex estate as he extended his divine consciousness to cover the area. Interesting. After a while, a faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. It was as though he had discovered something interesting. Boom. Rumble. The tremors in the blissful sex estate lasted for a full 15 minutes before it finally stopped. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Soon after, a burst of hearty laughter rang out from the depths of the blissful sex estate. I, Li Ping, have finally broken through and become a celestial king. Then, a loud and old voice rang in the air. In just a blink of an eye, everyone in the blissful sex estate heard it. A deathly silence descended upon the blissful sex estate. A few moments later, the silence in the blissful sex estate was replaced by an uproar. Did I hear wrongly? Old Ancestor Li Ping said, he broke through to the immortal king level? Old Ancestor Li Ping has become an immortal king? The blissful sect hasn't had an immortal king for 10,000 years, right? This was the first time in 10,000 years that a celestial king had appeared in the blissful sect. Uncle Master, he broke through and became an immortal king? On the other hand, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, who had initially thought Duan Lingtian was a quasi-celestial king, was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Previously, he was still thinking, if Duan Lingtian was truly a quasi-celestial king, even his senior uncle, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, might not be able to defeat him. In fact, he might not even be a match for his opponent. Currently, his senior uncle had just broken through and become a celestial king. This caused him to feel a wave of excitement, and the haze in his heart was swept away. Fan is back. A few moments later, a powerful divine consciousness swept out and shrouded the entire blissful sex estate. Then, the old voice rang in the air again. It was obvious that the owner of the voice had also discovered Ji Fan. Master Duan, the voice belongs to the other old ancestor of the blissful sect, Li Ping. Ji Fan said to Duan Lingtian at this moment. A hint of panic and dread could be seen in his eyes as he said, he seems to have broken through and become a celestial king. Upon hearing this, Ji Fan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Duan Lingtian. He was very afraid to see fear in Duan Lingtian's eyes because that would also mean that Duan Lingtian was extremely fearful. This meant that Duan Lingtian was not confident he could defeat Li Ping, who had broken through and become a celestial king. Chapter 2903. Ji Fan stared at Duan Lingtian intently. He could not wait to see how Duan Lingtian would react after Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, had become a celestial king. At this moment, Ji Fan was extremely nervous. If Duan Lingtian was no match for Li Ping, who had become a celestial king, Ji Fan would lose a layer of skin even if he managed to survive this ordeal. Moreover, he would be ruining his own future, making it impossible for him to become the next sect leader of the blissful sect. Celestial King? Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged when he heard Ji Fan's words. He looked in the direction where Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, had spoken. A faint smile appeared on his face. Ji Fan could sense Duan Lingtian's confidence when he saw how calm Duan Lingtian was. He sighed in relief inwardly. Based on the current situation, it seemed like Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. It seemed like Duan Lingtian was not afraid of Li Ping, who had just become a celestial king. What's going on? Why are there so many casualties? A loud voice rang in the air again. It was clear the person had noticed the deaths of the blissful sect's disciples. He's here. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. An old monk appeared in Lu Xuankong's line of sight. His speed was much faster than Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Before today, he was only a 10-direction celestial duke. Now, he's a 1-basic celestial king. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw the old monk's speed. After all, he knew the old monk was Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Li Ping was the strongest person in the blissful sect. In the past, Li Ping was only considered the strongest person in the blissful sect since nobody knew if there were any quasi-celestial kings hidden in the 6 southeastern regions. However, now that Li Ping had become a celestial king, he was the strongest person in the blissful sect. Even if the blissful sect had quasi-celestial kings hidden in the 6 southeastern regions, they were still weaker than Li Ping. Perhaps, they were also celestial kings in the past. However, after staying in the borderlands for so long, they were affected by the formations in the borderlands and the central area. For this reason, their cultivation base had regressed to that of a 10-direction celestial duke. At that time, a celestial king was a celestial duke, a true celestial king. For this reason, Li Ping's celestial king was a quasi-celestial king hidden in the blissful sect. Swoosh! Senior uncle, congratulations for becoming a celestial king. As soon as Lu Xiankong saw the newcomer, he immediately congratulated the newcomer for breaking through and becoming a celestial king. Congratulations, old ancestor. Congratulations, old ancestor. As soon as Lu Xiankong finished speaking, the high-ranking members of the blissful sect regained their senses and congratulated Li Ping, who seemed to have appeared out of thin air. However, Li Ping ignored Lu Xiankong and the others' congratulatory words. He glanced at the corpses on the ground and said, "These are the disciples of the blissful sect?" Moreover, they were all killed by the sound waves. Li Ping was a celestial king now. Even before his breakthrough, he could easily discover the cause of death when he scanned the bodies of the blissful sect's disciples with his divine consciousness. Who can tell me what is going on? Li Ping muttered to himself in a high-pitched voice. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect shuddered in fear when they heard Li Ping's words. As soon as Li Ping finished speaking, he noticed Ji Fan and Duan Lingtian standing in front of him. Li Ping was about to speak to Ji Fan when a voice rang in the air. Old ancestor. An elder from the blissful sect standing behind Lu Xiankong cried out in grief. Then, he pointed at Ji Fan and said angrily, "That's Ji Fan." He brought an outsider into the blissful sect and publicly announced that he's leaving the sect. Those disciples who were killed by the sound waves were killed by the outsiders Ji Fan brought with him. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian who was standing in front of Ji Fan. What? Li Ping's expression changed drastically when he heard the elder's words. At this moment, a terrifying aura surged out of his body. It was the aura of a celestial king, the sect leader of the blissful sect, Lu Xiankong, and the other high-ranking officials from the blissful sect felt their hearts palpitating. That's the celestial origin energy of a celestial king? The celestial origin energy of a celestial king is too powerful. The high-ranking members of the blissful sect looked at each other in dismay. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. Although they were all celestial dukes, they could still feel the threat of death when they sensed the aura of a celestial king's celestial origin energy. On the other hand, Ji Fan, whose cultivation base was weaker than Duan Lingtian's, was not affected by the aura at all since he was standing behind Duan Lingtian. Li Ping glanced at Ji Fan coldly, causing Ji Fan's face to turn pale with fright. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His soul that had just entered the realm of a one basic celestial king sent out a powerful divine consciousness that shrouded Duan Lingtian's body. Not even 100 years old? Based on the aura of Duan Lingtian's flesh and blood, Li Ping was certain that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. He tried to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, but to no avail. You said he's the one who killed the disciples of the blissful sect with the sound waves? Li Ping turned to look at the elder from the blissful sect and said coldly, "He's not even 100 years old, and yet, he killed so many disciples of the blissful sect in front of all of you. Do you think all of you can just stand there and do nothing?" Li Ping's tone turned colder and colder as he spoke. The elder from the blissful sect was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat as the corners of his lips twitched uncontrollably. He was so frightened that he remained silent for a long time. Senior uncle. At this moment, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, spoke in a grave tone. Although he's not even 100 years old, he's stronger than me. He's at least a 10-direction celestial duke. In fact, he might even be a quasi-celestial king. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duanling Tian. A 10 directions celestial duke? A quasi-celestial king? Li Ping was taken aback by Lu Xiankong's words. Then, he looked at Duanling Tian skeptically. Him? I, Li Ping, can kill this brat who is not even 100 years old with a flip of my hand. Li Ping sneered as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and gathered in his right hand. Boom! In the next moment, Li Ping's celestial origin energy surged out of his right hand as he pushed it toward Duanling Tian. The palm seal was like a small mountain as it shot toward Duanling Tian. Boom! 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 When the palm seal passed by a celestial king, it was as though thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping toward Duanling Tian. The sound of explosions reverberated in the air. Just as Li Ping's right hand was about to land on Duanling Tian's body, Duanling Tian was stunned. In the blink of an eye, at this critical moment, immobilization king. A layer of golden light rose from the surface of Duanling Tian's body. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into the silhouette of a golden Buddha that shrouded him completely. In the next moment, boom! Rumble! A deafening explosion rang in the air as Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, struck the silhouette of the golden Buddha that had risen from Duanling Tian's body. The terrifying force caused the silhouette of the golden Buddha to tremble. However, the silhouette of the golden Buddha remained standing even after the energy from the palm seal was depleted. It looked like a guardian deity who was loyal to Duanling Tian. Immobilization king? Who are you? How do you know the blissful sect's celestial method? Although it was only a casual attack, Li Ping was still shocked that the purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old was able to block his attack. However, there was another thing that caught his attention. The purple-clad young man's celestial method was none other than the Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King. Moreover, looking at the immovable wisdom king that the other party used, it was obvious that he had comprehended this immortal technique to the extreme and had completely mastered it. Senior uncle. Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, reminded Li Ping, he's the one who won the Immobilization King's celestial method during the alchemy conference. He's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect, Duanling Tian. Also, I suspect that. Master, he was most likely the one who killed him. Lu Xiankong's tone grew heavier as he spoke. What? He's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect? That brat who's not even 100 years old but is widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions? Didn't you say he's just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Although Li Ping did not attend the previous alchemy conference, after Li An's death, he found out quite a bit about the alchemy conference. Among them, he knew about the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect. Chapter 2904. Lu Xiankong smiled wryly when he heard Li Ping's question. The high-ranking officials behind him could not help but smile wryly as well. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? This was the first thought that appeared in the minds of Lu Xiankong and the others. Naturally, they did not dare to voice their thoughts out loud. Senior uncle. Lu Xiankong smiled wryly and said, I didn't attend the alchemy conference. Master was the one who told me that Duanling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect, is only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. That's right, old ancestor. The high-ranking officials from the blissful sect chimed in as soon as Lu Xiankong finished speaking. Old ancestor Lian was the one who told us that. That's right. We haven't seen Duanling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect, so we can't be certain of his cultivation base. Old ancestor, Li Ping's expression darkened when he heard the words of the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect. He said angrily, based on what you're saying, my dead brother and should be held responsible for this matter? You won't even let a dead person off the hook? In the end, Li Ping's tone became incomparably cold. At the same time, Lu Xiankong and the others did not dare to say a word. When Li Ping saw that Lu Xiankong and the others had stopped talking, he turned around and looked at Duan Tian coldly before he said coldly, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it if someone who's not even 100 years old could withstand my attack after I've broken through and become a celestial king. Since you're able to withstand my attack so easily, you're at least a 10-direction celestial duke. In fact, you might even be a quasi-celestial king, right? As he spoke, Li Ping's words were clearly meant to test Duan Tian. A quasi-celestial king? Duan Tian raised an eyebrow as a faint smile appeared on his face. Duan Tian's indifferent and casual appearance fell into Li Ping's eyes. For a moment, Li Ping's heart skipped a beat and he became incomparably fearful. This Duan Tian, even though he knows that I've already broken through and become an immortal king, he's still so fearless? Li Ping was definitely the oldest person in the blissful sect. It was precisely because he had lived for so long and seen so much that he thought more. In his opinion, there were only two reasons why this purple-clothed young man could be so fearless at this time. The first reason was that he was deliberately mystifying. He wanted to use this kind of calm and indifferent attitude to make others fear him and not dare to rashly make a move against him. The second reason was that he had a powerful background, and he was not worried that the blissful sect would dare to touch him. The former was still fine. If it was the latter, the blissful sect would be annihilated even if he managed to kill the other party. Duan Tian. After thinking for a while, Li Ping took a deep breath, looked at Duan Tian and asked, "My brethren, was it you who killed him?" "Brethren?" Duan Tian was taken aback when he heard Li Ping's words. "It's Lian. He's my cousin," Li Ping said in a deep voice. "Lian?" Duan Tian raised an eyebrow. Then, he said indifferently, "You're talking about him?" "That's right. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. However, it seems like he's not the only one who wants to kill me. Many people in the blissful sect want to kill me as well." Duan Tian glanced at the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, before a sneer appeared on his face. "That's why I'm in the blissful sect right now. I have a very bad habit," he said with a smile. "Generally speaking, I don't want to let those who want to kill me live." As soon as Duan Tian finished speaking, his voice that was originally calm suddenly became louder. A pair of calm eyes suddenly shot out bursts of cold killing intent. As soon as Duan Tian finished speaking, Li Ping's expression changed drastically. The expressions of the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect changed drastically as well. After all, they knew Duan Tian was referring to them. Before Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, brought Ji Fan to the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland to kill Duan Tian, they had a meeting. At that time, they had unanimously agreed to kill Duan Tian. At that time, they had made the decision to kill Duan Tian because they knew Duan Tian did not have a powerful background. But from the looks of it now, even if the other party didn't have any status or background, the decision they made in that meeting was extremely wrong. After all, Duan Tian was a 10-direction celestial duke or a quasi-celestial king. Such a powerhouse was not someone the blissful sect could afford to offend. Fortunately, old ancestor Li Ping has successfully become a celestial king. Otherwise, he might not be a match for Duan Tian. God bless the blissful sect. If old ancestor Li Ping hadn't become a celestial king, the blissful sect would have been annihilated today. A quasi-celestial king won't care if we have a quasi-celestial king in the 6 southeastern regions. With old ancestor Li Ping's current strength, it won't be difficult for him to kill Duan Tian. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect sighed in relief when they thought about Li Ping's current strength. At the same time, they were relieved that Li Ping had made a breakthrough at such a critical moment. They could only hope that Li Ping would kill Duan Tian. However, Li Ping had no intention of killing Duan Tian for the time being. In other words, he was still cautious. Duan Tian. Li Ping looked at Duan Tian and said in a deep voice, "Since you've killed my brethren, why don't we put an end to this matter? I won't make a move against you anymore." Although Li Ping felt Duan Tian was only bluffing, he did not dare to take the risk. After all, if he lost, the blissful sect would be annihilated. Put an end to this matter? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback by Li Ping's words. However, he could not help but chuckle when he heard Li Ping's words. I heard from Ji Fan that you didn't participate in the meeting that decided to kill me. Therefore, I won't kill you today, but I won't let any of them live. Duan Lingtian turned to look at Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Based on Ji Fan's words, these people had participated in the meeting that decided to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, our old ancestor, has already broken through and become a celestial king. He's being merciful by not killing you. If you continue to blabber on, our old ancestor will turn you into ashes. An elder from the blissful sect said coldly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. That's right. If you want to kill us, you'll have to go through our old ancestor first. Another elder from the blissful sect chimed in. Although Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect remained silent, based on their expressions, it was clear they viewed Li Ping as their savior. Moreover, they were confident Li Ping would be able to protect them with his current strength. It seems like all of you really view Li Ping as your savior. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly when he heard Li Ping's words. Li Ping's heart skipped a beat when he saw Duan Lingtian's bright smile. He was even more wary of Duan Lingtian now. Duan Lingtian, they're the pillars of the blissful sect. If you kill them, the blissful sect will be annihilated. Li Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, naturally, the blissful sect is at fault. As long as you don't kill them, the blissful sect is willing to compensate you. As long as it's within our means, we'll compensate you. Based on Li Ping's words, it was clear he was willing to compromise. Naturally, there were two prerequisites. Duan Lingtian would not kill Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. After Li Ping had become a celestial king, he had planned to leave the borderlands and the 6 southeastern regions for the central area. In fact, he had already made up his mind before he had broken through. For this reason, he knew he couldn't stay in the blissful sect forever, and he didn't plan to stay here forever. After all, if he stayed, not only would his cultivation base decline to that of a celestial duke, but he would also become a quasi-celestial king. Moreover, even if he went to the central area, it would be difficult for him to make any further progress. If Duan Lingtian killed Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, it would be equivalent to annihilating the blissful sect. Li Ping did not want to see that happen. Old ancestor. Old ancestor. As soon as Li Ping finished speaking, apart from Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, who seemed to have figured out Li Ping's concerns, the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect were puzzled. They wanted Li Ping to kill Duan Lingtian immediately. Everyone, haven't you thought about how Duan Lingtian is so calm and fearless in the face of the old ancestor who has become a celestial king? Is it true that he has no background? He's a quasi-celestial king and a 10-direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old. Does he really not have a powerful background? The old ancestor must be worried that killing Duan Lingtian would bring disaster to the blissful sect. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect fell silent when they heard Lu Xiankong's voice transmission. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed like they had no other choice. After all, it was too risky to kill Duan Lingtian. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Li Ping's words. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, I came here today to kill them. Apart from that, I won't accept any compensation from the blissful sect. Li Ping, you can just stand by and watch. Chapter 2905. Li Ping, why don't you just stand by and watch? If you interfere, I, Duan Lingtian, don't mind killing one more person. When Duan Lingtian's voice entered the ears of the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect, it was as though a gust of cold wind had blown past them, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Fear rose in the hearts of the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect when they heard Li Ping's words. This was because the fact that Duan Lingtian dared to say such words at this moment proved that he had his own confidence. Although it was possible that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying them, they still felt slightly uneasy in their hearts before they were 100% certain that he was deliberately mystifying them. You, Duan Lingtian, don't mind killing one more person? Li Ping sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, the reason I'm willing to compromise is because I'm giving face to the force behind you. I'm not afraid of you at all. A hint of disdain could be heard in his voice as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Is that so? Duan Lingtian asked calmly. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Li Ping. No matter what, I can't just watch you kill them. If you want to kill them, you'll have to get past me first. Li Ping said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic aura surged out of his body. The high-ranking officials from the blissful sect shuddered in fear when they saw Li Ping's aura. Even the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect felt pressured when they sensed Li Ping's aura. Only Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, who was the strongest among the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect, fared better. Boom! 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 At this moment, Li Ping's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. His terrifying aura caused the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect to shudder in fear. Even the people in the blissful sect's estate could sense his aura. What a powerful aura! This aura is Patriarch Li Ping's? This is the aura of an immortal king expert. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the blissful sect's estate. Soon after, many of the blissful sect's disciples flew into the air and approached the area. However, even if they approached, they only dared to watch from afar. That is, what's going on? Why did so many people die? Isn't that senior brother Huang Bin? He's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How did he die here? As the group of blissful sect's disciples approached the scene, many of them discovered the corpses that littered the ground. They were the corpses of the blissful sect's disciples. They don't have any external wounds on their bodies, but almost all of them have blood stains on their 7 orifices. There are no external wounds, but blood is flowing out of his orifices. This doesn't seem like a soul attack. Rather, it seems more like a sound wave attack. Oh my God. Just a sound wave attack was enough to kill these senior brothers. What kind of powerful existence is the one who launched the sound wave attack? That kind of existence should be at least on the same level as Lord Sect Leader, right? A commotion broke out among the blissful sect's disciples when they saw the corpses littering the ground. However, after looking at the corpses for a while, they shifted their attention to the group of people standing in front of them. It's Lord Sect Leader. The elders are here as well. Is that old ancestor Li Ping? I think so. Based on the situation, it seems like old ancestor Li Ping is very wary of the purple-clad young man standing in front of him. Isn't the purple-clad young man standing next to the Arhat? Earlier, the Arhat announced that he's leaving the blissful sect. Is it possible that he's planning to join the purple-clad young man? Since the old ancestor, who has become a celestial king, is so wary of the purple-clad young man. This purple-clad young man isn't simple. Those senior brothers must have been killed by his sound wave attack. At this moment, the blissful sect's disciples shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. A hint of dread could be seen in their eyes when they looked at him. After all, the masters of the corpses were much stronger than them. However, all of them were dead now. Many of the blissful sect's disciples instinctively retreated, afraid that the purple-clad young man would unleash another sound wave attack. It seems like the sect leader and the others have arrived a long time ago, but the old ancestor has just arrived. The sect leader and the others didn't make a move before the old ancestor arrived. The sect leader and the others didn't make a move even though so many of their disciples were killed. It seems like the purple-clad young man is very strong. Even the sect leader doesn't dare to make a move against him. Who's that purple-clad young man? Could he be a 10-direction celestial duke? I've never heard of such a young 10-direction celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions before. Who's he? Since the old ancestor has decided to make a move, I'm sure he'll be severely injured even if he doesn't die. That's only natural. The old ancestor is no longer the same as before. He's now a celestial king. The blissful sect's disciples whispered among themselves as they speculated among themselves. They were certain the purple-clad young man was strong. Otherwise, the sect leader of the blissful sect and the others wouldn't have stood idly by as the purple-clad young man killed so many disciples of the blissful sect. Although they knew the purple-clad young man was stronger than Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, they were confident in their old ancestor, Li Ping. After all, Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, had become a powerful celestial king. In the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands, celestial kings had always been considered invincible. It seems like you're still trying to stop me. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw Li Ping's celestial origin energy surging out of his body. It was as though Li Ping had transformed into a god of war. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This flash of cold light was coincidentally caught by Li Ping. For a moment, Li Ping could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Is he not just a 10 directions celestial duke or a quasi-celestial king? As the chill rose in his heart, Li Ping's mind suddenly, without any reason, came up with such a thought. It took a long time for the thought to surface in his mind. Since you've chosen to stop me, I'll let you die with them. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, an even more terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of his body. Li Ping's expression changed drastically when he sensed the terrifying aura from Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, were horrified when they sensed the aura of Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. In fact, in the depths of their eyes, there was even a hint of despair. At this moment, they could clearly feel the gap between Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy and Li Ping's celestial origin energy. The gap between their celestial origin energy and Li Ping's celestial origin energy was not just a few stages apart. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Boom! Rumble. Before the disciples of the blissful sect could react, a purple energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and shot toward Li Ping. Swoosh! After all, Li Ping had used his celestial origin energy first. As soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, Li Ping unleashed his celestial origin energy. The silhouette of a golden Buddha appeared around him to protect him. In addition, one could also see a thick and translucent giant bell within the golden Buddha silhouette, enveloping his entire body. Immobilization King Art. Profound Bell Defense. Upon seeing this, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, realized what Li Ping was doing. Li Ping had cast the blissful sect's triple trait Duke grade celestial method, the Immobilization King Art, and the Profound Bell Defense, the blissful sect's triple trait Duke grade celestial ability. Whether it was the Immovable Wisdom King or the Profound Bell Defense, in terms of defensive abilities, they were top-notch among the Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Now, when they saw Li Ping execute the Immobilization King method and the Profound Bell Defense, they subconsciously believed in these two methods, and they subconsciously hoped that Li Ping would be able to block Duan Lingtian's attack. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten about the difference between Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy and Li Ping's celestial origin energy. It's too fast. It's impossible to record Master Duan's attack. As soon as Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body, Ji Fan took out a floating image pearl that was a Duke-grade celestial weapon. However, he soon discovered it was impossible for a floating image pearl of this grade to record Duan Lingtian's attack. Fortunately, Li Ping doesn't intend to run away. At least, we'll be able to record him defending against Master Duan's attack. I wonder if Master Duan's attack will be able to break through Li Ping's defense. With Li Ping's current defense, even an ordinary two-form celestial king won't be able to break through it without mastering a celestial method or divine ability. Ji Fan's heart was filled with anticipation as he used the floating image pearl to record the scene before him. After all, the aura of Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy had completely avoided Ji Fan's detection. Moreover, Ji Fan was standing behind Duan Lingtian so he could not detect Li Ping's celestial origin energy. Chapter 2906. As soon as these thoughts appeared in Ji Fan's mind, boom! Rumble. In just a blink of an eye, the purple energy from Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy collided with the golden Buddha silhouette that had emerged from Ji Fan's body like a torrential flood. In the next moment, bang! At the same time, the high-ranking members of the blissful sect heard a loud bang. Then, they clearly saw the scene before them. The golden Buddha silhouettes around Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, could not withstand Duanling Tian's purple energy at all. As soon as they came into contact with the purple energy, the golden Buddha silhouettes shattered instantly. No! When the golden Buddha's silhouette was destroyed by Duanling Tian's powerful force, Li Ping let out a cry of unwillingness. At the same time, a small bell appeared in his hand. As soon as he infused it with his celestial origin energy, it shone brightly. In the next moment, Duanling Tian could clearly see Li Ping's appearance. The small bell in Li Ping's hand, after being infused with his celestial core power, extended a series of complicated and obscure translucent runes in a timely manner. These runes merged with the silhouette of the huge bell that was shrouded in Li Ping's hand. In just a blink of an eye, runes began to appear on the smooth surface of the huge bell. These runes were none other than the small bell in Li Ping's hand. After leaving the small bell, the runes merged with the silhouette of the huge bell. A king-grade celestial weapon? Duanling Tian speculated that the small bell in Li Ping's hand was a king-grade celestial weapon. The blissful sect has 2 king-grade celestial weapons. One of them is in the possession of the 10 Directions Celestial Duke while the other is in the possession of the sect leader of the blissful sect. Up until now, Duanling Tian still remembered the words of the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect. For this reason, the other old ancestor of the blissful sect, Lian, did not possess a king-grade celestial weapon. Although Duanling Tian had killed him, he did not obtain a king-grade celestial weapon. Boom! Rumble. As soon as the mysterious runes were added to the huge bell, the purple energy from Duanling Tian's attack, the purple energy from Duanling Tian's divine ability, landed on the huge bell's silhouette. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of loud noises, the phantom of the huge bell shook. One could clearly see with the naked eye that the obscure runes on the phantom of the huge bell were fading at an extremely fast speed. Some of the runes faded for a while before completely disappearing. I didn't expect your divine ability to have such a strong defense after using a king-grade celestial weapon. Duanling Tian was surprised that Li Ping was able to give his divine ability such a strong defense. One must know that Li Ping's immovable wisdom king, in the blink of an eye, was defeated by his attack. Although Duanling Tian did not use his full strength, he was still able to defeat Lian. Although the power of his slap on the giant bell shadow outside Li Ping's body was somewhat offset by Li Ping's immortal technique immovable wisdom king, it was not much weaker than before. If Li Ping's body still had a layer of the golden Buddha shadow transformed by the Akalanatha, this power, at most, would only need to spend half a breath or a breath's time to completely destroy him. But now, the giant bell shadow on Li Ping's body lasted for a few breaths of time. Based on the situation, Duanling Tian would only be able to defeat the silhouette and kill Li Ping after the runes on the bell's silhouette disappeared. Duanling Tian. I admit defeat. Duanling Tian, from today onward, I'm no longer the old ancestor of the blissful sect. I'm no longer a member of the blissful sect. I have nothing to do with the blissful sect. Let me go. Let me go. Li Ping's panicked voice rang in the air. Based on his words, it was clear he was willing to give up the blissful sect for his own life. After all, human nature was pragmatic. In the past, Li Ping might have done his best for the blissful sect. However, now that he was on the brink of death, he had made up his mind to give up his life. In particular, Li Ping had successfully broken through to the Celestial King stage. After leaving the borderlands and heading to the central area, he would have a bright future ahead of him. But once he died here, there would be nothing left. Everything would vanish into thin air. Moreover, if he died, the blissful sect's high-ranking officials would not be able to live as well. The blissful sect would be destroyed as well. At that time, no one would be able to praise him for sacrificing himself for the blissful sect. After thinking through all these, Li Ping still felt that his life was more important than anything else. It's too late. Hearing Li Ping's words that were filled with terror, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained calm, his gaze cold, and his tone indifferent. Bang! At the same time, the runes on Li Ping's gigantic bell disappeared. The gigantic bell that had lost its runes was completely destroyed by Duan Ling Tian's attack in just half a breath's time. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. In the next moment, boom! 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 After Li Ping's 2 layers of defense were destroyed, Duan Lingtian's attack devoured Li Ping like a ferocious beast. Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, was a one basic celestial king. At this moment, Li Ping was dead. Moreover, when Duan Lingtian's attack devoured Li Ping, the purple energy caused the space where Li Ping was standing to tremble. The sound of explosions rang in the air as though it would never stop. Swoosh! 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 At the same time, a strong gust of wind blew against the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, forcing some of the elders with weaker cultivation bases to retreat. Their faces turned pale from the gust of wind. Although the blissful sect's disciples were further away from the battle, most of them were sent flying by the strong wind due to their weaker cultivation bases. Some of them were even injured by the strong wind. In a battle between powerhouses, those with weaker cultivations within a certain radius were destined to be caught in the crossfire. This was unavoidable. Disperse. With just a thought from Duan Lingtian, the purple energy that was still wreaking havoc in the air dissipated. It was as though the purple energy had never appeared in the first place. At the same time, the tension in the air eased a little. Return. When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a spatial ring and an exquisite little bell in the distant sky were pulled over by his energy. As expected, it's a king-grade celestial weapon. As soon as Duan Lingtian held the small bell, he was certain it was a king-grade celestial weapon. Not bad. On top of that, it can be used together with the blissful sect's defensive divine ability to boost its prowess. It should be able to be used with other defensive divine abilities as well. For example, my East Rising Purple Chi. With this thought in mind, purple energy began to surge out of Duan Lingtian's body. In just a blink of an eye, the purple energy formed a purple light shield around Duan Lingtian's body and enveloped him completely. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian tried to use the exquisite little bell in his hand. Inscriptions extended from the little bell and merged with the purple light shield, causing many clearly visible inscriptions to appear on the purple light shield. I wonder if this king-grade celestial weapon can strengthen the defense of a celestial method? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian cast the celestial method he had won from the blissful sect, the immobilization king method. The silhouette of a golden Buddha appeared around Duan Lingtian, shrouding the purple light shield as well. In the next moment, with just a thought in his mind, the rune that extended from the exquisite little bell in his hand instantly passed through the purple light shield and merged with the golden Buddha silhouette. Yes. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as soon as he saw this. Duan Lingtian could clearly see inscriptions on the silhouette of the golden Buddha. Apart from that, he could clearly sense the defensive strength of the silhouette of the golden Buddha was much stronger than before. It seems like this is a defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the small bell in his hand. Ever since Duan Lingtian had arrived in the spirit overarching heaven, he had studied the celestial weapons in the Devata realms. He knew the celestial weapons in the Devata realms were divided into several categories. Among them, defensive celestial weapons were most useful in enhancing one's defense. For example, the small bell in his hand was a perfect example. While Duan Lingtian was experimenting with the king-grade celestial weapon, the exquisite little bell, the high-ranking officials and ordinary disciples of the blissful sect did not even dare to move their bodies. All of them were looking at Duan Lingtian anxiously. At this moment, they were deeply afraid their actions would attract Duan Lingtian's attention and bring about a fatal disaster to themselves. After all, even the strongest old ancestor of the blissful sect, Li Ping, had been killed by Duan Lingtian. If this had happened before Li Ping had become a celestial king, they would not have feared Duan Lingtian would annihilate the blissful sect even if Duan Lingtian had killed Li Ping. After all, it was highly likely that the blissful sect still had quasi-celestial kings hidden in the 6 southeastern regions. However, now that Li Ping, who had become a celestial king, was dead, they knew the purple-clad young man would not be afraid of the quasi-celestial kings hidden in the 6 southeastern regions. Because the strength of those quasi-immortal kings was even inferior to Li Ping who had just died. Chapter 2907. Who is he? Just now, the old ancestor called him Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian. Why does this name sound so familiar? Duan Lingtian? Isn't he the chief celestial alchemist of the Wasteland's Tai-E celestial sect who became famous during the alchemy conference? That's right. It's him. The chief celestial alchemist of the Wasteland's Tai-E celestial sect is also called Duan Lingtian. No wonder his name sounds familiar. Is Duan Lingtian the same as Duan Lingtian? You're thinking too much. Put aside the fact that the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect is not even 100 years old, he's an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist who's widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Even if he's not a celestial alchemist, it's impossible for him to be so strong when he's not even 100 years old. That's right. Duan Lingtian is at least a celestial king. Moreover, he's not an ordinary celestial king. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill old ancestor Li Ping so easily. Old ancestor Li Ping even used the 10,000 talismans bell, one of the 2 sect-guarding celestial weapons of the blissful sect. Even then, he still couldn't block Duan Lingtian's attack. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is at least a 3-talent celestial king. I agree. After all, Duan Lingtian didn't even use a celestial weapon when he attacked. In the distance, a group of blissful sect's disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of fear in their eyes. Why did he come to the blissful sect? He won't attack us, right? If he attacks us, we'll definitely die. Someone like him won't bother to attack us, right? Since the disciples of the blissful sect did not know the purpose of Duan Lingtian's visit, they were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, they knew Duan Lingtian's strength was not to be trifled with. If Duan Lingtian wanted to attack them, even the sect leader of the blissful sect would not be able to protect them. After all, even their old ancestor who had just become a celestial king had been killed by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength was the blissful sect of the blissful sect. If Duan Lingtian, Duan celestial, Duan Lingtian, now, it's time to settle the score between us. Duan Lingtian ignored the disciples of the blissful sect. Instead, he looked at the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, led by Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. As soon as Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, their expressions changed drastically. Duan Lingtian. The reason old ancestor Lian went to the Tai-E celestial sect to kill you in the wasteland has nothing to do with us or the blissful sect. Please don't misunderstand, an elder from the blissful sect who was standing behind Lu Xiankong said to Duan Lingtian anxiously. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect nodded in agreement. Although they had agreed to kill Duan Lingtian, they had no choice but to admit it. At this moment, they could not admit to it. If they did, they would definitely die. Even Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect who had become a celestial king, had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing a chicken. With how easy it was for Duan Lingtian to kill Li Ping, it was impossible for them to even have the chance to escape. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he could easily kill all of them before they could escape. That's right. After a while, another elder of the blissful sect stepped forward and said, Master Duan, we have nothing to do with Lian going to the Tai-E celestial sect to kill you. He's just trying to seek revenge on you for being too arrogant during the alchemy conference. In the past, he didn't dare to make a move on you for fear that you might be from a powerful clan in the central area. However, after he returned to the blissful sect, he used the sect's intelligence network to investigate you. After confirming that you're not from a powerful clan in the central area, he immediately brought Ji Fan to kill you. After the elder finished speaking, he looked at Ji Fan, who was standing behind Duanling Tian, coldly and said, "You're right. As for Ji Fan, he's the one who instigated Lian to kill you, Master Duan. He said that we're only trying to shirk responsibility and protect ourselves by holding a meeting to kill you." The elder of the blissful sect looked at Duanling Tian sincerely, as though he was trying to gain Duanling Tian's trust. Nonsense. As soon as the elder of the blissful sect finished speaking, Ji Fan, who had just put the floating image pearl away, looked like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. He glared at the elder of the blissful sect and said coldly, "What are you talking about? Elder Yuan, you're spouting nonsense. I admit that I participated in the meeting to kill Master Duan. In fact, I even declared that I wanted to kill Master Duan. However, if you say that I'm the main culprit and want to clear your name, I won't accept it. I won't take the blame for this. It's not my fault, so don't try to make me the scapegoat." When Ji Fan reached the end of his sentence, his face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, emitting waves of coldness. "Ji Fan, you're the culprit, and yet, you're trying to drag us down with you. We didn't offend you in the past, did we? Ji Fan. You and old ancestor Lian were the ones who insisted on killing Master Duan. What does it have to do with us? Ji Fan, don't think you can fool Master Duan. With Master Duan's intelligence, how could he not see that you and old ancestor Lian were the ones who insisted on killing Master Duan?" Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, remained silent. However, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect pointed at Ji Fan and shouted. Based on their words, it was obvious they were trying to shift the blame to Ji Fan. "Master Duan?" The elders called Duan Lingtian Master Duan. Moreover, the elders mentioned that Master Duan is from the Tai-E celestial sect of the wasteland. Is he really Master Duan from the Tai-E celestial sect of the wasteland? That's impossible, right? Master Duan isn't even 100 years old, right? It's already amazing that he has such achievements in alchemy even though he's not even 100 years old. Moreover, he's also a celestial king. Is this a joke? The disciples of the blissful sect who were watching from afar were stunned when they heard the elders of the blissful sect addressing Duan Lingtian and mentioning Duan Lingtian's background. As far as they knew, Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. Master Duan of the Tai-E celestial sect in the wasteland was indeed called Duan Lingtian. He was an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old. After the alchemy conference, he was widely acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Apart from that, they did not know much about Duan Lingtian from the Tai-E celestial sect of the wasteland. I don't think that's possible. If he's really Master Duan, it's too unbelievable, right? That's right. He's not even 100 years old, but he's not only an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist, but he's also a celestial king? Is it even possible for such a monster to exist in this world? I think it's impossible as well. How can there be such a coincidence? Earlier, the elders mentioned that Duan Lingtian had a feud with old ancestor Lian during the alchemy conference. As far as I know, there's only one person called Duan Lingtian from the Tai-E celestial sect of the wasteland who attended the alchemy conference, right? Is it possible that he's really Duan Lingtian? This is too unbelievable. As the disciples of the blissful sect discussed among themselves, they were certain that Duan Lingtian was a supreme celestial alchemist. The purple-clad young man in front of them was at least a 3-talent celestial king. He was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect of the wasteland, Duan Lingtian. Humph. Duan Lingtian scoffed when he saw the elders of the blissful sect trying to frame Ji Fan, causing the elders to shut their mouths immediately. Master Duan. At this moment, Ji Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, "Master Duan, even if you really want to kill me, I, Ji Fan, still want to say that apart from me, they're also the ones who decided to kill you. Ji Fan said coldly as he looked at the elders of the blissful sect. Ji Fan. You're going to die, and you're going to drag me down with you? Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, the elders of the blissful sect who had fallen silent earlier jumped up in anger. Master Duan, don't believe Ji Fan's words. Ji Fan has nothing left to lose. He just wants to drag a few more people down with him. That's right, Master Duan. Ji Fan's words can't be trusted. Master Duan, the group of blissful sect's elders looked at Duan Ling Tian and began to defend themselves. Beads of cold sweat could be seen on their foreheads. Sect leader Lu, do you have anything to say? Duan Ling Tian ignored the elders of the blissful sect and looked at Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, who had remained silent all this while. Master Duan, just as the elders of the blissful sect have said, this matter is the fault of my unfilial disciple, Ji Fan, and my master, Lian. Lu Xiankong finally spoke in a deep voice when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Chapter 2908. Although I wasn't involved in your death, Master Duan, Ji Fan is my direct disciple, and Lian is my master. It's only right for me to bear some responsibility. Lu Xiankong looked at Duan Lingtian and said sincerely, however, I hope you can spare the innocent elders of the blissful sect. Ha ha ha. As soon as Lu Xiankong finished speaking, Ji Fan, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, could not help but burst out laughing. Lu Xiankong, although I've been your direct disciple for many years, I didn't expect you to be so good at acting. Grandmaster, all of you, and I were the ones who made the decision to kill Master Duan. Now, you're trying to shift the blame to Grandmaster and me? If that's the case, why didn't you explain yourself when I said all of you were the ones who made the decision to kill Master Duan? Why are all of you trying to explain yourself after Master Duan killed Li Ping? Ji Fan sneered when he finished speaking. Master Duan, don't listen to him. Master Duan, he's lying. Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, the elders of the blissful sect grew anxious again. They wanted to defend themselves, but Ji Fan's words did not reach their ears. However, Duan Ling Tian was already tired of listening to their excuses. In fact, he knew they were trying to shift the blame when they tried to shift the blame to Duan Ling Tian. After all, there was no reason for Ji Fan to lie to him earlier. He had only asked Ji Fan about it after he killed Lian. That was also the time when Ji Fan was the most terrified. At that time, Ji Fan couldn't possibly lie, nor did he have the guts to do so. Humph. Duan Ling Tian scoffed when the elders of the blissful sect tried to shift the blame to Ji Fan. This cold snort was even colder than the cold snort from before. It made everyone present feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. In the next moment, before the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, could react, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold. Following that, purple energy surged out of his body, and the silhouette of a golden Buddha appeared. After a few moments, the silhouette of the golden Buddha merged with the purple energy, and the silhouette of the golden Buddha seemed to come to life. Whoosh! 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 Duan Ling Tian waved his hands, and purple palm seals shot out of his hands one after another before they rained down on the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. No! Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, only had time to let out an indignant roar before he was drowned by the palm prince and turned into a bloody rain. Since the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect were sect, they did not even have the chance of Duan Lingtian's death before they could react. Blood rained down from the sky, staining the corpses of the blissful sect's disciples and staining the ground red. At this moment, the air seemed to have solidified. It was only when the blood rained down from the sky and became a part of the ground that the air seemed to have calmed down. However, the air was still filled with the stench of blood, and it was nauseating. The disciples of the blissful sect were no exception. Hiss! 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 Although the disciples of the blissful sect did not know what had happened, they realized something when they saw Duan Lingtian collecting a large number of spatial rings with just a wave of his hand. They realized that all the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect had been killed. Moreover, the blood on the ground was the best proof of this. For a moment, the disciples of the blissful sect trembled in fear. They wanted to throw up, but they did not dare to do so. They did not want to provoke the purple-clad young man in the distance. How nice would it be if I could always have this kind of power? After collecting the spatial rings of the blissful sect's high-ranking officials, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hands and clenched them a few times. A hint of intoxication could be seen on his face. Although Duan Lingtian's strength today was not as strong as when he was in the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland, it was still not as strong as before. After all, he had used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon would deplete his energy. However, the strength he had displayed today was comparable to a 10-direction celestial king. With the strength of a 10-direction celestial king, he easily killed Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect who had just become a celestial king. Then, he easily killed the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had everything under his control. He felt invincible in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. He enjoyed this feeling very much. It's a pity that my strength is depleted every time I use it. Now that I've depleted a lot of energy, I'm afraid my strength is only comparable to an 8-trigram celestial king. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Killing Li Ping and the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect had depleted a lot of his energy. After all, Li Ping and the other high-ranking officials were not weak. He had to expend a lot of energy to kill them. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as he stood there in a daze. Meanwhile, Ji Fan, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, had an anxious expression on his face. After all, he was unsure if Duan Lingtian would kill him after killing the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Thus, at this moment, he felt very tormented, extremely tormented. I was too greedy. I'm lucky to have obtained the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon and temporarily possess strength comparable to an ordinary celestial duke. Ordinary people don't even have such an opportunity. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he thought about this. He felt that he had been too greedy. However, if it were anyone else, they would have the same thoughts as Duan Lingtian. There were some things that one had not experienced before. Once one had experienced it, one would not want to lose it again. This was the case for Duan Lingtian at this moment. Among the people who decided to kill me during the meeting, are there any who escaped? After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He turned to look at Ji Fan and asked. And no. Ji Fan was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Then, he shook his head and said, apart from some elders who weren't in the blissful sect's estate, the high-ranking officials who attended the meeting in the blissful sect's estate are all present. Ji Fan paused for a moment as though he had thought of something. Then, he continued to say, however, there are some who escaped as well. There are some who escaped as well? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. For example, me. Ji Fan pointed at himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. You? Duan Lingtian glanced at Ji Fan indifferently. He did not dwell on this topic. Instead, he asked, I asked you to use the floating image pearl to record the scene of me killing Li Ping. Did you record it? Although it was an accident that Li Ping had a breakthrough and became a celestial king, he did not move at all when I killed him. Under such circumstances, the floating image pearl, a duke-grade celestial weapon, was able to record the scene of his death. Don't tell me you forgot. If you really forgot to record it, don't blame me for going back on my word and killing you. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Ji Fan. I did record it. I did record it. Master Duan, I did record it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ji Fan hastily nodded and sighed in relief. Now, there's something I need you to do. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he instructed Ji Fan, if you do this well, I won't pursue the enmity between us anymore. However, if you don't do a good job, you should know the consequences. When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a cold light flashed in his eyes again. Don't worry, Master Duan. I, Ji Fan, will definitely do a good job. I won't disappoint you. Ji Fan promised repeatedly in the face of Duan Ling Tian's threat. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he turned around and left. He had no intention of bringing Ji Fan with him. Ji Fan heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw Duan Ling Tian's back disappearing into the fog. At the same time, he stepped into the air and flew toward the blissful sex disciples in the distance. The blissful sex disciples heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Ling Tian leaving. However, when they saw Duan Ling Tian leaving and Ji Fan approaching them, their expressions changed immediately. Arhat. Arhat. Although their expressions changed, they still greeted Ji Fan respectfully. It was as though they had not heard Ji Fan's announcement that he was leaving the blissful sect. Due to the distance, the blissful sect's disciples did not know what Duan Ling Tian had told Ji Fan. Moreover, even if they knew what Duan Ling Tian had told Ji Fan, they knew Ji Fan would no longer be related to Duan Ling Tian after Duan Ling Tian left the blissful sect. They still did not dare to act impudently in front of Ji Fan. After all, Ji Fan's strength was far stronger than any of them. Most importantly, they thought Ji Fan was Duan Ling Tian's subordinate, a 3-talent celestial king, or someone stronger than a 3-talent celestial king. For this reason, they did not dare to disrespect Ji Fan at all. I have something that I need all of you to do. Ji Fan said indifferently as he looked at the blissful sex disciples. Chapter 2909. Master Duan. Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, who was waiting outside the blissful sex estate, was unaware of what was happening in the blissful sex estate. Only when Duan Ling Tian walked out of the mist and appeared in his line of sight did his pair of eyes that were originally as tranquil as an ancient well ripple with circles of ripples. Elder Tai. After a while, Duan Ling Tian returned to Tai Tai He's side. After greeting Tai Tai He looked at Huan, who was still immersed in comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. Then, he looked at Tai Tai He and said, Elder Tai, I'll have to trouble you to bring us to the general region. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his eyes shone brightly. The general region? Tai Tai He was slightly taken aback when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Master Duan, although the general region is adjacent to the cross region, it's on the other side. Why are you going there? The general region was in the other direction, which was completely opposite to the direction they had taken to return to the desolate region. I'm going to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Ling Tian did not hide the truth from Tai Tai He. For a moment, the light in his eyes that had not completely dimmed suddenly lit up again. It was as dazzling as the stars in the night sky. Before coming to the blissful sect, Duan Ling Tian had already made up his mind to visit the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Naturally, he did not intend to bring Murong Bing to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Ling Tian had thought about many things along the way. There was no doubt that Murong Bing was his woman. For this reason, he hoped Murong Bing would be able to live a peaceful life. If Murong Bing left the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands to the central area with him, she would definitely encounter some unknown dangers. Moreover, Murong Bing had spent most of her life in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She was used to living in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. All in all, he felt it was a good idea for Murong Bing to stay in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. When he had the ability to rescue his wife, Li Fei, and his family from the world of divine remains, he would return to the border of the Southern Heaven territory to take Murong Bing away. 1,000 years later, I will come and take her away. That is, if I'm still alive at that time. Now, what I need to do, is to give her an environment where she can grow up safely and live a good life. On the way to the compassionate celestial traveler sex estate in the general region, Duan Ling Tian thought about many things. In the end, he felt he could not selfishly bring Murong Bing along. After all, if he continued on this path, his future was uncertain, and his life and death were unknown. It would not be easy for him to grow strong enough to rescue Li Fei, and the others from the world of divine remains within 1,000 years. He would have to go through a cruel and dangerous process. He did not want Morongbing to go through this process with him. The general region was next to the cross region. Therefore, it was much faster to travel from the cross region to the general region compared to traveling from the wasteland to the cross region. Nevertheless, with Tai He's speed, it would still take him a few months to reach the cross region. Master Duan. After leaving the blissful sex estate, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked Duan Lingtian, "When you entered the blissful sex estate, did you really kill the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect?" In He's opinion, the blissful sect was one of the top forces in the 6 southeastern regions. Its strength was second only to the profound heaven celestial sect, the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and said indifferently, "Apart from Ji Fan, I've killed everyone from the blissful sect who participated in the meeting to kill me, including Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect." Duan Lingtian spoke very calmly as though he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. It was as though he was casually talking about something that was related to him but was not worth mentioning at all. Gasp. Although he was mentally prepared, he could not help but gasp when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Another high-ranking official from the blissful sect tried to stop me from killing Lu Xiankong and the others, but I killed him as well. He gasped as Duan Lingtian continued to say nonchalantly, "That's right. He tried to stop you from killing Lu Xiankong and the others?" He was taken aback when he regained his senses. His eyes widened in shock as he asked, "Master Duan, are you talking about Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect?" After he regained his senses, it was not difficult for him to guess who Duan Lingtian was referring to. Now that Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, was dead, there were only 2 9 palaces celestial dukes left in the blissful sect. One of them was Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. He was Li An's direct disciple and a 9 palaces celestial duke. The other person was Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. He was a 10 direction celestial duke and the strongest person in the blissful sect. That's him. Duan Lingtian nodded. Ha! He scoffed when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. He's just a 10 direction celestial duke. How dare he stop you from killing Lu Xiankong and the others? He's courting death. A 10 direction celestial duke? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard He's words. "Elder Tai, you're wrong. Li Ping has broken through and become a celestial king today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to stop me from killing Lu Xiankong and the others." What? He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. He asked in disbelief, "Master Duan, based on your words, Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, has broken through and become a celestial king today?" Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Master Duan, does this mean Li Ping is a 1 basic celestial king?" He looked at Duan Lingtian with his mouth agape. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded again. At this time, he opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound for a long time. This was because the shock Duan Lingtian brought to him was just too great. It seems like Master Duan is not an ordinary celestial king. Since he's able to kill Li Ping who has broken through and become a celestial king, he must be at least a 2-form celestial king. He thought to himself as he led Duan Lingtian and Huan on their journey. At the same time, he could not help but feel sorry for the blissful sect. Even if the blissful sect survives, I'm afraid it'll be removed from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Once news of Li Ping becoming a celestial king and becoming a celestial king spreads, even the quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect who live in seclusion in the 6 southeastern regions won't dare to support the blissful sect anymore. After all, they're worried Master Duan will attack them for supporting the blissful sect. Since Master Duan is able to kill a celestial king, it won't be difficult for him to kill them. He was certain of this. He was certain the blissful sect was doomed this time. The reason why the blissful sect ended up like this is because they offended someone they shouldn't have. Duan Lingtian sighed. When Tai Tai he thought of this, he glanced at Duan Ling Tian again as his heart trembled. Elder Tai. Duan Ling Tian suddenly recalled something. He looked at Tai Tai he and asked, if I'm not mistaken, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is in the Cross region as well, right? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he finished speaking. A cold gleam could be seen in his eyes. He recalled how He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, was killed by Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. At that time, Bai Wu Ji had used He Shan's death as an excuse to kill Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. As a result, the Tai Celestial Sect lost an 8-trigram Celestial Duke. It would be fine if Bai Yu Xian was dead. However, Bai Yu Xian was still alive. It was obvious the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had plotted to kill He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect. Yes. In fact, Tai Tai he had hoped Duan Ling Tian would avenge He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, who was killed by the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. However, he did not know how to bring it up. After all, Duan Ling Tian was only a revered elder of the Tai Celestial Sect. He was not obligated to avenge the Tai Celestial Sect. Now that he heard Duan Ling Tian mention the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, he knew what Duan Ling Tian was up to. In that case, let's make a trip to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes again, his expression that was slightly tense was no longer as tense as before. I'd like to ask Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, how did he manage to escape from the old ancestor's hands? A sneer appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he finished speaking. Yes, Master Duan. Although Tai Tai he had guessed Duan Ling Tian would go to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect to avenge the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, he could not help but feel excited when he heard Duan Ling Tian's confirmation. Then, he led Duan Ling Tian and Huan to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. He had been to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate with his master many years ago, so he was familiar with the place. Master Duan, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is right in front of us. Chapter 29:10. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was one of the top sects in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory. It was also the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had a strong foundation. Most importantly, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was one of the strongest sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Some of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions did not even have a 9 palaces Celestial Duke, let alone a 10 directions Celestial Duke. Although some of the top sects had a 9 palaces Celestial Duke, they did not have a 10 directions Celestial Duke. For example, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, and the Blissful Sect were famous sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Apart from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, there was only one 10 directions Celestial Duke among these top sections. Even so, their strength was only second to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect in the 6 southeastern regions. There were 3 10 directions Celestial Dukes in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Due to these 3 10 directions Celestial Dukes, their status in the 6 southeastern regions and even in the borderlands had been established. Naturally, this was only the strength of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Nobody knew if a sect had a quasi-celestial king in seclusion in the borderlands or not. After all, these powerhouses would only show up when the sect was in danger of being annihilated. In the history of the 6 southeastern regions, the Tai Celestial Sect had a quasi-celestial king. There was no lack of similar examples in the history of other regions in the borderlands. Because of this, even in the 6 southeastern regions and the entire borderlands, although there were many weaker top sects, no powerful top sect dared to rashly touch those weaker top sections. This was because those top sects only had weaker members in the current generation. They also had a glorious past and had given birth to many immortal kings. Nobody could be certain that none of the celestial kings who left the top sects were quasi-celestial kings who remained in seclusion in the borderlands. However, in the 6 southeastern regions, even the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect did not dare to easily annihilate the weaker top sects for fear of the quasi-celestial kings behind them. Although the Profound Heaven Celestial sect was the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, none of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions dared to challenge them. Although the sect leaders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and the Blissful sect and the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect were on par with each other, the sect leaders of the Blissful sect and the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were usually inferior to the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. After all, as long as the Profound Heaven Celestial sect did not intend to annihilate the other top sects, they would not easily make a move even if they had quasi-celestial kings in the 6 southeastern regions. The Profound Heaven Celestial sect is right ahead? Duan Ling Tian knew they had arrived at the Profound Heaven Celestial sect when Tai Tai He came to a halt. Upon hearing Tai Tai He's words, Duan Ling Tian turned to look ahead. In front of them was a boundless forest. It was a verdant forest. Above this verdant forest, at a height of 10,000 meters, there was a cloud of mist that was clearly different from the other clouds. If Duan Ling Tian did not use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, with his current strength, he would not have noticed it. However, with just a glance, Duan Ling Tian could tell there was something different about the cloud. The Profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate is located 10,000 meters above the forest. There are many celestial beasts in the forest that don't have intelligence and don't know how to fly. For this reason, the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's disciples usually train here. Tai Tai He glanced at the cloud that Duan Ling Tian felt was slightly different. Then, he shifted his gaze to the forest in front of him. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Let's go and meet Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, who managed to escape from the old ancestor. I'd like to hear from him about how he managed to escape from the old ancestor. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful and terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of his body and gently shrouded Huan, and Tai Tai He. In just a blink of an eye, the three of them seemed to have vanished into thin air. When they reappeared, they were already 10,000 meters above the ground. They had even passed through the fog formed by multiple formations. The fog was the first layer of defense in the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate. Even a one basic celestial king would not be able to break through the formation if they were not from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. As for Duan Ling Tian, with his strength that was comparable to an 8-trigram celestial king, he was able to pass through the protective formation easily. Brother Ling Tian, it seems like the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate is much stronger than the Tai E Celestial sect's estate. After passing through the fog and entering the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate, Duan Ling Tian heard Huan's voice. A few days ago, Huan had stopped comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. She did not continue comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. Upon hearing Huan's words, Tai Tai He smiled wryly. He was already used to Huan's carefree attitude. After all, the Profound Heaven Celestial sect is the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate. He was taken aback. The Profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate was made of beautiful floating islands. Each of the floating islands had a different shape and structure. The only thing these floating islands had in common was that they were all exquisitely decorated. Even if one looked at them from afar, they were visually stunning and made one feel comfortable. Elder Tai, since we've come from afar, we're guests. I'm here as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai E Celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian looked at Tai Tai He who was standing next to him and said, therefore, you should greet your friends from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile on his face. However, when Duan Ling Tian spoke with a smile on his face, a hint of coldness could be seen in the depths of his eyes. When he learned that Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, was still alive and that He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai E Celestial sect, had been framed and killed by the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, he was furious. Although he was not close to He Shan, the Tai E Celestial sect was still the Tai E Celestial sect's estate. After all, He Shan was the old ancestor of the Tai E Celestial sect, and he had a good relationship with Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai E Celestial sect. Therefore, if he had the ability to intervene, he would not stand idly by. All right. Tai he had been waiting for Duan Lingtian to say this. Therefore, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he immediately spoke. His voice that contained his majestic celestial origin energy swept out and shrouded the entire profound heaven celestial sex estate. I, Tai he, the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect, am here to visit the profound heaven celestial sect with Master Duan, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. These were Tai he's words. Tai he's words caused an uproar in the profound heaven celestial sex estate. After all, anyone could tell that Tai he had barged into the profound heaven celestial sex estate uninvited. If Tai he was a 7-star celestial duke, let alone a 7-star celestial duke, even a 10-direction celestial duke would not be able to hear his voice so clearly. This was because the formation outside the profound heaven celestial sex estate was soundproof. Only celestial kings and above would be able to transmit their voices to the entire profound heaven celestial sex estate. Tai he, the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect. The left guardian of Dharma of the Tai celestial sect who had recently become a 7-star celestial duke. Based on his words, it seems like he didn't inform the profound heaven celestial sect beforehand. Did he barge into the profound heaven celestial sect uninvited? Humph. He's just a 7-star celestial duke. How dare he? He seems to have come with Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. Is it possible that Duan Lingtian gave him the confidence to do so? Humph. Even the former number 1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, Sun Chao, can only wait outside. Even if Duan Lingtian has replaced Sun Chao as the number 1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, he still doesn't have the right to barge into the profound heaven celestial sect. When Tai he's voice resounded in the profound heaven celestial sex estate, many disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect felt that Duan Lingtian and Tai he were being rude. Tai he? Duan Lingtian is here as well? Why are they here? Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, raised an eyebrow when he heard Tai he's voice. Duan Lingtian and Tai he had barged into the profound heaven celestial sect uninvited. Moreover, based on Tai he's tone, it seemed like they were here to look for trouble. Although Bai Wuji knew Tai he and Duan Lingtian were here to look for trouble, he did not plan to personally meet them. After all, he was a prominent figure in the profound heaven celestial sect. Let's go. Let's meet Tai he from the Tai celestial sect. I'd like to see where he got the confidence to barge into the profound heaven celestial sect. A mere 7-star celestial duke dares to act so arrogantly. I'd like to see if he still dares to act so arrogantly in front of an 8-trigram celestial duke like he did earlier. Does he really think he can do as he pleases just because he has a brat by his side who's widely acknowledged as the number 1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions? Today, I'd like to see how Tai he will give us an explanation for his rash actions today. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, did not plan to meet Duan Lingtian and Tai he personally. Chapter 29:11. There were many beautiful floating islands in the profound heaven celestial sect's encampment. They looked like holy and ethereal islands. At the highest point of the profound heaven celestial sect's estate, there were 3 small islands. Each of the 3 islands only had a courtyard and a house. The houses looked simple, but they were filled with flowers and plants. Tai he, the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect, and Master Duan, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, have come to visit the profound heaven celestial sect. When Tai he's voice resounded in the profound heaven celestial sect's estate, the 3 people who lived on the 3 small islands stopped what they were doing when they heard Tai he's voice. One of the people who was drinking tea at a stone table in the courtyard stopped what he was doing when he heard Tai he's voice. Tai he? The guardian of the Tai celestial sect who became a 7-star celestial duke a few years ago. The person who was drinking tea was an old man dressed in a white robe. He was skinny and looked like an immortal. At that moment, the old man had a calm expression on his face as he muttered to himself. Clearly, he did not take Tai Taiha seriously at all. In the courtyard of another small island nearby, a middle-aged man was originally lying on the lawn of the courtyard, resting with his eyes closed. When he suddenly heard Tai Taiha's voice, he stood up and sat on the lawn, muttering to himself, "Brother Tai Taiha." He muttered to himself, "A mere 7-star celestial duke dares to act so presumptuously in the profound heaven celestial sect. He's seeking death." After muttering to himself, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, giving people the feeling that winter had arrived. It was to the extent that even the blue robes on his body began to flutter at this moment. It was as though a cold wind was blowing at him. In the courtyard of the last small island, a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe who was watering the flowers paused for a moment when he heard Tai Taiha's voice. His expression remained unchanged from the beginning until the end. It was as though he would remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. If someone saw this middle-aged man dressed in a green robe and the middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe, they would definitely notice that the two of them looked identical. The two of them looked exactly the same. Other than the difference in their temperaments, there was nothing different about them. In the outer region of the profound heaven celestial sex estate. As soon as Tai Taiha finished speaking, he, Duan Lingtian, and Huan, were surrounded by a group of patrolling disciples from the profound heaven celestial sect. The patrolling disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect looked at Tai Taiha with a hint of fear in their eyes. Although Tai Taiha's cultivation base was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the powerful high-ranking officials in the profound heaven celestial sect, however, with Tai Taiha's cultivation base, he was a deterrent to the patrolling disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect. A 7-star immortal monarch was sufficient to sweep through all of them without the slightest effort. If they were not worried about being questioned by the patrolling elders, they would not have dared to surround Tai Taiha and his two companions before the powerful high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect arrived. This was because there was a huge risk involved. As long as Tai Taiha attacked them, there was almost no chance of them surviving. Tai Taiha, the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect of the wasteland, seems like he came with ill intentions. I hope he won't attack us because of the profound heaven celestial sect strength. The patrolling disciples from the profound heaven celestial sect thought to themselves. At the same time that this thought appeared in their minds, their hearts were also a little uneasy and incomparably perturbed. Swoosh. 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 After a while, the sound of wind whistling could be heard as a group of people flew over from all directions in the profound heaven celestial sex estate. The patrolling disciples from the profound heaven celestial sect heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they looked at Tai Taiha in a different light. As it turned out, when they looked at Tai Taiha, their eyes were filled with dread and anxiety. When they looked at Tai Taiha again, their gazes were filled with pity and schadenfreude. Elder Hong is here. He's an 8-trigram celestial duke. Elder Qi is here as well. He's also an 8-trigram celestial duke. Elder Huang, Elder Qiu, and Elder Chen are all 7-star celestial dukes. This time, I'm afraid Tai Taiha, the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect, is in trouble. Not only in the profound heaven celestial sect, but in any other sect, it's taboo to trespass on a sex estate. When the patrolling disciples from the profound heaven celestial sect saw the group of high-ranking officials from the profound heaven celestial sect, they were relieved that Tai Taiha and his two companions were in trouble. The high-ranking officials from the profound heaven celestial sect were led by an old man and a middle-aged man. The old man was dressed in a long green robe and had a cold expression on his face. He was none other than Elder Hong. Moreover, according to the patrolling disciples from the profound heaven celestial sect, he was an 8-trigram celestial duke. The middle-aged man was wearing a long, light gray robe and had a jade-like complexion. However, when he arrived at this area, he stopped in a timely manner. When he looked at Tai Taiha, his eyes were filled with ice-cold light. He was none other than the other 8-trigram celestial duke mentioned by the patrolling disciples from the profound heaven celestial sect, Elder Qi. Tai Taiha, as the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect, you'll have to give the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect an explanation for barging into our sect's estate, Elder Hong said coldly as he looked at Tai Tai He with a dark expression. That's right. Elder Chi looked at Tai Tai He coldly and said, Tai Tai He, as the Supreme Elder of the Tai E Celestial Sect, you should know that trespassing on a sect's estate is taboo, right? I'm sure the Tai E Celestial Sect doesn't allow outsiders to barge into their sect's estate, right? Elder Chi stared at Tai Tai He. As he spoke, his gaze became increasingly cold. Tai Tai He. If you can't give the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect an explanation for what happened today, you can forget about leaving. That's right. If you can't give us an explanation, Elder Hong and Elder Chi won't even have to make a move. We're more than enough to make you stay in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect forever. Tai Tai He, you'll have to pay for your impulsiveness. After Elder Hong and Elder Chi, who were the strongest among the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, the other high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect also glared at Tai Tai He. Their words were not polite at all. It was to the extent that most of the people's words revealed bursts of cold killing intent. Tai Tai He was slightly taken aback when he heard the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Based on their words, it seemed like they thought he was the one who trespassed into the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. However, Tai Tai He did not respond to the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Instead, he moved to stand behind Duan Lingtian, as though he was the leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The elders of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were stunned by Tai Tai He's actions. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian took a step forward and glanced at the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect indifferently before he said nonchalantly, he said calmly, the one who trespassed into the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate isn't Elder Tai, it's me. I'm here today to listen to Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, tell me how he managed to escape when Yi Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai E Celestial Sect, tried to kill him. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed coldly. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, many high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect scoffed. You? Trespassing into the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate? Do you think you're strong enough to do that? That's right. Although you're a rare genius in alchemy, you're only an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, right? An overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial like you won't be able to break through the formations in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. Do you think we're stupid? The high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was an idiot. Everyone, haven't you heard about the news from the Blissful Sect? Although Master Duan from the Tai E Celestial Sect is talented in alchemy and the Celestial Path, he fabricated his identity and background. I've heard about this before. Humph. How trustworthy can a person who fabricated his identity be? He's nothing but a liar. When one of the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect mentioned that Duan Ling Tian had fabricated his identity and background, many of the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect scoffed at Duan Ling Tian and looked at Duan Ling Tian with disdain. I'll give you 3 breaths to leave, Duan Ling Tian suddenly spoke. His voice was indifferent, drowning out the voices of the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. If none of you leave after 3 breaths, call Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, over here. I'll kill one of you. 3 breaths after I kill that person, if no one leaves this place, go and call Bai Yu Xian over. I will kill another person. And so on and so forth. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm as though he was talking about something insignificant. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the entire place fell silent. After a while, the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect finally regained their senses and burst out laughing. Chapter 29:12. He's just an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. How dare he say that? He must have lost his mind. How dare an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial threaten to kill us if we don't cooperate with him? I'd like to see, who among us will he kill after 3 breaths of time, and who will he be able to kill? Now that 1 breath has passed, there are only 2 breaths left. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect burst into laughter. Based on their words, they felt Duan Lingtian was being ridiculous. Their eyes were filled with disdain and mockery when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. Although Elder Hong and Elder Qi, who were the leaders of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, did not say anything, they looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain as well. He's Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect in the wasteland? The person whose name spread throughout the 6 southeastern regions after the alchemy conference. Yes. That's him. After the alchemy conference, he's widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. It's said that he's not even 100 years old, and he's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's undeniable that he's able to achieve such a feat in alchemy within the age of 100. It's also undeniable that he's able to break through and become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the age of 100. However, I really don't understand how a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial like him has the guts to say such words. How dare he ask the elders to cooperate with him? Moreover, if the elders don't cooperate after the span of 3 breaths, he'll kill one of the elders? Is he crazy? In the past, the blissful sect hasn't spread the news about him. Fortunately, the elders have to be wary of the major clans in the central area. Now that they've confirmed he's not from a major clan in the central area, there's no need for them to be wary of him anymore. He's digging his own grave by acting like this. Could it be that he still doesn't know that the blissful sect has investigated him thoroughly? He definitely doesn't know about it. If he knew, why would he be so arrogant? The high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect laughed when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Meanwhile, the patrolling disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect began to whisper among themselves. Based on their words, they felt Duan Lingtian was spouting nonsense. More people thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be in trouble. 3 breaths of time is up. Duan Lingtian's voice rang out once again. His voice was not loud, but once it rang out, it seemed to possess some sort of magical power that instantly suppressed the noise in the area. 3 breaths of time is up. I want to see which one of us you want to kill. An elder from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully as he said, "My strength is only average among the elders of the blissful sect. I'm only a 6 combination celestial duke. Why don't you try and kill me?" A hint of mockery could be seen on the elder's face when he finished speaking. Many elders and disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly as well. A bunch of idiots. Tai, he glanced at the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect and shook his head when he saw the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect were unmoved by Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of sorrow could be seen in his eyes. He felt sorry for the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. I was just thinking about who to kill first. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as the elder of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned to look at him. Killing intent flashed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. Before the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect could react, Duan Lingtian's words left their mouths. Ugh, under everyone's watchful eyes, the elder of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect who claimed to be a 6 combination celestial duke suddenly clasped his hands around his neck. His face was so red that it seemed as though blood was about to drip out of it. His facial features were contorted as though he was in excruciating pain. What's going on? Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Even the elders of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect who were disdainful of Duan Lingtian earlier had a grave expression on their faces. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion rang in the air and everyone was shocked by the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's elder's strange actions and his face that was as red as blood. At the same time, they saw the elder from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. The elder from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect who had insulted Duan Lingtian earlier suddenly exploded into a rain of blood, leaving behind a spatial ring that fell to the ground. Swoosh! The storage ring fell from the sky for a moment, then it was pulled by an invisible force and flew to a certain place. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and put it away. Swoosh. 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 The high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect finally regained their senses when they saw Duan Lingtian taking the spatial ring of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's elder. Their expressions changed drastically as they inhaled sharply. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. The two 8-trigram Celestial Dukes, Elder Hong and Elder Qi, glanced at Duan Lingtian fearfully before they began to scan their surroundings. It was as though they were trying to find a hidden powerhouse in the surroundings. Although the elder from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect who had been killed was only a 6-combination Celestial Duke, both of them could easily kill him. However, they knew they were not capable of killing the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's elder in such a bizarre manner. I'm afraid only a powerhouse like the sect leader would be able to kill a 6-combination Celestial Duke with such a bizarre method, right? Elder Hong looked at Elder Qi and asked through voice transmission. At the same time, he looked at Elder Qi with a fearful gaze. I agree. Only a 9 palaces Celestial Duke or stronger would be able to kill a 6-combination Celestial Duke with such a bizarre method. Even we didn't notice it since we weren't on guard. Elder Qi replied through voice transmission. In Elder Qi's opinion, with his and Elder Hong's strength, they would be able to detect a 9 palaces Celestial Duke if they were on guard. After all, they were 8-trigram Celestial Dukes. However, based on their previous state, it was only natural that they would not be able to detect a 9 palaces Celestial Duke's attack. For this reason, they speculated that the person hiding in the dark might be stronger than a 9 palaces Celestial Duke or a 9 palaces Celestial Duke. What's going on? Tihe's dead? Elder Peng is a 6-combination Celestial Duke, right? A 6-combination Celestial Duke died just like that? Is Duan Lingtian the culprit? The expressions of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's patrolling disciples changed drastically. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, they were no longer filled with disdain and mockery. Instead, they were filled with shock and confusion. However, when some of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's elders followed Elder Hong and Elder Qi's gazes, they could guess what the elders were thinking. It seems like there's a hidden powerhouse behind this. Isn't it said that Duan Lingtian's identity as a disciple of a powerful clan in the central area is fake? The Blissful Sect went to great lengths to investigate this matter. That's right. How do you explain what happened earlier? At this moment, not only were the patrolling disciples confused, but even the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were confused as well. Very good. Another 3 breaths have passed. Duan Lingtian did not expect no one would call by Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, out even after he had killed a 6-combination Celestial Duke. He could not help but narrow his eyes. Initially, the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect did not take Duan Lingtian's threat seriously. However, after Duan Lingtian said 3 breaths had passed, the death of the 6-combination Celestial Duke shocked the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. They began to take Duan Lingtian's threat seriously. During the next 3 breaths, the elders from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were not afraid of Duan Lingtian. It was just that they did not have time to react. However, when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice again, their expressions changed again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice sounded like the voice of the Grim Reaper, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Humph. Duan Lingtian scoffed. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the old man, Elder Hong, who was the leader of the high-ranking officials from the Blissful Sect. Based on the reactions of the people from the Blissful Sect, Duan Lingtian and the others from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were suspicious. These people thought the death of the 6-combination Celestial Duke from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was caused by a hidden powerhouse. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to show these people his true strength. An 8-trigram Celestial Duke? Duan Lingtian appeared out of thin air in front of Elder Hong. Elder Hong only regained his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. His expression changed again, and his eyes widened in shock and fear. How fast? Chapter 29:13. An 8-trigram celestial duke? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he appeared in front of the 8-trigram celestial duke of the profound heaven celestial sect. The expressions of Elder Hong and Elder Qi from the profound heaven celestial sect changed drastically when they saw Duan Lingtian's expression. Swoosh. 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 Without any warning, a dazzling purple light shot out of Duan Lingtian's body and transformed into purple ribbons in just a blink of an eye. Before Elder Hong could even react, the ribbons had already bound his limbs. The high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect only regained their senses after Elder Hong was bound by the purple ribbons. When they regained their senses, they saw Duan Lingtian binding Elder Hong. No matter how hard Elder Hong struggled, he could not break free from Duan Lingtian's energy. Instantly, their pupils constricted. How's this possible? Heavens! Am I dreaming? I can't believe I just saw Duan Lingtian, a Tai celestial sect alchemist who's not even 100 years old, binding Elder Hong. Moreover, based on Elder Hong's current state, it seems like he's still unable to break free from Duan Lingtian's restraints. Isn't he an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? How can a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial be so strong? Are you kidding me? This is too inconceivable. The high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect were shocked by this scene. Meanwhile, the patrolling disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect who had just regained their senses were stunned as well. Similarly, they were shocked by the scene that had just unfolded before their eyes. Were you the one who made the move? When Elder Qi, who was standing beside Elder Hong, looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with dread and terror. He knew the person who killed the profound heaven celestial sect's 6-combination celestial duke was not a powerhouse hiding in the dark. It was the purple-clad young man standing before him, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he also realized that Duan Lingtian was not just a 9 palaces celestial duke. A 9 palaces celestial duke did not have the ability to force Elder Hong, who was on par with him, into such a predicament. Only a 10-direction celestial duke or a 10-direction celestial duke was capable of restraining Elder Hong so easily. Therefore, he concluded that Duan Lingtian was not an overarching heavenly supreme celestial but a 10-direction celestial duke. Naturally, he only dared to guess that Duan Lingtian was a 10-direction celestial duke. He did not dare to guess that Duan Lingtian was a celestial king. The fact that a person who was not even 100 years old was able to become a 10-direction celestial duke was enough to shock him. An immortal king expert who wasn't even 100 years old? He didn't even dare to think about it. What do you think? Faced with Elder Qi's question, Duan Lingtian turned his head slightly and glanced at him indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he waved his hand at Elder Hong from the profound heaven celestial sect who was tied up by him. Although Duan Lingtian's action seemed casual, Elder Hong's eyes widened in anger. No! Elder Hong's shrill cry rang in the profound heaven celestial sect's ears as soon as it rang in the air. It was as though there was magic in his voice. At the same time, the people present on the scene saw Duan Lingtian's attack. As Duan Lingtian waved his right hand, a purple energy that resembled flames surged out and annihilated Elder Hong in just a blink of an eye. When the purple energy dissipated, only a spatial ring was left in Elder Hong's original spot. Then, Duan Lingtian casually put it away. After Duan Lingtian put Elder Hong's spatial ring away, he glanced at the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Elder Qi and the others were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian. Fear and dread could be seen in their eyes. If no one summons the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect in 3 breaths, I'll kill another person. Elder Qi and the others were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Horror dawned on them. Master Duan. Elder Qi immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect is currently facing the wall in the profound heaven cliff. The sect leader has ordered him to face the wall in the profound heaven cliff for 10 years as punishment for Hishan's death. Face the wall? 10 years? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he heard Elder Qi's words. Then, he sneered and said, "Sect leader Bai Wuji of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is really good at keeping up appearances. What's the difference between facing the wall for 10 years and not being punished at all? Also, now, 3 breaths of time have passed." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he turned to look at Elder Qi with killing intent in his eyes. Elder Qi's expression changed drastically. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to kill Elder Qi, a voice rang in the air. "Stop! Stop!" A few angry voices rang in the air. Following that, 3 figures streaked across the sky like 3 bolts of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived at the area where Duan Lingtian and the others were. Moreover, they appeared in front of Elder Qi, who was about to kill Duan Lingtian. "Greetings, old ancestors." When the 3 of them appeared, Elder Qi, who was initially terrified by Duan Lingtian, felt as though he had just ascended to heaven from hell. He heaved a long sigh of relief and did not forget to salute the 3 people who had just arrived. Among the 3 people who had just arrived, there was an old man and 2 middle-aged men. The old man was dressed in a white robe. He was skinny and looked like a celestial being. As for the other 2 middle-aged men, one was dressed in a blue robe while the other was dressed in a green robe. Based on their appearances, it was not difficult to tell they were twins. "Greetings, old ancestors." "Greetings, old ancestors." After Elder Qi bowed, the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect and the patrolling disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect bowed respectfully at the old man and the 2 middle-aged men. Based on their words, they revealed their identities. They were none other than the 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were the 3 10-direction celestial dukes of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Due to them, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was widely acknowledged as the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Swoosh! Just as the 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect arrived, the sound of whistling wind rang from afar. Following that, a figure that could be considered familiar to Duan Lingtian appeared in a timely manner. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian recognized Bai Wuji before the newcomer arrived. His eyes narrowed as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Bai Wuji was the one who had killed He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. "Greetings, senior granduncle and junior uncles." After a few moments, Bai Wuji appeared behind the 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect and bowed respectfully. The old ancestor was the white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion. As for the twins, they were his junior uncles. Sect leader. At the same time, Elder Qi, the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, and the patrolling disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect bowed respectfully at Bai Wuji. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, and the 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, were attracted by Elder Hong's cry. Now that they had arrived, they learned about the ins and outs of the matter from Elder Qi and the others. At this moment, Bai Wuji and the 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. Based on Elder Qi's words, based on Duan Lingtian's strength, he was at least a 10-direction celestial duke. Master Duan. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, took a deep breath and took a step forward. He looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, "I'm deeply sorry for killing your old ancestor, He Shan. At that time, I really thought he had killed my son, Bai Yuxian. When I found out my son wasn't killed by your old ancestor, I felt extremely guilty. Therefore, I personally sent someone to compensate your sect. However, I was rejected by your sect leader. I'm aware of that as well. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect owes your sect. How about this? If you have any requests, as long as it's within our means, we'll agree to it." It was clear Bai Wuji was willing to compromise when he spoke. Although he did not believe Duan Lingtian was strong enough to kill a 10-direction celestial duke. However, everyone in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. Therefore, Bai Wuji had no choice but to believe Duan Lingtian's words. A 10-direction celestial duke. He's a 10-direction celestial duke? Bai Wuji's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Request? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Bai Wuji's words. You're so straightforward, sect leader Bai. Wouldn't everything have been fine if you had said this earlier? Well, I do have a request. Moreover, it's only a small request for you and the profound heaven celestial sect. Duan Lingtian said. I'd like to hear the details. Although Duan Lingtian's words were simple, Bai Wuji had a bad feeling about this. My request is. Hand over Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. If I'm not mistaken, Bai Yuxian is your son, right? It shouldn't be difficult for you to hand him over, right? Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Bai Wuji meaningfully. Swoosh. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Wuji's expression changed drastically. A hint of hesitation could be seen in his eyes. Humph. Chapter 29:14. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, knew that Duan Lingtian was a powerful 10-direction celestial duke. Even if the profound heaven celestial sect had 3 10-direction celestial dukes, they might not be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Moreover, how could a 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old not have a powerful background? How could such a person exist among sectless cultivators? Bai Wuji was deeply skeptical. For this reason, he knew the profound heaven celestial sect might not be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if they were able to kill Duan Lingtian, they would have to consider the consequences. Under such circumstances, he hoped the matter could be resolved peacefully. For this reason, he had asked Duan Lingtian to make a request. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would ask him to hand over his son. This put him in a difficult position. On one hand, his son was his only son. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to his son. On the other hand, if he did not agree to Duan Lingtian's request, there would be no turning back. For this reason, he was in a difficult position. Humph. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, was at a loss for words when one of the old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, one of the twin brothers, scoffed. Master Duan, my junior nephew is giving you face by allowing you to make a request. However, you shouldn't cross the line. The green-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly as he glanced at Duan Lingtian. He could vaguely guess what Bai Wuji was worried about. Cross the line? Duan Lingtian laughed when he heard the green-clad middle-aged man's words. What are you laughing at? The green-robed middle-aged man's expression turned grave when he saw Duan Lingtian laughing. His grave expression seemed to be covered with a layer of frost at this moment. Do I need to report to you what I'm laughing at? Faced with the green-robed middle-aged man's question, Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently and asked indifferently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the green-robed middle-aged man was instantly enraged. His eyes were burning with rage as if they could burn everything. Since he had become a 10-direction celestial duke and the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, he had never been treated like this before. Who do you think you are? Duan Lingtian's voice continued. It was precisely Duan Lingtian's next sentence that completely infuriated the green-robed middle-aged man, causing him to suddenly roar. Today, I, Zhou Ming, would like to see just how much weight you, a brat who isn't even 100 years old, have to actually dare to speak to me like this. As soon as the green-clad middle-aged man finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a ball of flame. His celestial origin energy turned purplish-red. Clearly, he had cast the profound heaven celestial sect's duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Qi. It was the divine ability that Duan Lingtian had won from the profound heaven celestial sect. Brat, try to take my sword. Following the green-robed middle-aged man's roar, the purple torrent of energy on his body suddenly gathered together and finally turned into a sword, a completely purple sword. As soon as the green-robed middle-aged man finished speaking, the sword suddenly shot out and left a huge visible sword mark in the void with a swoosh. This sword scar was so big that it gave people a visual shock. Swoosh. 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 After the gigantic purple sword left a gigantic sword mark in the air, it suddenly scattered and transformed into tens of thousands of purple sword rays that shot toward Duanling Tian. However, when they were still a distance away from Duanling Tian, the tens of thousands of sword rays merged into one again and merged into a sword. However, this time, the sword was no longer as huge as the first one. Its size was even smaller than the smallest sword ray among the tens of thousands of sword rays earlier. However, its entire body was blackish purple in color. Furthermore, its entire body was glowing with purple light. Swoosh. As soon as the sword took form, its speed increased tremendously. It was much faster than an ordinary 10-direction celestial duke as it charged toward Duanling Tian. Only the other two old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect could clearly see the green-clad middle-aged man's attack. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, was a 9 palaces celestial duke. Elder Qi, the 8-trigram celestial duke, could only vaguely see the purple sword ray flash before his eyes. Good, good. Very good. Duanling Tian did not expect Zhou Ming, one of the 3 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, would make the first move. His eyes turned cold as he sneered. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Faced with Zhou Ming's ferocious attack, a purple light burst out of Duanling Tian's body. It was as though a ball of purple flames was burning on his body, emitting a terrifying aura. In the next moment, Duanling Tian, who was shrouded in purple flames, suddenly moved. At this moment, Duanling Tian disappeared before everyone's eyes. Even the 3 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, could no longer see Duanling Tian's figure. It was as though Duanling Tian had vanished into thin air. Before the 3 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect could even react to Duanling Tian's disappearance, how's this possible? Is this Duanling Tian's technique? In their eyes, the black-purple sword ray that was charging toward Duanling Tian seemed to have been caught by an invisible hand and stopped in midair. Immediately, the space where the black-purple sword light stopped trembled. Water-like ripples spread out. Then, waves of terrifying aura extended out. Following that, they saw the black-purple sword ray flying toward Zhou Ming. After the black-purple sword beam paused, it strangely changed directions and rushed toward Zhou Ming. It's Duanling Tian. How can he be so fast? He actually caught Brother Ming's attack with his bare hands. When the black-purple sword ray changed directions, the 2 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect and Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, were shocked. At the same time that the black-purple sword light changed direction, a figure clearly appeared beside the sword light. It was none other than Duanling Tian, who seemed to have vanished into thin air earlier. Duanling Tian grabbed the black-purple sword ray with one hand. No matter how hard the black-purple sword ray struggled, it could not break free from Duanling Tian's grasp. At this moment, the black-purple sword ray was like a dragon that could not break free from Duanling Tian's grasp. Swoosh! Duanling Tian held the black-violet sword ray in his hand as his figure flashed and charged towards Zhou Ming. Although Duanling Tian's strength had weakened compared to when he was in the blissful sect, his strength was still comparable to an 8-trigram celestial king. He had easily blocked Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, who was a 10-direction celestial duke, without using a king-grade celestial weapon. Not only did he block it, but he also held Zhou Ming's attack in his hands, preventing it from exploding or dissipating. The strength of a celestial king far surpasses the strength of a celestial duke. Moreover, my celestial origin energy is comparable to an 8-trigram celestial king's celestial origin energy. How can a mere 10-direction celestial duke compare to me? Duanling Tian could clearly sense that Zhou Ming's attack was nothing compared to Duanling Tian's attack. Zhou Ming's attack was like a mosquito bite to Duanling Tian. It could not be moved at all. The strength of an 8 trigram celestial king was enough to easily crush a 10-direction celestial duke. A 10-direction celestial duke from the profound heaven celestial sect is only a so-so. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian arrived in front of Zhou Ming. He smirked coldly and left these words behind. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and grabbed the blackish-purple sword ray that Zhou Ming condensed with his right hand before grabbing it. The black-purple sword ray was instantly crushed into pieces. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian's right hand that was clenched tightly because he had shattered the black-violet sword ray formed a fist and swung it towards Zhou Ming. At the same time, on Duan Ling Tian's right fist, apart from the purple energy that was raging and skyrocketing, there was also a layer of golden light that was faintly discernible. Upon closer inspection, one could clearly see that a golden light had appeared on Zhou Ming's body. At some point, golden silhouettes had appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. They were the silhouettes of golden Buddhas. At this moment, the golden silhouettes on Duan Lingtian's right fist transformed into the silhouettes of golden Buddhas. It's the blissful sex duke grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. The same thought appeared in the minds of the other 2 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect as soon as they saw Duan Ling Tian's fist. Master Duan, please show mercy. One of the 2 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, the blue-clad middle-aged man, cried out anxiously with a horrified expression on his face. Alas, it was too late. Bang! Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect and a 10-direction celestial duke, did not even have the time to defend himself before he was reduced to a cloud of blood that fell to the ground. After Zhou Ming died, his spatial ring was also in Duan Ling Tian's hand. A 10-direction celestial duke from the profound heaven celestial sect is nothing much. Meanwhile, the others who heard Duan Lingtian's words finally regained their senses. When they regained their senses, they looked at the scene before them. Although they did not see what had happened clearly due to Duan Ling Tian's speed, they could vaguely guess what had happened. Heavens! Don't tell me Ancestor Zhou Ming was killed by Duan Ling Tian? No. No way. The high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect and the patrolling disciples could not help but feel their hearts trembling in fear. Brother Ming. Chapter 29:15. When the blue-clad middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with hatred. It was as though he could not wait to tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces and burn his bones into ashes to avenge his twin brother. However, as soon as the cold gleam appeared in his eyes, he forcefully suppressed it. He even shifted his gaze away from Duan Ling Tian. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at the blood mist falling from the sky. In this lifetime, he and his twin brother, Zhou Ming, depended on each other for survival. It could be said that the person closest to him was his twin brother, Zhou Ming. Now, Zhou Ming was dead. Moreover, Zhou Ming was killed right in front of him. He was filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to tear the person who killed his twin brother Zhou Ming into 1,000 pieces and burn their bones to ashes. However, as soon as he thought of the terrifying strength of his opponent, a wave of fear involuntarily arose in his heart, and he could only forcefully suppress the monstrous hatred in his heart. Zhou Ming. The expression of the other old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, the white-haired old man, changed drastically when he saw Zhou Ming's death. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with fear and horror. Duan Ling Tian had killed a 10-direction celestial duke in just a blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, the 10-direction celestial duke did not even have a chance to defend himself. Even if the 10-direction celestial duke had attacked him, he would not be able to retaliate at all. Junior Uncle Ming. Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, finally regained his senses after the 2 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect cried out in anguish. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he was looking at the Grim Reaper who could take the lives of everyone in the profound heaven celestial sect. In his eyes, Duan Ling Tian was no different from the Grim Reaper. His junior Uncle Ming, a 10-direction celestial duke, was killed by Duan Lingtian before he could even retaliate. One could only imagine how terrifying Duan Lingtian was. Even a quasi-immortal king wouldn't have the ability to kill martial Uncle Ming so easily, right? This Duan Lingtian, could it be an immortal king expert? Thinking of this, Bai Wuji's pupils suddenly shrank, and the fear on his face grew even stronger. Dead? Patriarch Zhou Ming is dead? This Duan Lingtian actually has the ability to kill Patriarch Zhou Ming? Old ancestor Zhou Ming was a 10-direction celestial duke, but he managed to kill old ancestor Zhou Ming in such a short time. Even a quasi-immortal king is unable to accomplish this, right? Could it be that he's an immortal king expert? Although the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect and the patrolling disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect did not manage to see what had happened, they were shocked. However, based on the current atmosphere, they could guess that Duan Lingtian had killed the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. It was precisely because of this that they were all shocked. To them, this was too inconceivable. A young man who was not even 100 years old was able to kill the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, a 10-direction celestial duke, in just a blink of an eye. Who was this young man? Sect leader Bai, can you bring your son here now? After killing Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian, asked Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Bai Wuji's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he cupped his hands together and bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Master Duan, I'll bring my unfilial son here now so that you can do whatever you want with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew toward the Profound Heaven Cliff in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. His only son, Bai Yuxian, was currently reflecting on his actions in the Profound Heaven Cliff. Master Duan, I'll bring Bai Yuxian here now. After Bai Wuji left, the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect said to Duan Lingtian before he followed Bai Wuji. Duan Lingtian did not stop the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. After all, he knew the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect wanted to follow Bai Wuji because he was worried Bai Wuji would let Bai Yuxian go or escape with him. If that happened, the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect would definitely be turned upside down. Swoosh. After putting Zhou Ming's spatial ring away, Duan Lingtian returned to Huan Er's side in just a flash. She held Duan Lingtian's hand and leaned against him with a calm expression on her face. It was as though she was not shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength at all. Even Tai Tai He, who was standing at the side, remained calm as he watched the scene unfold before him. After all, he had seen how Duan Lingtian killed Lian, a 9 palaces celestial duke from the Blissful Sect. Moreover, Li Ping, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect, had broken through and become a celestial king, but was killed by Duan Lingtian. Tai Tai He had a new understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength. For this reason, he was not surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to kill Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. After all, even a celestial king had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian from the Tai E Celestial Sect. What was a mere 10-direction celestial duke to him? Duan Lingtian, Huan Er, and Huan stood in the distance while the high-ranking officials and disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect remained silent. It was as though they were afraid Duan Lingtian would target them if they made a sound. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was akin to the Grim Reaper in the eyes of the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. While they were waiting for Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, to arrive, the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were extremely anxious. They were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Bai Wuji's voice from afar. Master Duan, I've brought Bai Yuxian here. The old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect and a young man with a confused expression on his face had returned as well. The old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had returned with him. The young man was none other than Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. After a few moments, Bai Wuji and Bai Yuxian appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian? Bai Yuxian was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian. This was because he had been caught by his father all of a sudden. From the beginning to the end, his father had not told him what had happened. Therefore, he did not know anything. He was confused when he saw Duan Lingtian. He had heard his father's words earlier. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be the master Duan his father had mentioned. Young master, we meet again. Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Yuxian and smiled faintly when Bai Wuji let go of Bai Yuxian's hand and allowed him to hover in the air. You. Why are you here? Now, sensing the surrounding atmosphere, no matter how stupid Bai Yuxian was, he could tell that something was wrong. Master Duan. Before Duan Lingtian could reply to Bai Yuxian, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, took the initiative to explain how Bai Yuxian had framed Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect. Master Duan, although I didn't know about this, I'm also at fault for covering up for him. Bai Wuji looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, therefore, after you kill my unfilial son, you can kill me as well. I only hope that after you kill me and my unfilial son, you'll spare the Profound Heaven Celestial sect and the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. Bai Wuji's words were filled with sincerity and sincerity. Sect leader. Upon hearing Bai Wuji's words, the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect reprimanded Bai Yuxian. It's all Bai Yuxian's fault. It has nothing to do with you. After all, you didn't know about his scheme beforehand. That's right, sect leader. Bai Yuxian should pay with his life. You don't have to bear the consequences for him. Sect leader, Bai Wuji smiled bitterly when he heard the words of the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. As the saying goes, if the son doesn't teach him well, it's the father's fault. Master Duan, I hope you can forgive me for my actions and not implicate the Profound Heaven Celestial sect and the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. As soon as Bai Wuji finished speaking, a majestic aura surged out of his body. In the next moment, swoosh! Bai Wuji's figure shot up into the sky without any warning. After a few moments, bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as blood mist fell from the sky. A spatial ring could be seen falling from the sky. It was the spatial ring that Bai Wuji had worn when he was alive. Master Duan. At the same time, a person flew toward Duan Lingtian from afar. He looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, what Duan Lingtian said is true. Everything the sect leader said just now is the truth. I'm willing to use my name to testify for him. Hishan's death is all on Bai Yuxian. Duan Lingtian was familiar with the person who had just arrived. It was none other than He Pei Yuan, the supreme celestial alchemist of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. During the alchemy conference, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of He Pei Yuan. Junior granduncle, save me. Although Bai Yuxian did not know what had happened and why his father had committed suicide, he could tell Duan Lingtian was not someone to be trifled with. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly cried for help from the blue-clad young man standing nearby. The blue-clad young man was the twin brother of Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, whom Duan Lingtian had killed. Chapter 29:16. Save you? Zhou Wen, the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, who was standing in the distance and mourning the death of his twin brother, Zhou Ming, looked at Bai Yuxian coldly when he heard Bai Yuxian's cry for help. You little bastard, I've treated you well in the past, but I didn't expect you to bring such a disaster to the sect. Now, not only did you kill your junior granduncle Zhou Ming, but you even killed your father. How dare you ask me to save you? At the end of his sentence, Zhou Wen glared at Bai Yuxian, his eyes burning with rage. If rage could hurt, Bai Yuxian would have been burned to death many times over. If I had known that a little bastard like you would bring such a calamity to the sect, I would have killed you long ago to prevent future troubles. When Zhou Wen spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, my pitiful little brother Ming. He was actually implicated to death by a little bastard like you. Bai Yuxian was dumbfounded when he heard Zhou Wen's words. What? Junior granduncle Ming is dead? Bai Yuxian was completely dumbfounded. Humph. The old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect who had followed Bai Wuji to bring Bai Yuxian to the Profound Heaven Celestial sect looked at Bai Yuxian and scoffed. Isn't it because of you, little bastard? If you didn't scheme to kill He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect, would Master Duan have come looking for you? If Master Duan didn't come looking for you, would Zhou Ming have died? Would your father have died? In my opinion, you're the one who deserves to die the most. The old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect who was usually mild-mannered had a furious expression on his face. Master Duan? Bai Yuxian looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief when he heard the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's words. How's it possible? How is it possible that he's so strong? Didn't the people from the blissful sect investigate him thoroughly? Isn't he just a transcender with no background? Bai Yuxuan was dumbfounded when he heard Zhou Wen's words. He knew Duan Lingtian was not someone to be trifled with when he saw his father, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, commit suicide. However, he did not expect one of the three old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, Zhou Ming, a 10-direction celestial duke, would die because of Duan Lingtian. Moreover, based on the current situation, it seems that the other two old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect did not seem to have any intention of pursuing the matter of Zhou Ming's death because of Duan Lingtian at all. When he heard the words of the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, he could feel how terrifying Duan Lingtian was. Although he could sense how terrifying Duan Lingtian was, he did not think it was because of Duan Lingtian's background. Moreover, the three old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect were not a match for Duan Lingtian. It did not cross his mind that the three old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect were not a match for Duan Lingtian. After all, he knew Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old and Duan Lingtian was an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist. It was rare for a prominent celestial alchemist to become a prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were even better than some Duke-grade celestial alchemists. For this reason, Bai Yuxian did not expect Duan Lingtian to be stronger than the three old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. Where's the powerhouse by his side? He's able to make Junior Granduncle Wen and Junior Granduncle Ming so wary after killing Junior Granduncle Ming. I'm afraid he's not just a quasi-celestial king. The person by Duan Lingtian's side is most likely a celestial king. Bai Yuxian's heart skipped a beat as he began to scan his surroundings. It was as though he was trying to locate the celestial king next to Duan Lingtian. Alas, he was destined to come up empty-handed. In the end, his gaze landed on Tai Tai He who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. For a moment, he thought Tai Tai He was the celestial king by Duan Lingtian's side. However, after a few moments, he felt Tai Tai He looked familiar. I remember now. He's Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai Celestial sect. I've seen him once. If that's the case, he's not the celestial king by Duan Lingtian's side. The celestial king by Duan Lingtian's side is indeed hiding in the dark. With this thought in mind, Bai Yuxian continued to look around. A hint of unwillingness could be seen on his face. He was unwilling to accept that Duan Lingtian had such a powerful background and Duan Lingtian had such a powerful protector by his side. Humph. Stop looking around. After a while, Zhou Wen glanced at Bai Yuxian coldly and said, Master Duan doesn't have any other powerhouses by his side. Your senior granduncle Ming was killed by Master Duan because of you, you little bastard. He was afraid Master Duan would vent his anger on the Profound Heaven Celestial sect for killing He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect, and even annihilated the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. Zhou Wen could guess Bai Yuxian's thoughts when he saw Bai Yuxian looking around. What? Bai Yuxian was dumbfounded when he heard Zhou Wen's words. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, apart from a complicated expression on his face, it was as though he had seen a ghost. He's capable of killing Junior Granduncle Ming? Moreover, my father committed suicide because he was worried Duan Lingtian would destroy the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. How's this possible? He's not even 100 years old. How can he be so powerful? Bai Yuxian found it hard to believe. If there's an afterlife, remember this. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had been quietly looking at Bai Yuxian, suddenly opened his mouth as his eyes gleamed coldly. He slowly said, "There's always someone stronger. Sometimes, a small mistake can cost you your life." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he waved his hand. Instantly, a purple palm print shot out from his hand. Like a small mountain, it pierced through the sky and headed straight for Bai Yuxian. Bang! It was only when everyone heard the loud explosion that they saw the space where Bai Yuxian was standing rippling as a bloody mist fell from the sky. Bai Yuxian's spatial ring slowly fell to the ground. What happened today is purely because I can't stand Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. If the Profound Heaven Celestial sect decides to hold the Tai Celestial sect accountable for this, or do something to them. After killing Bai Yuxian, Duan Lingtian swept his gaze across the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect who were present on the scene before he slowly said, "You're right. I don't mind coming back to the Profound Heaven Celestial sect to annihilate the Profound Heaven Celestial sect." Although Duan Lingtian's words were spoken calmly, the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect shuddered when they heard them. "Don't worry, Master Duan," the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect said as soon as he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "As long as I'm in the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, I won't allow the Profound Heaven Celestial sect to do anything to the Tai Celestial sect. Master Duan, I, Zhou Wen, can promise you that as well." Zhou Wen, the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, also expressed his promise to Duan Lingtian. Although he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge his twin brother, he knew he had to be careful. Based on Duan Lingtian's strength, he knew he would never be able to avenge his twin brother. Under such circumstances, he could only bury his hatred for Duan Lingtian in the depths of his heart. Unless one day, he was strong enough to avenge his twin brother. Otherwise, he would never bring up the grudge between him and Duan Lingtian again. It's not just you. If the future generations of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect dare to make things difficult for the Tai Celestial sect, I won't let the Profound Heaven Celestial sect off the hook. Duan Lingtian said, causing the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect to tremble in fear. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the sight of the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. It was as though he had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Even the two old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, who were 10 Directions Celestial Dukes, did not see any trace of Duan Lingtian's departure at all. The two of them looked at each other and saw fear and shock in each other's eyes. The old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect said, "Elder Qi, from today onward, you'll be in charge of the sect's affairs. After Zhou Wen and I have a discussion, we'll decide on a new sect leader." The old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect looked at the middle-aged man standing at the front of the group of high-ranking officials from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect and said in a deep voice, "I hope that the sect will remain stable for a long time. During this time, I hope that the sect can continue to be stable. You should understand what I mean. If you perform well, you might be the next sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect." When the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect finished speaking, he looked at Elder Qi meaningfully. "Yes, old ancestor." Elder Qi was one of the 8 trigram Celestial Dukes who led the high-ranking officials from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect before the 3 old ancestors and the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect arrived. The other 8 trigram Celestial Duke had died in Duan Lingtian's hands. When he was alive, he was glad that the 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect had arrived in time. One of them had even blocked the saber for him. When he heard the words of one of the 2 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, he was overjoyed. The sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. Chapter 29:17. Elder Qi from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect was from the same generation as Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect who had committed suicide. They had even competed for the position of the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect with Bai Wuji. However, since he was inferior to Bai Wuji in every aspect, he had no chance of becoming the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. This had become his obsession for almost half of his life. He did not expect he would one day have the opportunity to become the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. For this reason, he was even more grateful to Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect, for coming to the Profound Heaven Celestial sect in such a domineering manner. Although Duan Lingtian had done it unintentionally, it had given him a chance. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Duan Lingtian had only gone to the Profound Heaven Celestial sect to seek justice for Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect. Now that Bai Wuji and Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, had died, Hishan should be able to rest in peace. Master Duan, on behalf of the Tai Celestial sect, I thank you on behalf of the old ancestor for avenging him. After Duan Lingtian left the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate with his celestial origin energy, he immediately bowed and thanked Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian was considered a member of the Tai Celestial sect, he was only a revered elder of the Tai Celestial sect. For a revered elder of the Tai Celestial sect, avenging the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect was not his duty. For this reason, he was truly grateful to Duan Lingtian for his actions earlier. Elder Tai, you're too kind. I'm still a revered elder of the Tai Celestial sect. It's my duty to avenge the old ancestor. There's no need for you to thank me, Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Moreover, the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's actions are truly despicable. Before he could reply, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said, Elder Tai, I'll have to trouble you to bring us to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect in the general region. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would be his last stop. After this stop, he planned to leave the 6 southeastern regions and even the entire borderlands to head to the central area. That place would be his brand new stage. Yes, Alchemist Duan. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, he hurriedly accepted the order. He was even more humble than when he was in front of the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, He's heart was filled with respect for the Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian had avenged Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect, he had even more respect for Duan Lingtian. He continued to bring Duan Lingtian and Huan along the way. He was unaware that Duan Lingtian had only asked him to bring them along because he did not want to expend too much of his celestial origin energy. After all, the celestial origin energy in his body was comparable to the celestial origin energy of a celestial king since it came from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not waste his celestial origin energy so easily. At this moment, he thought Duan Lingtian wanted to continue comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. That was why Duan Lingtian asked him to bring him along. Now that I've expended a lot of my celestial origin energy, I'm comparable to an 8-trigram celestial king before I went to the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. However, now, I'm only comparable to a 6-combination celestial king at most. I'll have to conserve as much of my celestial origin energy as possible when we arrive at the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Otherwise, my celestial origin energy will be reduced to its original state before we even reach the central area. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he led him away from the cross region to the general region. After all, he was only a 7-star celestial duke. It would take some time for him to bring Duan Lingtian and Huan to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. For this reason, apart from chatting with Huan, occasionally, Duan Lingtian spent most of his time cultivating. Naturally, his cultivation did not increase his current strength. He could only increase his strength before he used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. While he was leading Duan Lingtian and Huan, toward the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect in the general region, meanwhile, the blissful sect was in chaos. The blissful sect's disciples, who had only noticed the commotion but had no idea what was going on, eventually learned about what had happened from the surviving disciples who were present at the scene. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, came to the blissful sect and killed old ancestor Li Ping? Old ancestor Li Ping. Didn't he break through and become a celestial king? This is a joke, right? Old ancestor Li Ping did break through and become a celestial king. However, Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, is much stronger than old ancestor Li Ping. He easily killed old ancestor Li Ping. Oh my god. Isn't this too unbelievable? Didn't Duan Lingtian say he's not even 100 years old? This is the most terrifying thing about Duan Lingtian. Most of the high-ranking officials in the blissful sect have been killed by Duan Lingtian. There are only a few high-ranking officials left in the outside world. I'm afraid the blissful sect will be eliminated from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Putting aside the fact that the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect who are lucky enough to survive in the outside world, we still have quasi-celestial kings whose ancestors are living in seclusion in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Do you think they'll dare to come out and lead the blissful sect? That's right. The blissful sect situation is different from the Tai celestial sect situation. In the past, although the Tai celestial sect was on the verge of being annihilated, they were able to save the sect due to the strength of their quasi-celestial kings. Due to this reason, the Tai celestial sect had stood up and revived the sect. On the other hand, old ancestor Li Ping, who had broken through and become a celestial king, is dead. Even if we have quasi-celestial kings who live in seclusion in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands, would they dare to come out? Of course not. Isn't that obvious? As soon as old ancestor Li Ping became a celestial king, he was already stronger than the quasi-celestial kings in the blissful sect. Now that old ancestor Li Ping is dead, there's a chance the quasi-celestial kings in the blissful sect will be killed by Duan Lingtian. The blissful sect is doomed this time. Everyone, let's think about what to do next. I plan to leave the blissful sect tomorrow and cultivate in seclusion. After my hair grows out, I'll join another top sect. With my innate talent, it won't be difficult for me to join another top sect. Why do you have to wait until your hair grows out? If you don't wait until your hair grows out, won't it be as good as telling others that you're a disciple of the blissful sect? After today, news of Duan Lingtian annihilating the blissful sect will spread throughout the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. At that time, who would dare to recruit a disciple of the blissful sect? You're right. It seems like I'll have to grow out my hair from today onward. At this moment, the blissful sect was in a state of disunity. Most of the disciples were looking for a way out. Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, stood in the air above the blissful sect's estate as he looked at the disciples who were leaving. I've completed part of the mission Master Duan gave me. From today onward, the blissful sect will cease to exist. Next, I'll spread the news of Master Duan's actions in the blissful sect's estate. Ji Fan muttered to himself before he disappeared from the blissful sect's estate. After that, he left the blissful sect's estate as well. Before Duan Lingtian left the cross region, news of what had happened to the blissful sect after he arrived at the blissful sect's estate had spread like wildfire. The news shocked everyone. In the region surrounding the blissful sect, the people there regarded the blissful sect as a sacred existence that they could only look at from afar. But now, they found out, the blissful sect had been annihilated. The blissful sect has been annihilated? This must be a joke, right? Heavens! Is this true? The blissful sect is one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, second only to the profound heaven celestial sect. How could it be annihilated? The most ridiculous thing is that the blissful sect was annihilated by Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect? The Duan Lingtian who became famous during the alchemy conference and is widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions? Yes. It's him. I thought he's not even 100 years old. How could he annihilate the blissful sect when he's not even 100 years old? The most ridiculous thing is that one of the old ancestors of the blissful sect had successfully broken through and became a one basic celestial king, but he was still killed by Duan Lingtian. A person who's not even 100 years old is capable of killing a celestial king? As the news spread, more and more people began to doubt the veracity of the blissful sect's news. Many people decided to go to the blissful sect's estate to investigate the matter. In the end, they were led to the blissful sect's estate by some powerful sectless cultivators. As expected, the blissful sect's estate was empty. Most importantly, the blissful sect's estate was empty. The primitive celestial crystal lode in the blissful sect's estate was emptied as though it had been plundered. At this moment, everyone was convinced. Chapter 29:18. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huan left the cross region and entered the general region with Tai Tai He. Master Duan, this is the general region. However, since I've never been to the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate, I don't know its exact location. After entering the general region, Tai Tai He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, therefore, I plan to look for a big city or a powerful force to inquire about it. We'll continue our journey after we find out where the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate is. Elder Tai, I'll leave these matters to you. Duan Lingtian nodded with an emotionless expression. After entering the general region, Duan Lingtian discovered he could no longer remain calm. I wonder if I'll be able to see her after I go to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian did not plan to see Murong Bing during this trip to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Unless Murong Bing came out of her own accord, he would not force her. After all, he did not plan to bring Murong Bing with him to the central area of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Brother Lingtian, Huan called out. Although Duan Lingtian did not show any abnormalities, she had been with Duan Lingtian for quite some time now. Therefore, she was very familiar with Duan Lingtian. At this moment, she could clearly sense that Lingtian's emotions were slightly unstable. His aura was also slightly unstable. She held Duan Lingtian's hand and gently squeezed his palm as though she was trying to calm Duan Lingtian's agitated aura. Huan, I'm fine. Duan Lingtian patted the back of Huan's hand affectionately. His eyes were filled with tenderness and affection. Don't worry. While Duan Lingtian, and Huan entered the general region, news of the blissful sect being annihilated by Duan Lingtian had spread in most of the cross region. In the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. Ever since Duan Lingtian killed Zhou Ming, by Wuji, and the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, and killed by Yuxuan, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, and the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, by Yuxuan, a dark cloud loomed over the profound heaven celestial sect. Apart from the seventh elder who had a chance to become the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, everyone else was feeling gloomy. After all, the deaths of Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, and Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, were a great blow to the profound heaven celestial sect. For this reason, after that incident, the profound heaven celestial sect's estate was devoid of laughter. Today, the profound heaven celestial sect was in an uproar again after a piece of news came from the outside. The profound heaven celestial sect was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, killed Li Ping, a one basic celestial king from the blissful sect, and annihilated the blissful sect? Is this true? Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, has broken through and become a celestial king? Many people seem to have confirmed this news. Up until now, no one has any evidence to prove it's false. Heavens! If this is true, doesn't this mean Duan Lingtian is strong enough to kill a one basic celestial king? The entire profound heaven celestial sect was shaken by the news that the blissful sect had been annihilated. It was as though an earthquake had taken place. Does this mean Duan Lingtian showed mercy to the profound heaven celestial sect? That seems to be the case. Since he's strong enough to kill a one basic celestial king, it shouldn't be difficult for him to annihilate the profound heaven celestial sect. Fortunately, he didn't pursue the matter with Bai Yuxuan. The high-ranking officials and disciples of the profound Heaven Celestial sect heaved a sigh of relief when they heard about the annihilation of the blissful sect and recalled what Duan Lingtian had done to the profound Heaven Celestial sect. Li Ping has broken through and become a celestial king? Even so, he was still killed by Duan Lingtian? As expected, Duan Lingtian isn't an ordinary celestial king. The two remaining old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial sect were shocked when they heard the news from the outside world. In fact, they had already guessed Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary celestial king when Zhou Ming was killed by Duan Lingtian. After all, if Duan Lingtian was only a one basic celestial king, they would still be able to catch a glimpse of his movements. However, they could not catch a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's movements at all. What did this mean? This meant Duan Lingtian was stronger than a one basic celestial king. The news from the blissful sect confirmed their suspicions. At the same time, they were relieved that Duan Lingtian did not kill the profound Heaven Celestial sect. After all, even the blissful sect that had a one basic celestial king was destroyed by Duan Lingtian. It would be easy for Duan Lingtian to destroy the profound Heaven Celestial sect if he wanted to. At this moment, the two surviving old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial sect broke out in cold sweat from the fright of their lives. Pass down my order. From today onward, no one in the profound Heaven Celestial sect is to provoke the people from the Tai Celestial sect. Even if they encounter the people from the Tai Celestial sect, they have to be respectful. The two old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial sect were fearful of Duan Lingtian's strength, so they quickly passed down the order. Upon hearing the order, everyone in the profound Heaven Celestial sect felt that it was only right. After all, they were deeply shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Even if the two old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial sect did not pass down the order, they would not dare to offend anyone from the Tai Celestial sect in the future. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. The only thing Duan Lingtian knew was that news of him annihilating the blissful sect would soon spread in the Cross region. I'm afraid there are only a few people in the Cross region who don't know that I've annihilated the blissful sect, right? If the quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect are still in seclusion in the Cross region, they should have heard about it as well, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as Tai he brought him to the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. Indeed, things were as Duan Lingtian had expected. About half a month ago, the three quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect who were in seclusion in the Cross region had heard about the annihilation of the blissful sect. That brat Li Ping. He's already a celestial king, but he was still killed. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect, is actually so strong? Moreover, he's not even 100 years old. Who is he? How did he become so strong at such a young age? The three quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect were furious when they heard about the annihilation of the blissful sect. They could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge their fallen disciples. However, when they learned that even Li Ping, who had broken through and become a celestial king, was killed by Duan Lingtian, they immediately dismissed the idea of seeking revenge on Duan Lingtian. In fact, they did not even dare to come out to revive the blissful sect. After all, they were worried they would be killed by Duan Lingtian if they came out to revive the blissful sect. It would be easy for Duan Lingtian, who could kill a one basic celestial king, to kill them. The three quasi-celestial kings were once one basic celestial kings. Naturally, they knew the difference in strength between them and a one basic celestial king. Even if the three quasi-celestial kings joined forces, they would not be able to last more than 100 moves against a one basic celestial king. Senior uncle, are we just going to let this go? We're so weak that we're willing to stay in the borderlands to protect the sect. How can we do nothing but watch the sect being annihilated? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. One of the quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect, a middle-aged man, said to the other old man. You can't accept it, but how can I accept it? I know Li Ping is your favorite direct disciple, and you want to avenge him. However, even Li Ping, who had broken through and become a celestial king, was killed by Duan Lingtian. Do you think you're a match for him? The old man shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Perhaps, it's time for us to leave the borderlands. Back then, we didn't leave the borderlands to head to the central area because we're so weak. We're willing to stay and protect the sect. The last old man sighed and said, because of this, our cultivation bases have regressed from 1 basic celestial kings to 10 direction celestial dukes. Unless we can obtain rare herbs and pills to eliminate the side effects of regressing our cultivation bases, we won't be able to improve our cultivation bases at all. Now that the sect is gone, it's meaningless for us to stay in the borderlands. Let's head to the central area. Perhaps, we'll be able to obtain rare herbs and pills to eliminate the side effects of regressing our cultivation bases. The quasi-celestial king from the blissful sect had clearly thought of a backup plan. In the end, the 3 quasi-celestial dukes reached a consensus and left the 6 southeastern regions for the central area. At this moment, they regretted staying in the borderlands. After all, Duan Lingtian's appearance had ruined their reason for staying in the borderlands. They hated Duan Lingtian to the core. However, after learning about Duan Lingtian's strength, they knew there was nothing they could do to avenge Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the blissful sect had left the blissful sect. The 3 reclusive celestial kings from the blissful sect had left the borderlands for fear of him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not know that the blissful sect had left the blissful sect. In the future, he would encounter the 3 quasi-celestial kings from the blissful sect in the central area. Master Duan, the compassionate celestial traveler sect is up ahead. Outside the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate, Tai, he said to Duan Lingtian as he looked at the area shrouded in clouds. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously and asked. Chapter 29:19. Although Tai he knew there was a conflict between Duan Lingtian and the compassionate celestial traveler sect, he did not know how deep the conflict was. For this reason, he asked Duan Lingtian. Although Tai he did not attend the alchemy conference with Duan Lingtian, he had learned from Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, that the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had sent someone to kill Duan Lingtian. However, based on Situ Ming's words, it seemed like Duan Lingtian did not intend to seek revenge from the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. For this reason, Tai he did not know the purpose of Duan Lingtian's visit to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Let's go in. Upon hearing Tai he's question, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body and shrouded the 2 of them. In the next moment, the 3 of them disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, they were in a vast area filled with lush greenery and fragrant flowers. It was as though they were in a fairyland. Within this vast region stood numerous towering mountains that pierced through the clouds. They were like numerous giants standing there, emitting an oppressive aura. I'm Duan Lingtian, Murong Bing's man. I'm here to challenge the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 10 direction celestial duke, Wang Qiu Kuang. Tai he was about to greet the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect when he heard Duan Lingtian's thunderous voice. Tai he was dumbfounded when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had heard that Duan Lingtian had a close relationship with Murong Bing, the genius disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would come here to challenge him. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to challenge Wang Qiu Kuang, the 10 direction celestial duke of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. It was not difficult for him to guess Duan Lingtian's motive. Murong Bing's master was Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Wang Danfeng was famous for being ruthless. The reason why Wang Danfeng was said to be vicious and merciless was not only because of Wang Danfeng's fierce reputation outside, but also because Wang Danfeng had once personally executed her own personal disciple. And all of this was because her personal disciple had a man outside. This was because she wanted her direct disciple to become the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, her direct disciple had lost the opportunity to become the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect because she had a man. It seems like Master Duan and Murong Bing have slept together. Murong Bing has lost her chance to become the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Master Duan is worried that Murong Bing will follow in her senior sister's footsteps, so he decided to come to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to threaten Wang Danfeng. If he defeats Wang Danfeng's father, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke, Wang Qiuquang, he'll be able to intimidate Wang Danfeng and the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. In the blink of an eye, Tai Taiha had guessed many things. Brother Ling Tian, a hint of envy could be seen in Huan Er's eyes when she heard Duan Ling Tian announcing that he was Murong Bing's man. She was, naturally, envious of Murong Bing. Huan had fallen in love with Duan Ling Tian. However, since Duan Ling Tian was trying to distance himself from her, it could only be considered as a one-sided love. She was very disappointed about this. How wonderful would it be if I could have a place in his heart like Sister Murong Bing? Huan sighed inwardly. A hint of disappointment could be seen in her eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's thunderous voice resounded in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect due to his rich celestial origin energy. I, Duan Lingtian, Murong Bing's man, have come to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to challenge Wang Qiuquang, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke. When Duan Lingtian's words resounded in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate, silence fell upon the sect's estate. The high-ranking officials of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and the ordinary disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were dumbfounded. After a long while, they finally regained their senses. Did you hear that voice? I'm not dreaming, right? You're not dreaming. I heard it as well. It's a man who claims to be Senior Sister Murong Bing. Most importantly, he's challenging the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The Supreme Guardian is the second Guardian's father. He's also the only man in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He's also a powerful 10 Directions Celestial Duke. Isn't he seeking death by challenging the Supreme Guardian? I'm curious. When did Senior Sister Murong Bing have a man? She's going to inherit the position of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She's not allowed to have sex. I don't know. Let's go and see what's going on. Who's he? Could it be that he's a lunatic? I think it's more likely that he's crazy. With Senior Sister Murong Bing's beauty, it's normal for a man to go crazy over her. Most of the disciples in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate were convinced that Duan Lingtian was a man who had gone crazy over Murong Bing's beauty after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. In fact, it was highly likely that Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary man who had gone crazy and dared to challenge the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. At this moment, they had forgotten something very important. If Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary man, how could he have barged into the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate? How could he have made such a bold statement under the watchful eyes of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples? At this moment, many of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples had already risen into the air and were flying toward the source of the voice. A hint of sympathy could be seen in their eyes as they made their way to the source of the voice. They pitied the man who had overestimated himself. At this moment, it was as though they could already see the man being killed by the elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Wait a minute. That person said his name is Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian. Why does this name sound so familiar? Duan Lingtian? Isn't he the genius celestial alchemist who rose to prominence after the alchemy conference? Now that you mention it, I remember it as well. Duan Lingtian is the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. He's also a prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old. It's said that although Master Duan is only a prominent celestial alchemist, in terms of alchemy skills, even the supreme celestial alchemist of the profound heaven celestial sect is inferior to him. It seems like he's really a lunatic. Not only did he think Senior Sister Murong Bing is his woman, but he also thinks he's the genius celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. His actions can be considered as a blasphemy against Senior Sister Bing and the Supreme Guardian. He'll definitely die today. More and more disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect thought the voice belonged to a lunatic. At the same time, more and more disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect flew toward the source of the voice. It was human nature to join in the fun. Even the female disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were no exception. In fact, as women, they were more inclined to join in the fun than men. Where did this lunatic come from? How dare he blaspheme the Supreme Guardian? This lunatic is delusional enough to think junior sister Murongbing is his woman? Ridiculous. How arrogant. Moreover, he probably thinks he's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect in the wasteland. How dare he blaspheme the Supreme Guardian? He must be tired of living. Many elders from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect flew up into the air with furious expressions on their faces. Duan Lingtian? This does sound like the voice of the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect in the wasteland, right? The few prominent celestial alchemists from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect who had attended the alchemy conference with the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect found the voice familiar. Indeed, it was Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect in the wasteland. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's attitude toward Murongbing during the alchemy conference, they could tell the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Murongbing was unusual. This alchemist Duan dares to challenge the Supreme Guardian? Is he crazy? I don't know. Let's go and have a look. The few prominent celestial alchemists from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect left their residences as soon as they heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Duan Lingtian? Why is he here? Does he have a death wish? Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, who had attended the alchemy conference with Nangong Shou, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, had also heard Duan Lingtian's voice. After the alchemy conference, she had learned about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Murongbing from Nangong Shou. At that time, just like Nangong Shou, she felt the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would be able to climb up the social ladder after learning that Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area. The marriage between Duan Lingtian and Murongbing was destined to become a legend in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After the alchemy conference ended, Lin Ru and Nangong Shou even went to persuade Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, after they returned. When Wang Danfeng learned about the relationship between Murongbing and Duan Lingtian, she was, naturally, furious. She wanted to kill Murongbing. However, after learning about Duan Lingtian's background in the central area, she decided not to kill Murongbing for the time being since she was wary of Murongbing. However, some time ago, there was news from the Cross region that the Blissful sect had investigated Duan Lingtian's background. Duan Lingtian did not have a background in the central area. He was just an ordinary person who had just ascended. When Wang Danfeng heard the news, she wanted to kill Murongbing again. However, Nangong Shou, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, stopped her. Nangong Shou's words were, "What if the Blissful sect made a mistake?" In the end, Wang Danfeng still imprisoned Murongbing. At the same time, she waited for news from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's intelligence network. Chapter 29-20. Duan Lingtian? When Duan Lingtian's voice resounded in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate, Nangong Shou, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, heard Duan Lingtian's voice as well. For a moment, her pupils constricted and her face darkened. Although she and her junior sister, Wang Danfeng, did not believe the news about the Blissful sect finding out about Duan Lingtian's background was true, she did not believe it. However, in her heart, she began to believe that piece of news a little more. After all, there was no smoke without fire. It was precisely because of this that she hated Duan Lingtian to the core. She hated Duan Lingtian for lying to her. After returning to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect after the alchemy conference ended, she had told Wang Danfeng about the relationship between her niece, Feng Tianwu, and Duan Lingtian. This had caused a lot of trouble for her. If Duan Lingtian had not lied, she would have had time to think about how to deal with Wang Danfeng even if she found out about this matter sooner or later. However, now that her niece had been imprisoned, she was waiting for Wang Danfeng to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. After confirming that Duan Lingtian did not have a powerful background, her niece would most likely be in trouble. He dares to challenge the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Nangong Xiu could tell the voice belonged to Duan Lingtian, whom she had met during the alchemy conference. However, she found it difficult to understand why Duan Lingtian would challenge the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After all, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was a 10-direction celestial duke. She was one of the strongest people in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. However, Duan Lingtian, a young man who was not even 100 years old, possessed a high talent in alchemy, and was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, dared to challenge the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Is he out of his mind? At this moment, even Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, thought Duan Lingtian must be out of his mind. Swoosh! Nangong Xiu's eyes flashed as her robes fluttered. In just a blink of an eye, she had disappeared from her cultivation palace. She had disappeared. Duan Lingtian? A woman who was instructing a young girl in the courtyard of the sect's mansion was standing in the courtyard. A beautiful woman who was instructing a young girl who was practicing swordsmanship who was instructing her when she heard the voices of voice when she Lingtian's SS words, Duan Lingtian? Hall. Sect. Lingi is he? He. Sex is he? The girl in green beside the beautiful woman suddenly narrowed her eyes when she heard the voice coming from afar. Her face was filled with shock. Liu Luo, is that really the voice of Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland? The beautiful woman asked coldly as she looked at the green-clad young girl with a piercing gaze. The green-clad young girl's heart skipped a beat when she saw the beautiful woman's piercing gaze. She hastily replied, "Master, that's his voice." The green-clad young girl was none other than Liu Luo, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect whom Duan Lingtian had met in Alchemy City in the Barren Land. The beautiful woman was none other than Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She was also Liu Luo and Murong Bing's master. Wang Danfeng was also the daughter of Wang Qiuquang, the only 10-direction celestial duke in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Good, very good. I didn't expect him to come knocking on my door. After obtaining Liu Luo's confirmation, the beautiful woman's eyes flashed coldly. Then, she disappeared from Liu Luo's sight. Master, wait for me. Although Liu Luo could not see the beautiful woman, she knew her master had gone to the place where Duan Lingtian's voice had come from. She quickly flew toward the place where Duan Lingtian's voice had come from. Third senior sister must have heard Duan Lingtian's voice by now, right? Unfortunately, even if she hears his voice, she won't be able to leave that place. As Liu Luo made her way to the place where Duan Lingtian's voice had come from, a beautiful figure appeared in her mind. She could not help but sigh inwardly. Why is he here? Moreover, he even said he wants to challenge Grandmaster. At the foot of a steep mountain in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, there was a dilapidated courtyard. A woman who was sitting in front of an old wooden table in the courtyard suddenly rose to her feet. A hint of excitement flashed in her eyes before it was replaced by a hint of worry. The woman was dressed in a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like feathers, her skin was as fair as snow, and her waist was slim. Although half of her face was covered by a thin veil, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, were enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. Apart from that, her face was also covered by the veil. However, because the veil was half transparent, the outline of her face was faintly discernible, and one could vaguely see the perfect curve of her face. She was so beautiful that one could not help but have the urge to lift the veil and look at her face. One could imagine how charming she was even with the veil covering her face. If one were to remove the veil, one could only imagine how devastatingly beautiful her face would be. The woman was none other than Murong Bing, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. This was the place where Murong Bing's master, Wang Dan Feng, had imprisoned her. There were layers upon layers of formations around it, making it impossible for Murong Bing to escape. Could it be that he really has the background of a great family in the central area? The blissful sect didn't find out anything about him? However, if he brought someone here, why did he say that he wanted to challenge Grandmaster? At this moment, Murong Bing's heart was filled with confusion. She was certain that the voice belonged to that man. It was also because of this that she couldn't understand why that man would say those words. As far as she knew, although the man was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he was as weak as an ant in front of a 10-direction celestial duke. In the depths of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate, there was a steep mountain that pierced through the clouds. This was the tallest mountain in the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. It was the best place to cultivate in the compassionate celestial traveler sect since it was the closest to the primitive celestial crystal vein that was under the sect's control. This was where Wang Qiuquang, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, cultivated. Originally, Wang Qiuquang was sitting cross-legged in the air in a valley halfway up the mountain, cultivating. Suddenly, he heard the sound coming from outside, and he opened his eyes abruptly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Challenge me? Wang Qiuquang was a tall and well-built middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. A hint of disdain could be seen on his face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He, Wang Qiuquang, was not someone who could be easily challenged. Duan Lingtian? He had never heard of this name before. For this reason, he was certain Duan Lingtian was not a 10-direction celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions or even the borderlands. Soon after, Wang Qiuquang closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. He completely ignored Duan Lingtian's words and treated them as a joke that was not worth mentioning. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Duan Lingtian's voice spread through the compassionate celestial traveler sect, it did not take long for a group of people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect to surround Duan Lingtian and his companions. In the beginning, it was the patrolling disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After a while, a group of high-ranking officials from the compassionate celestial traveler sect arrived one after another. As time passed, more and more disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler sect came to join in the fun. He's that lunatic? Many people shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian as soon as they arrived. Is he really Duan Lingtian from the Tai-E celestial sect of the wasteland? One of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's disciples cried out in surprise. She looked at Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian for a moment before she shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian. Many people were looking at the disciple from the compassionate celestial traveler sect in confusion when she looked at Huan again and said, "That's right." She continued to say, "I've long heard that Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the wasteland, has a peerless beauty by his side. This is my first time seeing such a beautiful woman. Even the most beautiful woman in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, senior sister Murong Bing, pales in comparison to her. Based on her presence, it's clear that the purple-clad young man next to her is Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect of the wasteland. What a perfect woman. Such a woman. I'm afraid you won't be able to find a second one in this world, right? It seems like the purple-clad young man is Duan Lingtian from the wasteland's Tai-E celestial sect." Initially, they thought it was a madman impersonating Duan Lingtian. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian standing next to Duan Lingtian, they were more or less certain of Duan Lingtian's identity. He's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect, Duan Lingtian? It's really him? When the high-ranking officials of the compassionate celestial traveler sect looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of surprise could be seen in their eyes. "You are Duan Lingtian?" Just as the high-ranking officials and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect were about to confirm Duan Lingtian's identity, a furious voice rang from afar. As soon as the voice fell, a beautiful woman appeared out of thin air before the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Guardian Dan Feng. Chapter 29-21. There were 3 9 palaces celestial dukes in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, and Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, was the first of the 3 Nine Palaces Celestial Dukes to appear. The people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect shifted their attention to Wang Danfeng when they saw her. Moreover, after the group of people came back to their senses, they greeted Wang Danfeng respectfully. Guardian Danfeng. Guardian Danfeng. Although Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, was not as strong as Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. However, compared to Lin Ru, they were much more nervous in front of Wang Danfeng. This was because Wang Danfeng's temper was worse than Lin Ru's. Moreover, Wang Danfeng's father was the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a 10-direction celestial duke. He was an irreplaceable pillar of the sect. Even the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was respectful and did not dare to act recklessly in front of the supreme guardian. Guardian Danfeng? Duan Lingtian had noticed the beautiful woman as soon as she appeared. Based on the way the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect addressed her, he could guess her identity. Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She was also Murong Bing's master. Duan Lingtian's purpose in coming to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was to intimidate Wang Danfeng so she would not dare to act rashly against Murong Bing. Wang Danfeng was a graceful and beautiful woman. She was dressed elegantly. It was obvious she was a person who cared about dressing up. Moreover, Wang Danfeng looked like she was in her 30s at most. Although she was more mature than ordinary young women, she had a unique charm. However, when Wang Danfeng appeared, she looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. A hint of killing intent could be seen in the depth of her eyes. It seems that she already knows what happened between me and Murong Bing. Sensing Wang Danfeng's cold gaze, Duan Lingtian's complexion slightly changed. At the same time, he couldn't help but become impatient. Since she knows about my relationship with Murong Bing, there's no way she'll let Murong Bing off so easily. Perhaps, she's afraid of the major clans in the central area backing me up. However, the Blissful sect has long found out about me. Moreover, the Blissful sect is closer to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect than the Tai-E Celestial sect. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect must have received news that the Blissful sect has found out about me. Under such circumstances, Murong Bing, at this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to think about it. He immediately extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate. His divine sense extended, and the first thing he sensed was Wang Danfeng's existence, because Wang Danfeng was really too dazzling. Her cultivation base as a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke made her stand out among the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. As Duan Lingtian continued to extend his divine consciousness, he discovered 2 other 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes flying toward him one after another. He was not unfamiliar with these 2 people. He had seen them at the last alchemy conference. They were Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Lin Ru. However, since Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness was currently at the level of a 6-combo Celestial King, Wang Danfeng, Nangong Xiu, and Lin Ru were unaware of Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian continued to extend his divine consciousness. The entire Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate was shrouded by Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness. A 10-direction Celestial Duke? It seems like he's the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Wang Danfeng's father, Wang Qiuquang. Duan Lingtian, who had shrouded the entire Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect with his divine consciousness, quickly discovered Wang Qiuquang's presence. At the same time, Wang Qiuquang was unaware of Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness as well. Whoosh! After a while, Duan Lingtian finally discovered Murong Bing's presence. After confirming that Murong Bing was fine, he withdrew his divine consciousness. At the same time, he heaved a long sigh of relief. "You're Duan Tian?" Wang Danfeng had always been looking coldly at Duan Tian, and only when she saw the lingering fear on Duan Tian's face did she question in a cold voice. "Greetings, Guardian Danfeng. I'm Duan Tian." Although Duan Tian's purpose was to intimidate Wang Danfeng, she was still Murong Bing's master. Therefore, he still knew how to act courteously. Wang Danfeng's cold expression did not ease at all when she saw Duan Tian bowing to her. However, her eyes flashed. If it was said that she was still angry when she confirmed Duan Tian's arrival in the beginning, however, now that she saw Duan Tian, she calmed down a little. At the same time, he could not help but scan the surroundings from the corner of his eyes. He wanted to see if there were any powerhouses who had followed Duan Tian and were hiding by his side. "Greetings, Guardian Danfeng. I'm Tai Tai He from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect." At this moment, Tai Tai He, who was standing behind Duan Tian, followed suit and bowed to Wang Danfeng. "Guardian Danfeng, there's no need for you to look. Only the three of us have come to visit your sect. There's no fourth person," Duan Tian said indifferently. He could see through Wang Danfeng's thoughts. "Apart from that, it's just as the blissful sect found out, I have no background. I'm only an ascender from a mundane realm to the spirit overarching heaven," Duan Tian continued to say. After he finished speaking, Duan Tian looked at Wang Danfeng meaningfully before he added, "I'm sure you've heard about the blissful sect's investigation of my background, right?" Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, Wang Danfeng's expression changed drastically. A hint of suspicion could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Duan Tian. "Duan Tian, how dare you deceive me?" A familiar voice rang in the air. Duan Tian turned around and saw Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, was standing next to Nangong Xiu like a shadow. Sect leader Nangong, guardian Lin Ru. Duan Tian raised an eyebrow and greeted them with a smile on his face. Although he did not have much contact with Lin Ru, he did not have any enmity with her. Although Nangong Xiu had sent people to hunt him down, Nangong Xiu's protection of Murong Bing had left him with a good impression of Nangong Xiu. Sect leader Nangong fabricated the identity of a major clan in the central area because he was forced to do so. Duan Tian sighed when he saw Nangong Xiu glaring at him. "I hope you can understand. You deceived me, and you want me to understand you?" The fury in Nangong Xiu's eyes soared. When she spoke again, her voice was even colder. "Sect leader Nangong, can we talk about our matters later?" Duan Tian's eyes flashed when he saw the furious Nangong Xiu. He said bluntly, "I came here to challenge Wang Qiuquang, the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It won't be too late to talk about our matters after I challenge Wang Qiuquang." As soon as Duan Tian finished speaking, he instinctively looked at Wang Danfeng. After all, Wang Qiuquang was Wang Danfeng's biological father. "You want to challenge my father?" Wang Danfeng sneered as she looked at Duan Tian disdainfully. "If you don't come from a major clan in the central area, don't even think about leaving the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect alive." As soon as Wang Danfeng finished speaking, a terrifying killing intent surged from her body again. The expressions of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples changed drastically. They instinctively retreated to put some distance between them and Wang Danfeng. "It seems like Guardian Danfeng doesn't believe I'm strong enough to challenge your father." Duan Tian was not surprised by Wang Danfeng's disdain. When he spoke again, his tone suddenly changed. His tone changed as he said, "In that case, I'll show you if I'm strong enough to challenge your father." At the instant Duan Tian finished speaking, his originally calm eyes focused abruptly. In the next moment, boom! Rumble! Thunderous explosions rang in the air around Duan Tian as purple energy surged out of Duan Tian's body. As soon as the purple energy surged out of Duan Tian's body, it transformed into thousands of purple beams. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh. 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 Before the 3-9 palaces celestial dukes of the compassionate celestial traveler sect could react, Duan Lingtian's purple energy had transformed into thousands of purple beams that shot toward Wang Danfeng again. When Wang Danfeng regained her senses and tried to block Duan Lingtian's attack, she discovered the purple beams had no intention of attacking her. Instead, around her body, they converged and formed a cage made entirely of purple light, trapping her inside. Swoosh. Although Duan Lingtian did not attack her, Wang Danfeng's expression could not help but change when she saw Duan Lingtian cast such a technique in the blink of an eye. Swoosh. Swoosh. Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru's expressions changed drastically when they saw Wang Danfeng's expression. I'm afraid only a 10-direction celestial duke or stronger would be able to cast such a technique right under our noses, right? Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru glanced at each other, and Lin Ru's slightly trembling voice sounded in their ears. Nangong Xiao's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lin Ru's words. The elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect were stunned when they saw Wang Danfeng trapped in a purple cage. Withdraw. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian slowly extended his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Chapter 29-22. The light from the purple cage shone brightly before it shrunk again. It shrouded Wang Danfeng and trapped her. Wang Danfeng's expression changed drastically. She tried her best to resist the purple cage, but it was futile. The purple energy was like an endless torrential river that slammed into her body. Every time her celestial origin energy rose, it would be mercilessly destroyed. At this moment, Wang Danfeng had a feeling of being a fish on a chopping block. At the same time, there was only a deep sense of helplessness in the depths of her heart. Purple Qi from the east. Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru's expressions changed again when they saw Wang Danfeng was being restrained. They recognized the technique Duan Lingtian had cast. It was the profound heaven celestial sect's Duke grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Qi. Moreover, they could tell Duan Lingtian had completely comprehended and mastered the Eastern Purple Qi. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control the Eastern Purple Qi as though it was his own arm. Duan Lingtian, let go of my junior sister. Although Nangong Xiao was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength and techniques, she still made a move when she saw Wang Danfeng being restrained by Duan Lingtian. Swoosh. His figure was like the wind as he tore through the sky and flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Although Lin Ru did not say anything, she followed closely behind Nangong Xiao. She was prepared to join forces with Nangong Xiao to deal with Duan Lingtian. If it was in the past, they would not take Duan Lingtian seriously at all regardless of alchemy Dao. In the past, they would never have imagined that they would join forces to deal with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, even if they joined forces, they were not confident they could defeat Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength was too strong. He was at least a 10-direction celestial duke or even stronger. When Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru had just moved, Duan Lingtian had already noticed them. However, Duan Lingtian did not look at them. His gaze was still fixed on Wang Danfeng, who was still struggling bitterly. If not for the fact that this woman was Murongbing's teacher and Murongbing had deep feelings for her, he would have killed her long ago to prevent any future troubles. Although Duan Lingtian had a 10-direction celestial duke as his backer, he was still a 10-direction celestial duke. However, now that he could even kill a 1 basic celestial king, why would he be afraid of a mere 10-direction celestial duke? Akala. As Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru rapidly approached, Duan Lingtian still did not shift his gaze. However, with a thought, a surge of energy rose from his body once again. A few moments later, the silhouette of a golden Buddha that was shrouded in purple qi appeared around Duan Lingtian, shielding him firmly in the middle. Boom! Rumble. No matter how hard Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru attacked, the golden Buddha shadow that rose from Duan Lingtian's body did not show any signs of dissipating. When the two women's attacks landed on the golden Buddha shadow, it felt like they were merely scratching an itch. They were not a threat to him at all. 9 Suns Lotus Seat. World Cleansing Horsetail Whisk. Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru were shocked by Duan Lingtian's terrifying defense. Then, they took out their king-grade celestial weapons with a solemn expression on their faces. A lotus seat appeared in Nangong Xiu's hand. There were 9 boys standing in 3 rows on top of the lotus seat. There were 5 boys below the lotus seat, 3 boys above the 5 boys, and 1 boy above the 3 boys. This was one of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 3 sect guarding celestial weapons, the 9 Suns lotus seat. It was the strongest of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 3 sect guarding celestial weapons. Whoosh! With a solemn expression on her face, Nangong Xiu channeled her celestial origin energy into the 9 Suns lotus seat. The 9 Suns lotus seat shone brightly as 2 clones appeared. Apart from the main body that remained in Nangong Xiu's hand, one of the clones appeared beneath Nangong Xiu's feet. At the same time, it expanded and supported Nangong Xiu. The other doppelganger turned into a huge shadow and enveloped Nangong Xiu like an impenetrable wall. Meanwhile, the horsetail whisk in Lin Ru's hand was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. Murongbing had found this horsetail whisk in the little world that they had entered together. It was one of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 3 sect guarding celestial weapons, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. The world-cleansing horsetail whisk had been lost for many years until Murongbing found it a few years ago. The compassionate celestial traveler sect's other sect-guarding celestial weapon was in the possession of Wang Qiuquang, Wang Danfeng's father, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. The sect leader even took out the 9 Suns lotus seat. Is Duan Lingtian's defense really that terrifying? Isn't it obvious? Before the sect leader used her king-grade celestial weapon, she and guardian Lin Ru were still unable to break through Duan Lingtian's defense even after joining forces. How can his defense not be terrifying? Now that guardian Lin Ru has taken out her world-cleansing horsetail whisk, 2 9 Palaces celestial dukes and 2 king-grade celestial weapons should be able to break through Duan Lingtian's defense, right? Even if Duan Lingtian's defense is breached, there's no doubt about his strength. At the very least, he's a 10 directions celestial duke. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect finally regained their senses. Duan Lingtian's strength was simply too shocking. Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, was a 9 Palaces celestial duke. However, she did not even have the strength to fight back against Duan Lingtian. Although Wang Danfeng had underestimated Duan Lingtian and was careless, it was also because of Duan Lingtian's strength that he was capable of doing this. Now that the 2 9 Palaces celestial dukes from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had joined forces and even took out 2 of the sect-guarding celestial weapons, the elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect watched intently. Most of them were certain the 2 9 Palaces celestial dukes from the compassionate celestial traveler sect would be able to break through Duan Lingtian's defense with their king-grade celestial weapons. However, their confidence in the 2 9 Palaces celestial dukes was shaken. That's also a king-grade celestial weapon? It's impossible for a duke-grade celestial weapon to have such an aura. The people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect could clearly see a celestial weapon appearing in the purple-clad young man's hand as soon as Nangong and Lin Ru took out their king-grade celestial weapons. That immortal artifact was an umbrella. There were strange patterns drawn on the umbrella's body. There were also strange patterns engraved on the umbrella's handle. As soon as the umbrella appeared in the purple-clothed young man's hand, it opened and transformed. In the blink of an eye, it was in the hands of the golden Buddha shadow that was propped up by the purple-clothed young man. As soon as the umbrella appeared in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand, it was shrouded in a layer of golden light. A faint purple energy could be seen on the umbrella's surface as well. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, the umbrella shone with a dazzling light that resonated with the golden Buddha silhouette and the purple energy before it seemed to merge with the umbrella. At the same time, Nangong and Lin Ru's attacks with their king-grade celestial weapons arrived as well. Nangong held the 9 children lotus seat in her hand. The 9 children lotus seat trembled, and the 9 boys on it seemed to have come to life as they opened their eyes one after another. In the next moment, swoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as the 9 boys left the lotus seat and charged toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. During this process, the bodies of the 9 boys continued to expand as though they were being blown by the wind. When the 9 boys came into contact with the golden Buddha silhouette that was holding up an umbrella on Duan Lingtian's body, their bodies shone brightly as though they were members of a suicide squad. Almost at the same time, they self-destructed. Boom! Rumble. The 9 boys self-destructed at the same time. The sound of self-destruction mixed together and seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. It even caused the space at the point of explosion to tremble. Waves of shocking air waves swept out in all directions. As for the golden Buddha shadow holding the umbrella, it also trembled and swayed when the 9 children self-destructed at the same time. It gave off a feeling that it was on the verge of collapse, as if it could collapse at any time. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the golden Buddha silhouette holding the umbrella was on the verge of collapsing due to the self-destruction of the 9 boys, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air again. Lin Ru had made her move after Nangong's performance. The world-cleansing horsetail whisk seemed to have come to life in her hand. With a wave of her hand, the void trembled as a gust of wind whistled out toward Duan Lingtian. The gust of wind whistled through the air like a ferocious beast from ancient times. It opened its bloody mouth and charged toward Duan Lingtian. The golden Buddha silhouette that was shaken by the 9 boys' self-destruction trembled again when it was hit by the gust of wind. Is Duan Lingtian's defense going to be breached? The group of elders and disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect stared at the golden Buddha silhouette holding the umbrella on Duan Lingtian's body. Their hearts trembled slightly as a hint of hope appeared in their eyes. However, what happened next disappointed them. The golden Buddha silhouette holding the umbrella on Duan Lingtian's body continued to sway. When it regained its footing, it was as still as a mountain. Since Nangong, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, had taken care of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples on the scene, none of them were affected by the shockwave of her and Lin Ru's attack. This is not enough to breach his defense? His king-grade celestial weapon isn't simple. Moreover, it seems to be a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Now, I'm certain he's at least a 10-direction celestial duke. The elders and disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability to fend off Nangong and Lin Ru's attacks. At the same time, they shifted their attention to the umbrella in Duan Lingtian's hand. At this moment, the umbrella in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand shone with purple, golden, and profound rays. It seemed to be able to ward off all the wind and rain in the world. He's finally here? While the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were still in shock over Duan Lingtian's strength, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the sky in the distance. Chapter 29-23. At the very least, no one, including the 3 Palaces Celestial Dukes of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, noticed the newcomer when Duan Lingtian discovered him. Although this person's speed was fast, he could not escape Duan Lingtian's eyes. Swoosh! A moment later, as though a gust of wind had blown past, a tall and sturdy figure appeared beside Wang Danfeng out of thin air. It was a middle-aged man. Supreme Guardian. Supreme Guardian. Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, and Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, were the first to regain their senses. They were not surprised by the newcomer's appearance. After all, they had used 2 of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's sect-guarding celestial weapons to attack Duan Lingtian. Supreme Guardian? He's the Supreme Guardian? Although the disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had more or less heard about the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, this was their first time seeing him in person. At that moment, all of their gazes were focused on the Supreme Protector. Supreme Guardian. Supreme Guardian. The eyes of the elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect lit up when they saw Wang Qiuquang, the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Previously, Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru had joined forces to attack Duan Lingtian, but they were still unable to break through his defenses. This had caused their hearts to sink. However, Wang Qiuquang's arrival gave them hope. Father. When Wang Danfeng, who was imprisoned by Duanling Tian, saw her father, tears welled up in her eyes again. Although she was a 9 Palaces celestial duke and the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, she was only a daughter in front of Wang Qiuquang. When a daughter was wronged, it was fine if her father was not around. She could not help but vent her emotions when she saw her father. Feng Er. Seeing the tears in Wang Danfeng's eyes, Wang Qiuquang's expression turned ugly. He raised his hand, and surges of immortal origin energy swept forth like a flood and enveloped Wang Danfeng's body. Wherever Wang Qiuquang's celestial elemental energy passed through, the purple qi on Wang Danfeng's body was also annihilated. It was as if it had never existed. As for Wang Danfeng, she also regained her freedom. The eyes of the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect brightened when they saw Wang Qiuquang had broken free from Wang Danfeng's restraints. After all, the binding that the 9 Palaces' immortal monarchs were unable to do anything to was undone by Wang Qiuquang. This meant that Wang Qiuquang's strength far surpassed that of the 9 Palaces' immortal monarchs. Furthermore, Wang Qiuquang's ability to undo the restraints that Duanling Tian had placed on Wang Danfeng made many people subconsciously feel that Wang Qiuquang was not any weaker than Duanling Tian. However, they did not know that when Wang Qiuquang appeared, Duanling Tian had already removed the power that was binding Wang Danfeng. Otherwise, even if Wang Qiuquang made a move, it would be impossible to remove the restraints on Wang Danfeng. Who are you? Wang Qiuquang asked in a deep voice as he looked at the purple-clad young man with a piercing gaze. His tone was cold and condescending, as though he was a superior who was questioning a subordinate. Although Duanling Tian had introduced himself, Wang Qiuquang had never seen Duanling Tian before. Therefore, he did not associate the purple-clad young man with the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect in the wasteland. In his opinion, it was impossible for the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect in the wasteland to possess such strength. Before Wang Qiuquang arrived, he had already sensed the commotion. With his divine consciousness, he had witnessed how Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru were unable to break through Duanling Tian's defenses even after they had joined forces with their king-grade celestial weapons. Wang Qiuquang had also sensed Duanling Tian's defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, he would not have the guts to question Duanling Tian like this. After all, if Duanling Tian did not use his defensive king-grade celestial weapon to block Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru's king-grade celestial weapons, based on this, Wang Qiuquang was certain Duanling Tian was at least a quasi-celestial king or even a celestial king. In front of a quasi-celestial king or a celestial king, Wang Qiuquang, a mere 10-direction celestial duke, did not even dare to breathe loudly, let alone question Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian had taken out the umbrella earlier because he did not want to waste his celestial origin energy. As for the umbrella, it was a defensive king-grade celestial weapon that he had obtained from the little world where he had obtained the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring. Apart from obtaining the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, Duanling Tian had also obtained a few king-grade celestial weapons. One of the king-grade celestial weapons was the umbrella that he had taken out earlier. You're questioning me? Duanling Tian's expression darkened when he heard Wang Qiuquang's question. Then, a powerful energy surged out of his body and shot toward Wang Qiuquang. It was none other than his celestial origin energy. At the same time, his divine consciousness swept out and pressed down on Wang Qiuquang. His celestial origin energy and divine consciousness that were comparable to a 6-combo celestial king surged out, causing the void to tremble. Ripples began to spread in all directions. Whoosh! As soon as Duanling Tian's divine consciousness pressed down on Wang Qiuquang's expression changed drastically when he sensed Duanling Tian's terrifying aura. In the face of Duanling Tian's ferocious celestial origin energy, Wang Qiuquang's celestial origin energy was completely destroyed by Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy. Bang! With a loud bang, Wang Qiuquang was sent flying. As he was sent flying, he coughed up blood as if it was free. Wang Qiuquang only managed to regain his footing after he was sent flying for several hundred meters. Even Li Ping, a one basic celestial king from the blissful sect, was killed by me. How dare a mere 10 directions celestial do question me? After injuring Wang Qiuquang, Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine consciousness and celestial origin energy back into his body in just a blink of an eye. After Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine consciousness and celestial origin energy, he sneered disdainfully at Wang Qiuquang, who was standing a few hundred meters away. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Wang Danfeng was standing next to Wang Qiuquang earlier. Although Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness and celestial origin energy were not directed at her, she could still sense the terrifying aura from the divine consciousness and celestial origin energy. Although the aura was not directed at her, it was stifling to the point of suffocation. The aura had surpassed the level of a celestial duke. Even the divine consciousness and celestial origin energy of a quasi-celestial king would not be able to emit such a terrifying aura. He held back earlier. In Wang Danfeng's heart, such a thought suddenly popped up without any warning. As soon as this thought appeared in her mind, fear crept into her heart. It took a long time for her to calm down. Li Ping has broken through and become a celestial king? Moreover, he was killed by you even after he had broken through? In the distance, Wang Qiuquang, who was injured by Duan Lingtian, did not even have time to think about how terrifying Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness and celestial origin energy were when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His expression changed drastically. I, Duan Lingtian, am not one to lie. It won't be long before news of this matter reaches my ears. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. While Duan Lingtian was speaking, Wang Qiuquang recalled the divine consciousness and celestial origin energy that Duan Lingtian had used on him earlier. After a while, he began to believe Duan Lingtian's words. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength was much stronger than an ordinary celestial king. Even a one basic celestial king would not be able to injure Wang Qiuquang to such an extent with just his divine consciousness and celestial origin energy. Wait a minute, all of a sudden, Wang Qiuquang seemed to have discovered something. His eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. Why, you said you're Duan Lingtian? Currently, Wang Qiuquang was looking at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Was Duan Lingtian not the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect in the wasteland? I'm Duan Lingtian, Murong Bing's man. Today, I came to the compassionate celestial traveler sect to challenge Wang Qiuquang, a 10-direction celestial duke. In response to Wang Qiuquang's question, Duan Lingtian repeated what he had said when he first entered the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. His voice was the same, and his words were the same as well. At this moment, Wang Qiuquang was certain the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect in the wasteland. Master Duan, although Wang Qiuquang was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength at such a young age, he had no time to be shocked. After all, based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was clear Duan Lingtian wanted to challenge him. If it was said that he did not take Duan Lingtian seriously before this and felt Duan Lingtian was not qualified to fight him at all, however, at this moment, he did not dare to fight Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Duan Lingtian was able to injure him to such an extent with just his celestial origin energy. Alchemist Duan, is there some misunderstanding between us? Wang Qiuquang asked with a wry smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The reason he asked this was naturally because Duan Lingtian did not challenge anyone else but him. There's no misunderstanding between us. I'm challenging you to let your daughter know that I, Duan Lingtian, and even the compassionate celestial traveler sect, stand behind her disciple, Murong Bing. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew what Wang Qiuquang was thinking. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to Wang Danfeng. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Danfeng and continued speaking indifferently. Chapter 29-24. There's no misunderstanding between us. I'm challenging you to let your daughter know that I, Duan Lingtian, and the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect can't afford to offend Murong Bing. I'm here today to let you know that if anything happens to Murong Bing, Duan Lingtian will not only kill you, but I'll also annihilate the entire Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Duan Lingtian's voice was calm, but when the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect heard his words, they felt a chill run down their spines. At the same time, they could feel Duan Lingtian's domineering aura. If Duan Lingtian had said these words before today, they would have scoffed. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength and hearing his words, they felt that Duan Lingtian was qualified to say such words. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, everyone from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect shifted their attention to Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. At this moment, even Wang Qiuquang was looking at Wang Danfeng. Danfeng. Most of the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect did not know why Duan Lingtian had said those words. It was as though Wang Danfeng would harm Murongbing. However, as Wang Danfeng's biological father, Wang Qiuquang knew about the relationship between Murongbing and Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he immediately sent a voice transmission to Wang Danfeng. I know you're not willing to let Bing, be with this man, and you hate Bing, for failing to live up to your expectations. However, you've seen it for yourself. Bing's man is at least a celestial king, and he's not an ordinary celestial king. If he wants to kill you, it'll be easy for him to annihilate the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Wang Qiuquang's tone was filled with helplessness as he spoke through voice transmission. Father, I know. At this moment, Wang Danfeng's expression was extremely unsightly. She did not expect the man whom she wanted to kill to sully her disciples' purity was actually a celestial king. She knew she would not be able to do anything to her disciple from today onward. If she still wanted to do anything to her disciple, not only would the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect stop her, but her father as well. Bing, You found yourself a good man. Wang Danfeng gritted her teeth as she muttered to herself. The feeling of being forced into a corner was driving her crazy. Bing, Duan Ling Tian said. Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian Tian, Duan Ling Tian, Duan sect, Duan Tian's a Duan Dutian and heaven's a Duan Tian, celestial sect An. When Murongbing heard Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Lingtian disappeared from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate in just a blink of an eye. Even Wang Qiuquang, the old ancestor of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, felt as though Duan Lingtian and his two disciples had vanished into thin air. Needless to say, the others were shocked as well. What a fast speed! Even a one basic celestial king isn't as fast as him. Wang Qiuquang was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed. At the same time, he made up his mind to keep an eye on his daughter and protect his grand disciple, Murongbing. He's so powerful. Third senior sister seems to have found herself a good man. But why didn't he bring third senior sister away? Liu Luo was among the disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After Duan Lingtian and his two disciples left, an expression of disbelief and shock remained on her face for a long time. 1,000 years later? I don't even know if I'll still be alive after 1,000 years. When Murongbing heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, she thought Duan Lingtian had been forced to leave the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She could not help but smile bitterly. As for why Duan Lingtian was able to accurately transmit his voice to her through voice transmission, she thought someone had informed him of her location. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was able to accurately transmit his voice to her through voice transmission. Although she could also transmit her voice to Duan Lingtian's location, she was certain the people around Duan Lingtian would hear her. For this reason, she did not reply to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. At this moment, Murongbing was certain Duan Lingtian did not have a powerful background in the central area. Otherwise, why would he be forced to leave? She felt that once Duan Lingtian left, her master, Wang Danfeng, would no longer be as cautious as before. She would surely come over to kill her at the first possible moment to quell her anger. On the other side. Junior sister, are you going to release Bing, or should I do it for you? Although Nangang Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, wanted to release Murong Bing immediately, he could not help but sniff Wang Danfeng. After all, Wang Danfeng was Murong Bing's master, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, and the daughter of the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Sect leader, I'll let you do this for me. Wang Danfeng did not respond to Nangong Xiu. However, her father, Wang Qiuquang, responded to Nangong Xiu on her behalf. At the same time, he raised his hand and released his celestial origin energy before he brought Wang Danfeng away. Yes, Supreme Guardian. Nangong Xiu's eyes lit up when she heard Wang Qiuquang's reply. She immediately made her way to the place where Murong Bing was being held captive by Wang Danfeng. Senior uncle, I'm going to bring third senior sister out as well. Liu Luo's voice rang in the air. At this moment, Nangong Xiu, who had just made her move, released a gentle energy and brought Liu Luo along. After Nangong Xiu brought Liu Luo away, Lin Ru left as well. At this moment, only the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect remained. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Based on what the sect leader said, senior sister Murong Bing has been imprisoned by Guardian Danfeng? What? What's going on? Also, that Duan Lingtian seemed to have said he's senior sister Murong Bing's man. Isn't senior sister Murong going to be the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? She can't find another man, right? She's imprisoned by Guardian Danfeng. Before that Duan Lingtian left, he even threatened Guardian Danfeng. It's as though he's worried Guardian Danfeng would harm senior sister Murong. Could it be, although a few elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect knew what had happened, they did not dare to speak carelessly. However, even if they did not say anything, the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect could vaguely guess what had happened. Guardian Danfeng killed one of her disciples because she had an affair with another man. She had high hopes for that disciple to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It seems like senior sister Murong's situation is similar to her senior sister's situation. The situation is similar. However, the difference is senior sister Murong has found a powerful man. He's so powerful that Guardian Danfeng can't do anything about it. I really envy senior sister Murong for being able to find such a powerful man. That man is not even 100 years old, but he's already a celestial king. I wonder how heaven-defying his future will be. A celestial king who's not even 100 years old. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. The disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect discussed among themselves. They were shocked that Murong Bing had found such a powerful man and a celestial king who was not even 100 years old. A celestial king who's not even 100 years old. I wonder if there's another celestial king in the Southern Heaven Territory apart from Master Duan. I don't think so. Before Master Duan appeared, I've never heard of a celestial king who's not even 100 years old in the Southern Heaven Territory. I don't think so as well. A celestial king who's not even 100 years old. Master Duan seemed to have said that he doesn't come from a powerful clan in the central area. Perhaps, Master Duan's background isn't in the Southern Heaven Territory? He only said that he doesn't come from a powerful clan in the central area, but he didn't say that he doesn't have any other background. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect felt that Duan Lingtian had a powerful background that surpassed any force in the Southern Heaven Territory. Also, Master Duan said that he's a transcender. Does this mean that Master Duan is a reincarnated powerhouse with his memories? If that's the case, everything makes sense. The stronger one is, the greater the risk of being reincarnated. For some people in the mundane realms, it's not too risky to be reincarnated. However, once one ascends to the Devata realms and becomes a celestial, it's extremely dangerous to be reincarnated. If Master Duan is a reincarnated powerhouse, he must be a powerful sectless cultivator in his past life even if he doesn't have a powerful background. When the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect recalled Duan Lingtian saying that he was a transcender, they began to speculate. Duan Lingtian was a reincarnated powerhouse. Otherwise, how could he have achieved so much when he was not even 100 years old? As the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect discussed among themselves, Nangong, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, brought Liu Luo to the place where Murong Bing was imprisoned. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Nangong made her move, the formations in the place where Murong Bing was imprisoned were broken. Third senior sister. As soon as the formation was dispelled, Liu Luo rushed in and tightly hugged Murong Bing, who was still in a daze. Liu Luo. Senior aunt sect leader? Murong Bing glanced at the girl in green who was hugging her before her gaze landed on Nangong Xiao, who was descending from the sky not far away. Murong Bing's eyes and face were filled with confusion. She had thought her master would be the first to arrive after Duan Lingtian left. Moreover, her master would most likely kill her. Chapter 29-25. Bing, you can leave this place now. Seeing Murong Bing's blank expression, Nangong Xiao smiled faintly. Her eyes were filled with doting love. At the same time, she sighed in relief. Although Duan Lingtian had lied to her during the alchemy conference, she was still pleased with his arrival and Duan Lingtian's strength. At the very least, she no longer had to worry about her junior sister harming her niece. Her niece had found herself a good man. Leave this place? Murong Bing smiled bitterly. Is master going to punish me? Senior aunt, did she ask you and Liu Luo to pick me up so we can meet one last time? Although Murong Bing had already expected this outcome, she could not remain as calm as before when she was faced with it in real life. Silly girl, what are you thinking? You're fine now. Your master won't punish you anymore. Nangong shook his head and smiled. Third senior sister, the man you found is too powerful. Even Grandmaster doesn't dare to act recklessly in front of him. At this time, Luluo left Murong Bing's embrace and raised her head to look at Murong Bing, her slightly immature face filled with excitement. Based on her words, it was as though she was the one who had acted recklessly in front of the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and not Duan Lingtian. Murong Bing was confused. She had no idea what had happened. It was only when Liu Luo told her what had happened that she finally understood what the man had done. He had easily imprisoned her master, Wang Danfeng, a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke and the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Then, he managed to stop her senior aunt, Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, and Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Most importantly, Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru, 2 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes who were stronger than her master, had joined forces and even used the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect guarding celestial weapons. Even then, they were still unable to break through the man's defenses. He is an immortal king expert. Murong Bing's heart skipped a beat when she learned that even her grandmaster's father, the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Wang Qiuquang, was so intimidated that he did not dare to act recklessly. Although, when that man had just arrived and threatened to challenge her grandmaster, she knew that he had come. However, she had never thought that he really had the strength to defeat her grandmaster. After all, her grandmaster, the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, was the strongest person in the sect. He was a powerful 10 Directions Celestial Duke. In fact, when the man told her that he would come back to pick her up after 1,000 years, she thought that he had returned empty-handed. She had never thought that, not only did that man subdue her master with a flip of his palm, but he also easily withstood the joint attack of her sect leader and guardian Lin Ru. Then, when her grandmaster appeared, he was so scared that he did not dare to accept the challenge. Moreover, he had even forced her extremely prideful master to compromise. Murong Bing was so shocked that she was unable to regain her senses for a long time. Senior sister, he came for you, but why didn't he take you away? Why didn't he see you leave? Liu Luo was confused. Bing, did he speak to you before he left? As the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke, Nangong, naturally, knew that it would be easy for Duan Lingtian to communicate with Murong Bing if he wanted to. Yes. Murong Bing nodded. Then, she looked in the direction where the voice transmission came from and muttered to herself, "He told me that he would come back to pick me up after 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Liu Luo's eyes widened. So long? To Liu Luo, 1,000 years was indeed a long time since she was not even 100 years old. 1,000 years. It seems like he has something to do in the coming days, so it's not convenient for him to bring you along. Nangong speculated. Yes. Murong Bing nodded. If it's not convenient for him to bring third senior sister along, why is it convenient for him to bring that woman along? Lulua was noncommittal as she coldly snorted. Murong Bing remained silent. Bing, although I don't know what's the relationship between Master Duan and the white-clad woman, the way Master Duan looked at her was more like the way an elder brother would look at his younger sister. It wasn't the kind of love a man would give to a woman. Nangong said. Although she had not experienced love for most of her life, as the saying went, even if you have never eaten pork, you have seen a pig run. Due to this reason, she could tell Duan Ling Tian did not have any feelings for the white-clad woman. Upon hearing Nangong's words, Murong Bing's eyes lit up. Nangong sighed inwardly when she saw the light in Murong Bing's eyes. There was one more thing she did not say. It was, although the way Duan Ling Tian looked at the white-clad woman did not seem to be filled with affection, the way the white-clad woman looked at Duan Ling Tian was as though she was looking at her lover. Since Master Duan has told you that he'll come for you after 1,000 years, it means he has his own considerations. 1,000 years is just a blink of an eye for celestials like us. Nangong continued, therefore, Bing, you should stay in the sect for the next 1,000 years and wait for Master Duan to come for you. After a while, Nangong added, Bing, don't go and see your master for the next few days. I'm afraid she won't be happy to see you. I'll go with you in a few days. Nangong said. Thank you, senior uncle sect leader. Murong Bing knew that with her master's pride, she would be in a bad mood after being forced to lower her head. If she went to see her master now, although her master would not dare to touch her due to the man's strength, she would not be happy. Brother Ling Tian, why didn't you take Sister Murong Bing away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? After Duan Ling Tian left the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Huan, who had remained silent in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate, could not help but ask Duan Ling Tian. It's easy for me to take her away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, but I can't guarantee her safety if she comes with me. Duan Ling Tian said truthfully, therefore, I think it's best for her to stay in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. When the time is right and I'm strong enough to protect her, I'll come and take her away. After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he turned to look at the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate and thought to himself, if I can return from the Divine Offering Land after 1,000 years, I'll come and take you back. Duan Ling Tian was certain he would be strong enough to roam the Devata realms if he could return from the Divine Offering Land after 1,000 years. Guardian Tai. Duan Ling Tian looked at Tai Tai He and said with a glint in his eyes, now that the matter with the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is over, I don't plan to return to the sect. I plan to leave the borderlands and head to the central area. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he raised his hand and 2 memory celestial talismans appeared in his hand. These 2 memory celestial talismans contain the Blissful Sex Duke Grade Celestial Method, the Immobilization King Method, and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sex Duke Grade Divine Ability, the Eastern Purple Chi. After a while, Duan Ling Tian brought the 2 memory celestial talismans to Tai Tai He with his celestial origin energy. Master Duan. Tai Tai He became anxious when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. You should personally hand these memory celestial talismans to the sect leader. Moreover, don't you owe Jian Xiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, a favor? Aren't you going to return the favor before leaving? In order to persuade Duan Ling Tian to stay, Tai Tai He even mentioned Jian Xiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian returned to the wasteland with the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, he had promised Jian Xiu Luo that he would return the favor. I haven't forgotten sect leader Jian's favor. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and said, Elder Tai, when you return to the sect, tell the sect leader to give one of the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities to the Thousand Spiders celestial sect after he or someone else has completely mastered them. This way, I'll be able to return the favor to Jianqiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. I'm sure the sect leader won't refuse this. If sect master refuses, I'll return the favor myself in the future. Moreover, please bid farewell to the sect leader, Master Situ, and the others on my behalf. Tell them that I'll visit them if I have the chance in the future. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he did not wait for Tai He's reply before he left with Huan. It was as though they had vanished into thin air. Tai he could only smile wryly when he saw Duan Ling Tian and Huan vanishing into thin air. Master Duan left in such a hurry. Initially, Tai he thought Duan Ling Tian would only consider leaving the borderlands for the central area after returning to the Tai celestial sect. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would leave the borderlands for the central area as soon as he left the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Ling Tian brought Huan, and Huan, to a forest in just a blink of an eye. Huan, I'll leave the rest of the journey to the central area. Currently, I have enough celestial origin energy for 2 or 3 more celestial kings. If I travel on my own, I'm afraid I won't have enough celestial origin energy for 2 more celestial kings before we reach the central area. There was no need for Duan Ling Tian to hide anything from Huan, Although he had tried to conserve his celestial origin energy during the journey to the compassionate celestial traveler sect, he had still expended a lot of it. Currently, his strength was only comparable to a 5-element celestial king. Brother Ling Tian, you should rest. Save your celestial origin energy for when you need it, Huan said. Chapter 29-26. Currently, I've completely comprehended and mastered the triple trait Duke grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, and the triple trait Duke grade divine ability, the Eastern Violet Qi. The only technique that I can still use now is the assist type heaven grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, to the current me, these methods are already enough. What I have to do now is to raise my cultivation base. Although my celestial origin energy and soul are at the level of a celestial king due to the consumable royal grade celestial weapon, it's still not my true strength. What I can rely on, and what I can rely on even more, is still my own strength. Duan Lingtian's strength was still comparable to a 5-element celestial king due to the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. However, Duan Lingtian was not blinded by this. Although he felt as though he was a celestial king every time he unleashed his strength, he knew he was still an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As long as the energy from the consumable royal grade celestial weapon was depleted, his strength would return to its original state. Apart from that, the consumable royal grade celestial weapon could not be used indefinitely. It could only be used 3 times. Duan Lingtian had already used it once. In other words, he only had 2 uses left. It's also because my opponents are weaker than me when I'm using the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, my celestial origin energy wouldn't have been depleted so slowly. Duan Lingtian knew the reason his celestial origin energy was depleted so slowly was because he had yet to encounter opponents who were on par with him or slightly weaker than him. Even if he was evenly matched with his opponent, he would still be able to defeat and even kill him when his celestial origin energy was depleted. On the other hand, his opponents who were slightly weaker than him would be able to turn the tables and defeat him. After all, the energy granted by the consumable royal grade celestial weapon was constantly being depleted. The energy granted by the consumable royal grade celestial weapon will be depleted as time passes. Unless I'm facing an opponent who's stronger than me, the longer I fight, the faster my energy will be depleted. Apart from that, even if I'm facing an opponent who's stronger than me, my energy will be depleted as well. Duan Lingtian knew the reason the energy granted by the consumable royal grade celestial weapon was depleted so slowly was because his opponents were not strong. The strongest opponent he faced was a 1 basic celestial king who had just become a celestial king. If I had used the consumable royal grade celestial weapon earlier, I would have used up most of my strength even if I could kill a 9 palaces celestial king. Even if I'm facing an opponent who's weaker than a 9 palaces celestial king, it's a royal grade celestial weapon. I can't rely on the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, I can't rely on it. I can't rely royal-grade celestial strength. In the end, it's still my own strength that's more important. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian immersed himself in his cultivation throughout the rest of the journey. Since he had the king-grade celestial technique, the Tai profound method, and 99 heavenly veins, Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was not slow at all even without the heaven and earth spirit energy from Huan, Er's divine crystal. Since they were outside, Duan Lingtian did not dare to expose Huan, Er's divine crystal. With his current divine consciousness, he would be able to predict the presence of a 5-element celestial king. However, who knew if he would encounter a 5-element celestial king? For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not dare to take the risk. Divine crystals were too precious. Let alone celestial kings, even celestial lords and ordinary celestial emperors would covet divine crystals. After traveling for about half a month, Duan Ling Tian, who was immersed in his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. Swoosh! 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 As soon as Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, a group of figures flew toward him at an extremely fast speed. A1 basic celestial duke. 8 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness that was equivalent to a 5-element celestial king's divine consciousness was easily detected by the newcomers. What a beautiful woman. In just a blink of an eye, the 9 figures arrived before Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian, blocking their path. The short, middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader of the group gasped when he saw Huan, Er. After sucking in a breath of cold air, his eyes flashed with a greedy luster, like a hungry wolf that had encountered a delicious prey. Big brother, it seems like we're in luck today. Not only will we be able to rob them, but we'll also be able to rob them of their beauty. A young man among the group of 8 looked at Huan, Er with a greedy expression on his face. Everyone had a love for beauty. Huan, Er's beauty was unparalleled in the world. It was difficult for a normal man not to be attracted to her. The 9 of them were experienced in robbing passers-by in this area. Since the woman was leading the group, it meant she was stronger than the other man. Moreover, she was only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial at most. 8 of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, and one of them was a 1 basic celestial duke. Not to mention that the purple-clothed young man that the woman brought away might not necessarily be as strong as her. Even if he was stronger than her, they would not be afraid. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman in my life. If I can have sex with her, I'll have no regrets in life. I agree. She's too beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful woman before. We're in luck today. 6 of the other 7 looked at her with gleaming eyes. Their words were even more unbridled. It was as if they could already see Huan becoming their captive and letting them do whatever they wanted to her. Big brother. At this moment, one of the 9 men who had been silent all this while stepped forward. He was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and was dressed in a plain robe. He looked at the 1 basic celestial duke and said, "Why don't we give up on this deal?" The middle-aged man said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged next to Huan, Er. Duan Ling Tian was looking at them calmly. Although the middle-aged man had never seen Duan Ling Tian before, he could not help but feel chills running up his spine when he saw how calm Huan, Er and Duan Ling Tian were. In the past, it wasn't like he hadn't met people who deliberately mystified them and deliberately scared them, but although those people looked calm on the surface, they didn't give him this kind of creepy feeling. Moreover, the white-clad woman in front of him was too beautiful, so beautiful that it took his breath away. How could a woman like her, who was able to arrive here without concealing her appearance, be ordinary? Or rather, would the people around her be ordinary? Give up. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the short middle-aged man who was a 1 basic celestial duke was taken aback. "Second brother, are you going to watch such a beautiful woman slip away before your eyes? You won't get another chance like this if you miss this opportunity. You might not be able to meet such a beautiful woman again in the future," the short middle-aged man said. The short middle-aged man spoke very politely to the second brother he spoke of. There was even a questioning tone in his voice. Second brother, you can't ruin our plans. Second brother, we know you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, and you're a cautious person. However, I don't think we'll be so unlucky this time. That's right. Second brother, don't forget that you've made mistakes before as well. Big brother, you can't listen to second brother. We have to do this deal. The other 7 men looked at the middle-aged man greedily as they spoke to the middle-aged man. At the same time, they did not forget to persuade the short middle-aged man, their eldest brother. Second brother, as you can see, we can't listen to you today. Hearing the words of the 7 people, the short middle-aged man looked at the second brother with a bitter smile on his face. However, there was no sign of compromise in his eyes, only the luster of a hungry wolf. It was clear he did not want to give up on this deal so easily. Forget it. At most, I'll die with all of you. The middle-aged man, the second brother, shook his head helplessly. His expression was grim as though he was ready to die. Second brother, don't be like this. If you don't want to do this deal, you can just leave. You don't have to act like we're a burden to you. The short middle-aged man frowned, clearly displeased. That's right. Second brother, if you don't want to do this deal with us, you can leave now. That way, we'll have one less person to share the profits with. Another 3 men chimed in when they heard the short middle-aged man's words. Humph. The middle-aged man snorted and said, I'm not leaving. If you succeed in this deal, I won't share anything with you even if I misjudged you. A hint of anger could be heard in his voice when he spoke. Fine. Second brother, you said it yourself. As expected of second brother. Second brother, as your younger brother, I'll thank you in advance. Without second brother. After capturing this woman, it should be my turn to spend the night with her soon, right? Chapter 29-27. You're quite loyal. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he glanced at the middle-aged man with a medium build who was addressed as second brother and second brother by the other 8 people. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's robe fluttered as he rose to his feet. In the next moment, he took a step forward and stepped into the air. Then, he gently placed his hand on Huan Er's shoulder. Brother Ling Tian, why you're awake? Since Huan Er's attention was focused on the other 8 people, she was unaware that Duan Ling Tian had woken up from his cultivation. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile on his face before he continued to say, it seems like I'll have to bring you along in the future. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll run into some headless flies who don't know what's good for them. Duan Ling Tian looked at Huan affectionately as he spoke to her. From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at the other 9 people. What a calm gaze. At the same time, the middle-aged man with a medium build was unable to regain his senses for a long time because of Duan Ling Tian's gaze. He had seen similar gazes in the past. However, he had only seen such a calm gaze without any guilty conscience a few times. Moreover, the previous few times, such a gaze had appeared in the eyes of those who had complete control of the situation in their hands. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. It seems like we've really kicked an iron plate this time, the middle-aged man thought to himself. The middle-aged man thought to himself. He wanted to persuade the other 8 people, but when he noticed that the 8 of them were looking at the white-clothed woman, he gave up on the idea. He knew his 8 companions had been blinded by their desire for Jianghu. It would be useless even if he tried to persuade them. Forget it. If it wasn't for boss saving my life, I would have been dead by now. This time, I'll repay him with my life. Previously, the middle-aged man had thought he was lucky. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's calm and fearless gaze, he no longer dared to think he was lucky. Flies? He called us flies? Is this brat seeking death? The other 8 people were furious when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. When the short middle-aged man in the lead looked at Duan Ling Tian, his eyes were filled with rage. Killing intent surged out of his body as well. Brat, since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The short middle-aged man suddenly let out an explosive shout before he flew out. His target was Duanling Tian. At this moment, the celestial origin energy in his body surged out like a torrent before it gathered in his hand and shot toward Duanling Tian at lightning speed. Humph. Although Duanling Tian did not take the short middle-aged man's attack seriously, the other party's sudden attack still made him snort coldly in dissatisfaction. With just a thought, a golden light shone from Duanling Tian's body. In just a blink of an eye, the golden light transformed into the silhouette of a golden Buddha that shrouded him. Immobilization King. When the golden Buddha silhouette on the surface of Duanling Tian's body solidified, the short middle-aged man and the other 8 people who were charging toward Duanling Tian had a slight change of expression on their faces. The Immobilization King is the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method. Moreover, it's an offensive, defensive, and triple trait Duke grade celestial method. Based on his proficiency in using the Immobilization King, it seems like he has completely comprehended and mastered the celestial method. He can easily record this celestial method in a memory celestial talisman for others to comprehend and master. At this moment, other than the middle-aged man with a medium build, the other 8 people, including the short middle-aged man, had a hint of greed in their eyes. This was especially true for the short middle-aged man who was charging towards Duanling Tian. He had even retracted most of his strength in a timely manner. Big brother, please show mercy. Big brother, if you let him live, it's equivalent to obtaining an offensive, defensive, and triple trait Duke grade celestial method. When the short middle-aged man showed mercy, the other 8 people, except for the middle-aged man with a medium build, hurriedly cried out. Clearly, they were afraid the short middle-aged man would kill Duanling Tian. In their eyes, Duanling Tian was a triple trait Duke grade celestial method that was both offensive and defensive. Bang! 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 Although the short middle-aged man had intentionally shown mercy, his attack was not weak at all. His attack was as ferocious as a thunderbolt. However, such a ferocious attack was like a tickle to the golden Buddha silhouette on Duanling Tian's body. It did not leave any mark on it at all. The golden Buddha silhouette was as immovable as a mountain. It was like an impenetrable fortress that could not be shaken by ordinary people. As expected of the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method, it's truly powerful. The short middle-aged man did not realize how terrifying Duanling Tian was. He thought it was the celestial method Immobilization King method that allowed Duanling Tian to withstand his attack. He immediately increased the intensity of his attacks. Bang! 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 Alas, the short middle-aged man still could not shake the golden Buddha silhouette. Faced with this situation, the short middle-aged man continued to increase the intensity of his attacks. Bang! 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 Alas, even after increasing the intensity of his attacks, the short middle-aged man still could not shake the golden Buddha silhouette. At this moment, the short middle-aged man finally realized that something was amiss. He glanced at the purple-clothed young man, whom he had not taken seriously at all, only to see the purple-clothed young man looking at him with a faint smile. His indifferent gaze seemed to be indifferent to everything. What's going on? Big brother. He had used all his strength earlier, but he still couldn't shake the purple-clad young man's defense. Heavens! Isn't the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method too powerful? Is the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method really powerful? I don't think so. Even if one of us has mastered the Immobilization King celestial method, I don't think we can withstand Big Brother's all-out attack so easily, right? Now, of the remaining 8 people, except for the middle-aged man with a medium build who didn't seem to be surprised by the scene in front of him, the expressions of the other 7 people changed. You've attacked me so many times. Now, it's my turn, right? Duanling Tian looked at the short middle-aged man indifferently as he said unhurriedly, if you can survive my attack, I'll spare your life. Swoosh. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the short middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something, but it was too late. Swoosh. As a purple sword ray flashed by like a meteor, the center of the short middle-aged man's forehead was pierced. The moment the purple sword ray appeared behind his head, it suddenly exploded. Boom. Rumble. The void where the short middle-aged man stood trembled a few times before a rain of blood fell from the sky. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and put the spatial ring away. To the others, Duan Lingtian's attack was too fast. It was to the extent that they did not see it at all. All they heard was a loud noise. Then, the short middle-aged man turned into a mist of blood. He couldn't be more dead. Sigh, the middle-aged man with a medium build heaved a long sigh as though he had expected this outcome. The expressions of the remaining 7 people changed drastically when they saw this. The short middle-aged man was their leader. He was also the only celestial duke among the 9 of them. Even so, he was killed in just a blink of an eye. Moreover, he was killed by the purple-clad young man who had mastered the blissful sex duke grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. How could a one basic celestial duke be killed in just a blink of an eye? Even if such a person had mastered the blissful sex duke grade celestial method, he was definitely a 3-talent celestial duke. Just like second brother said, "We've met our match." Just as the 7 of them looked at each other with pale faces, their expressions instantly froze. Subsequently, the 7 of them followed in the footsteps of the short middle-aged man and were killed by Duan Lingtian. Even a one basic celestial duke was killed by Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. There was no need to mention these 7 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. "You, take their storage rings," Qin Wentian said. The middle-aged man with a medium build was waiting for Duan Lingtian to kill him after killing his companions. However, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in his ears, causing him to be dumbfounded. "What? Do you want to die with them as well?" When Duan Lingtian saw the middle-aged man was still in a daze, he glanced at him with interest and asked. After being reminded by Duan Lingtian, the middle-aged man immediately reacted and put away the 7 spatial rings that almost fell to the ground after they died. My lord," after collecting the spatial rings, the middle-aged man was about to hand them over to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he was worried about what Duan Lingtian would do to him. Nevertheless, he heaved a sigh of relief. Based on the current situation, it seemed like the purple-clad young man had no intention of killing him. "Take them," Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's aura was that of a celestial king. It was completely different from before. Bang! Duan Lingtian's aura pressed down on the middle-aged man's chest as though a huge hammer had landed on him. The middle-aged man's blood began to boil, and his consciousness began to blur. Circulate your cultivation method and break through the bottleneck. Chapter 29-28. The middle-aged man was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Faced with Duan Lingtian's celestial king aura, he felt like a lone boat in the middle of a storm that could capsize at any moment. Circulate your cultivation method and break through the bottleneck. It was only when Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in the air that the middle-aged man's originally blurry consciousness cleared up slightly. It was precisely by relying on this bit of clarity that the middle-aged man secretly took a deep breath, and then his thoughts became clear as he started to circulate his cultivation technique. The heaven and earth spirit energy gathered from all directions and surged into his body. The heaven and earth spirit energy began to circulate in his body and form minor circulations. After about a dozen breaths, whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine consciousness and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. Whoosh! At the same time, a vast and majestic aura surged out of the middle-aged man's body. At the same time, the middle-aged man opened his eyes. In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man's aura had undergone a drastic change. As he stood there, the aura he emitted was similar to the short middle-aged man who had died in Duan Ling Tian's hands. An ecstatic expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face as soon as he opened his eyes. Congratulations. You must have been waiting for this day for a long time, right? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he looked at the middle-aged man. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the middle-aged man fell to his knees and bowed before Duan Ling Tian. From now on, I, Lu Guanglin, am yours to command. As long as my lord is willing to let me follow you, I, Lu Guanglin, am willing to be your servant and be loyal to you for the rest of my life. Lu Guanglin had been a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial for many years, but he had not been able to break through. It was not because his innate talent was bad, but because he did not have a Duke-grade cultivation method to cultivate. Unless one's innate talent was extraordinary, it was extremely difficult for one to break through and become a celestial Duke with a cultivation method below the Duke grade. For example, the short, middle-aged man who had been killed by the purple-clad young man had stagnated at the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial for 1,000 years before he managed to break through. Even though Zhang Xian was far more talented than the other party, he would still need to spend at least 100 years before he could achieve a breakthrough. He didn't think that he would be so lucky as to receive the help of an expert several decades later, allowing him to complete his breakthrough to the high immortal realm in advance. I don't think even a 10-direction celestial duke would be able to emit such a powerful aura. Although Lu Guanglin's cultivation was not high, he happened to see the world once by chance. He still remembered that it was during the alchemy conference held by the various top sects in the 6 southeastern regions almost 100 years ago. At that time, he was only there to join in the fun. However, he had coincidentally witnessed the battle between the blissful sect's old ancestor, Li Ping, the 10-direction celestial duke. However, Li Ping's aura at that time could not be compared to the aura that the purple-clothed young man had just displayed. Never betray you? Duan Ling Tian smiled when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. Don't you think you've betrayed your 9 companions? My lord. Lu Guanglin said solemnly, among my companions, I only owe my boss my life. The rest of my companions and I only work together to make use of each other. If it wasn't for the fact that you saved my life back then, I would have left earlier. I believe that with your benevolence, you wouldn't kill me, someone who didn't offend you or this young lady. Lu Guanglin looked at Duan Ling Tian intently as he spoke. Both of them looked at each other with a hint of wisdom in their eyes. There's no master-servant relationship between me and my boss. I, Lu Guanglin, swear that I'll never betray you. There's no lightning penalty oath in the Devata realms like in the mundane realms. However, I, Lu Guanglin, am willing to sever one of my arms to prove my loyalty. As soon as Lu Guanglin finished speaking, he raised his right hand, and a saber ray flashed before he slashed it down on his left shoulder. It was much more difficult to regrow a severed arm in the Devata realms compared to the mundane realms. In the mundane realms, there were some rare medicinal herbs that could regrow a severed arm because the body of a person in the mundane realms was only mortal. Once a person ascended to a Devata realm, they would undergo the baptism of the celestial ascension pool. After the baptism, their body would be transformed from a mortal to a celestial. Once a celestial's body was damaged, it would be useless no matter how many medicinal herbs one consumed in the mundane realms. Only by finding some rare medicinal herbs or pills in the Devata realms would one be able to regrow one's body. Swoosh! The saber ray shone brightly as it was about to cut off Lu Guanglin's left arm. Swoosh! 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 Just as the saber light was only a foot away from Lu Guanglin's left arm, a gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it a vast and boundless power. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Guanglin's saber ray disappeared into thin air as though it was never there. I trust you. The person who made the move was none other than Duan Ling Tian. After experiencing 2 reincarnations, Duan Ling Tian believed he had a good eye for people. He could tell Lu Guanglin was a person who knew how to repay kindness and was a man of his word. This Lu Guanglin in front of him was unwilling to leave earlier. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he was still willing to share life and death with his 8 companions. This made him have a good impression of him. Moreover, since Lu Guanglin had never spoken to Huan, Duan Ling Tian had no intention of killing him. Instead, when Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness and discovered Lu Guanglin was only a step away from becoming a celestial duke, he decided to recruit Lu Guanglin. The journey to the central area was long and arduous. With Huan leading the way, their speed was slow. Moreover, they were often robbed by ignorant celestials. If it were a celestial duke leading the way, it would save them a lot of effort in the borderlands, let alone the central area. You'll stay by my side from now on. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, my name is Duan Ling Tian. As for the person next to me, you can call her Miss Huan, She's my younger sister. Thank you, my lord. Lu Guanglin thanked Duan Ling Tian profusely when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. At the same time, he bowed respectfully at Huan, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian. Greetings, Miss Huan, I'm Lu Guanglin. However, Huan had no time to pay attention to Lu Guanglin at this moment. She could not help but recall Duan Ling Tian's words to Lu Guanglin. Younger sister? So, he's only been treating me as a younger sister all this time? Although Huan knew Duan Ling Tian was avoiding her and treated her like a younger sister, she still felt uneasy when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. My lord, where are you and Miss Huan heading to? Lu Guanglin asked respectfully as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. We're leaving the borderlands and heading to the central area. Since you've decided to follow me, you'll lead the way. Duan Ling Tian said. Yes, my lord. Lu Guanglin accepted the order respectfully. At the same time, he thought Duan Ling Tian had to cultivate or comprehend celestial methods or divine abilities since he was so strong and yet he did not bring anyone along. Just like that, another person appeared in Duan Ling Tian's group. My lord, you're a celestial king, right? Lu Guanglin asked curiously when he saw Duan Ling Tian had no intention of cultivating or comprehending celestial methods or divine abilities. I am now. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I am now? Lu Guanglin was confused. He did not understand what Duan Ling Tian meant. Do you know about consumable royal-grade celestial weapons? Duan Ling Tian asked. Consumable royal-grade celestial weapons? Lu Guanglin's heart skipped a beat when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He quickly replied, My lord, I've heard of such celestial weapons. It's said that such celestial weapons are rarer than ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapons. However, once you obtain the celestial weapons, you'll be able to gain a lot of power by consuming the celestial weapons. Moreover, there won't be any side effects when you use the celestial weapons. Lu Guanglin seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. Sir, why did you suddenly bring this up at this time? Don't tell me you. Lu Guanglin's eyes were filled with shock. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded and said calmly, My current strength comes from a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Before I helped you, although I've consumed a lot of the power granted to me by the celestial weapon, it's still comparable to a 5-element celestial king. However, after helping you break through and become a celestial duke, my strength is only comparable to a 4-phenomenon celestial king. I didn't bring Huan along because I didn't want to waste too much of the power granted to me by the celestial weapon. Now that I've asked you to bring us along, it's the same. Duan Ling Tian paused for a moment before he looked at Lu Guanglin and said, My true strength is slightly weaker than Huan-er's. I'm only a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Although I'm close to a breakthrough, I'll only be an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Ling Tian had spent most of his time comprehending celestial methods, divine abilities, and alchemy. Otherwise, he would have become an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial a long time ago. I'll give you a chance to leave, and I'll pretend I didn't hear your promise. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Guanglin calmly when he finished speaking. Chapter 29-29. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded when he saw the determined expression on Lu Guanglin's face. Then, he closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged before he began to cultivate. Duan Lingtian had agreed to follow Lu Guanglin because he thought Lu Guanglin was a good person and smart. The reason Duan Lingtian revealed his background to Lu Guanglin was because he did not ask Lu Guanglin to follow him on a whim. Duan Lingtian really needed someone who could get things done for him. Regardless of Lu Guanglin's innate talent, Duan Lingtian approved of Lu Guanglin's character and intelligence. After Lu Guanglin greeted her, she sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes. It was unclear if she was cultivating or comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. During this entire process, she did not even greet Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, naturally, could sense Huan Er's emotions. He knew it was because of what he had said to Lu Guanglin earlier. He had introduced Huan Er to Lu Guanglin as his younger sister. However, he did not think too much about it. He was confident Huan would calm down after some time. With Lu Guanglin, a one basic celestial duke, leading the way, not only did Duan Lingtian and the others speed up, but they also did not encounter any celestials along the way. Although there were still some celestial dukes in the borderlands who would rob passers-by, there were very few of them. There were very few people along the way from the borderlands to the central area. Therefore, even if there were celestial dukes, they would not choose this area. Time continued to pass. In just a blink of an eye, a few months had passed. I've finally reached the final step. As long as I break through this bottleneck, I'll be able to become an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai profound method, suddenly had a surge of aura on the surface of his body. Meanwhile, the overarching heaven pill's efficacy in Duan Lingtian's body was rapidly depleted. In the end, it was converted into celestial origin energy that circulated through the Tai profound technique. About half a month later. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a majestic aura surged out of Duan Lingtian's body as he sat cross-legged in the air. At this moment, the celestial origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body had clearly changed. I've finally broken through. I'm an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After making a breakthrough, Duan Lingtian immediately opened his eyes. A bright smile appeared on his face at the right time. Congratulations, my lord. At the same time, Lu Guanglin also noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's aura. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a four-phenomenon celestial king, his aura was clearly that of an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. For this reason, Lu Guanglin knew Duan Lingtian had broken through. At the same time, he was also shocked. My lord. He's not even 100 years old? Earlier, when Duan Lingtian had broken through, Lu Guanglin had extended his divine consciousness and discovered that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the earth stage. Apart from that, he had also discovered that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. Lu Guanglin's heart skipped a beat. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old? Moreover, he was an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Such an existence had never appeared in the history of the borderland in the past 10,000 years, right? When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Guanglin's congratulatory words, he immediately looked at Lu Guanglin. At the same time, his expression changed immediately. Where's Huan Er? This was because he noticed that Lu Guanglin had only brought him away. Huan Er, who was by his side, was nowhere to be seen. Duan Lingtian, who had been looking left and right for a long time to no avail, turned to look at Lu Guanglin. His expression was so dark that it seemed as though water would drip from it at any moment. My lord. Lu Guanglin's expression darkened when he saw Duan Lingtian's gaze. He smiled bitterly and said, Miss Huan Er. She left. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Duan Lingtian did not doubt Lu Guanglin's words. Unless Huan had left on her own accord, it was impossible for him to not notice anything. About a month ago, Lu Guanglin said as he took out an unclaimed spatial ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Miss Huan Er asked me to pass this spatial ring to you before she left, my lord. When Miss Huan said she was going to leave without saying goodbye to you, my lord, I wanted to inform you. However, she threatened me and told me not to tell you about her departure. Otherwise, she would kill herself in front of me. Miss Huan was very determined at that time. Based on the determination in her eyes, it didn't seem like she was joking. Therefore, I didn't dare to alarm you, my lord. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Guanglin's face when he reached the end of his sentence. As Duan Lingtian listened to Lu Guanglin's words, he claimed ownership of the spatial ring that Lu Guanglin handed to him. Soon after, he saw the contents of the spatial ring. The space inside the storage ring was empty, and there were only two things lying there quietly. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian saw one of the two items in the spatial ring, his expression changed drastically. This was the necklace that Huan had been wearing all this time. The pendant on the necklace was particularly eye-catching to Duan Lingtian. The divine crystal that Huan always carried around with her was in this pendant. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian opened the pendant. The heaven and earth spirit energy from the divine crystal instantly filled the spatial ring. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly. He did not expect Huan to leave him with her most precious item. It was just that without the god crystals, her cultivation would be affected once she left the divine realm. Silly girl. Silly girl. Duan Lingtian's expression was so gloomy that Lu Guanglin only dared to look at him without saying a word. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took out another item from the spatial ring. It was a celestial talisman that could gather voices. With just a thought, the voices in the spatial ring entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Brother Lingtian, I'm leaving. I didn't want to leave, but I decided to leave in the end. Perhaps you'll miss me more when I'm gone, just like how you miss Sister Murong Bing, Sister Ke, Sister Li Fei, and Sister Feng Tianwu. Brother Lingtian, I know you want to become stronger as soon as possible so you can save Sister Ke and the others. For this reason, although I'm leaving, I still left the divine crystal that my mother gave me to you. I hope it can help you become stronger as soon as possible. Huan Er's voice trailed off as she continued to say, Brother Lingtian, I know you want to become stronger as soon as possible. Huan Er's voice trailed off at this moment. Duan Lingtian's expression turned even more unsightly. However, a hint of gratitude could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect Huan to leave the divine crystal to him. Without the divine crystals, her future cultivation speed would definitely slow down by a lot. Silly girl. What a silly girl. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned red from anxiety. He looked at Lu Guanglin and asked in a low voice, which direction did Huan go? That way. Lu Guanglin pointed to the side. As soon as Lu Guanglin finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he unleashed his full strength as a four-phenomenon celestial king. Then, he vanished from Lu Guanglin's sight. Lu Guanglin came to a halt and waited for Duan Lingtian. He knew Duan Lingtian must have gone to look for Miss Huan Indeed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was looking for Huan He activated the energy granted by the consumable celestial artifact and sped toward the direction Lu Guanglin had pointed at with the speed of a celestial king. Alas, he did not manage to find Huan even after his energy was depleted. With Huan speed, I'll definitely be able to catch up to her if she keeps going in this direction. There's only one possibility, she must have changed directions. Based on Huan personality, she's no longer interested in the borderlands. It's impossible for her to stay here. There's only one possibility, she deliberately went in this direction when Lu Guanglin saw her and changed directions halfway to the central area. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian returned to Lu Guanglin's location at lightning speed. With a wave of his hand, he brought Lu Guanglin with him and began to search the central area. Although Duan Lingtian was carrying Lu Guanglin, his speed was still extremely fast. It did not take long for them to arrive at the borderlands. My lord, the mountain range in front of us is the boundary between the borderlands and the central area. The formation that prevents celestial kings from staying in the borderlands is located in the mountain range. It extends to every corner of the southern heaven territory and separates the central area from the borderlands. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy had been reduced to the level of a 3-talent celestial duke. Therefore, even though he was carrying Lu Guanglin at this speed, Lu Guanglin could still barely see the surroundings. Unlike before, when Lu Guanglin's eyes couldn't see anything around him, he was like a blind man. At that time, Duan Lingtian was simply too fast. We're about to enter the central area. With Huan Er's speed, it's impossible for her to reach this place. Don't tell me. Huan ran into another celestial who tried to rob her along the way. If I knew Huan would leave, I would have asked her to leave me a soul pearl. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he hovered in the air above the border of the southern heaven territory. His expression was so dark that it seemed as though water could drip from it. Chapter 29:30. Duan Lingtian did not expect Huan to leave him. For this reason, he did not have Huan soul pearl with him. Take me and walk around the area. Then, go back and do a carpet search. Search the area thoroughly, Duan Lingtian ordered in a deep voice as he looked at Lu Guanglin. Yes, my lord. Lu Guanglin looked at Duan Lingtian before he hastily averted his gaze. At the same time, he could sense the anxiety in Duan Lingtian's eyes. At this moment, he could feel how important Miss Huan was to Duan Lingtian. I'm sorry, my lord. Lu Guanglin had a guilty expression on his face as he continued to search for Huan with Duan Lingtian. It's all in the past. What's the point of apologizing? Moreover, you didn't have a choice at that time. Huan is a hot-tempered girl. She's capable of doing anything. Although Duan Lingtian was worried about Huan safety, he was not an unreasonable person. For this reason, he did not blame Lu Guanglin. Lu Guanglin was touched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he felt even more guilty. Following that, he continued to search for Huan with Duan Lingtian. Huan please don't let anything happen to you. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to explain this to Senior Du Fei? Duan Lingtian still remembered what Huan grand aunt, Du Fei, had told him when she had taught him the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai mystic method, in the little world she had left behind. Du Fei had told him not to interact with anyone from the Phantom Fox clan. If anyone who did not have the surname Du found out about Huan he had to kill that person. Moreover, Du Fei had also told him that the reason Huan mother left Huan was because something happened to Huan family. Since Duan Lingtian was worried about Huan he could not calm himself down even if he wanted to cultivate. His mind would wander from time to time. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. My lord, over the past 3 years, we've searched every inch of land within 1,000,000 miles of the area where Miss Huan left. We've even searched the central area, but we still haven't found Miss Huan Now that 3 years have passed, it's no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. After 3 years of searching, Lu Guanglin had no complaints. However, 3 years had passed, and he still could not find her. This made him realize that it was pointless to continue searching. Therefore, he mustered up his courage and reminded Duan Lingtian. Of course, this was also because after 3 years of being together, he knew that Duan Lingtian was a reasonable person. Otherwise, even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to remind Duan Lingtian like this. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in disappointment. He naturally knew that Lu Guanglin was right, but he was still a little unwilling. Although she was strong, there were very few people below the Celestial Duke realm who could pose a threat to her. However, once she entered the central area, she could easily encounter Celestial Dukes. For this reason, he could not help but worry about her safety. Nevertheless, he knew that if he could find her after 3 years, he would have done so long ago. Huan, you must be fine. Otherwise, Big Brother Lingtian will never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He had lived 2 lives, and there were very few things he regretted. However, this time, he was filled with regret. He regretted calling Huan his sister in front of Lu Guanglin. He knew that even if that was not the main reason Huan left, it was the fuse that triggered her departure. Let's find a place to settle down first. We'll ask around before we decide what to do next. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were still at the border of the central area. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Guanglin brought Duan Lingtian deeper into the central area. After traveling for about half a month, they still did not see a trace of human habitation, nor did they see any buildings. However, the scenery under their feet changed from a desert to an oasis. I think it won't be long before we see signs of life. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as soon as they entered the oasis. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was right. A few days later, a few figures appeared before Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin. When Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin approached one of the figures, that person immediately became wary. Naturally, they thought Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were celestials who would rob them. Please don't misunderstand. We just want to ask you where we are. Lu Guanglin saw the peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial and did not beat around the bush. The peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial sighed in relief when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. He could tell Lu Guanglin was a celestial duke who could easily kill him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Lu Guanglin to catch up to him and block his path. You. Could it be that you came from the border? The peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, an old man, asked Lu Guanglin. Yes. Lu Guanglin nodded. This was his first time in the central area. Since you're from the borderlands, I'm sure you've just entered the oasis. Entering the oasis means you've entered the supporting Fall Nation, the old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Supporting Fall Nation? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect there would be a nation in the central area. It was similar to the borderlands. There were also some celestial kingdoms in the borderlands. However, these celestial kingdoms were not as strong as the top sects in the borderlands. They could only rely on the top sections. Supporting Fall Nation? Lu Guanglin was as surprised as Duan Lingtian. However, as he probed further, he learned the difference between the celestial kingdoms in the central area and the borderlands. There were many nations in the borderlands of the central area. Most of these nations had celestial kings. Those who were not celestial kings were not capable of ruling a nation. A celestial king can establish a nation. Does this mean celestial kings from the borderlands can establish a nation here if they're willing? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Theoretically, yes. The old man nodded. However, very few people establish a nation because it takes a lot of effort to do so. Most people would rather choose something that's already available. For example, they would kill the emperor of a nation and replace him as the new ruler of the nation. The old man continued to say. Under such circumstances, the emperors of the nations in the borderlands of the central area are all celestial kings with extraordinary strength. Celestial kings who have just arrived from the borderlands don't have the ability to replace them. As celestial kings, they're not willing to submit to those celestial kings. For this reason, most of the celestial kings from the borderlands would join the powerful sects and clans in the central area. Those powerful sects and clans are located away from the borderlands. The cultivation environment and resources they control are far better than the nations in the borderlands of the central area. The old man paused for a moment after he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Those nations were located at the borderlands of the central area. They were considered the weakest forces in the central area. However, these forces had celestial kings. Moreover, they were not ordinary celestial kings. After learning more about the central area from the old man, Duan Lingtian asked Lu Guanglin to continue with their journey. Our first stop is the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. Since Lu Guanglin had asked the old man for directions, he knew the way to the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. Along the way, Duan Lingtian was worried about Huan's safety as he digested the information from the old man. Don't worry, my lord. Miss Huan will be fine. Lu Guanglin comforted Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian's worry. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. 3 months later. My lord, according to the directions given by the old man, will reach the capital of the supporting Fall Nation after crossing the mountain range. Lu Guanglin's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, opened his eyes as soon as he heard Lu Guanglin's voice. In just a blink of an eye, he saw a mountain range in front of him that looked like a long dragon. He could not see the end of the mountain range at all. After a while, Duan Lingtian arrived at the mountain range under Lu Guanglin's lead. At this moment, swoosh! As the sound of wind whistling rang out from the continuous mountain range, an old and aged figure shot out from the mountain range with a young figure in tow. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Huan. Lu Guanglin's expression turned solemn when he saw the old man. Based on the old man's speed, it was clear the old man was much stronger than him. A 3-talent celestial duke. Based on the man's speed, Duan Lingtian could tell the man was a 3-talent celestial duke, similar to himself. Huh! The young man noticed Duan Lingtian and Huan, as soon as he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Huan, He was a young man dressed in a brocade robe, but there was a hideous birthmark on his face that ruined his facial features. The young man was calm when he saw Lu Guanglin. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian, or to be more precise, Duan Lingtian's face, he was filled with jealousy and killing intent. Either you destroy your own face, or you die. Just as Duan Lingtian and Huan were about to continue their journey, the young man in the brocade robe flashed and blocked Duan Lingtian and Huan's path again. The young man's ugly face was distorted as he looked at Duan Lingtian with jealousy and hatred. Chapter 29:31. Let alone Duan Lingtian who was being targeted, even Lu Guanglin was taken aback by the young man's sudden attack. Do I have a grudge against you? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man in embroidered clothes and asked with slight astonishment. You don't have a grudge against me. You can only blame yourself for having a face that women like. The young man's face was slightly distorted as he said coldly, therefore, I'll give you 2 choices. Either you destroy your own face or you die. A person's appearance is innate. It's given to them by their parents. It's not scary to be ugly, it's scary to have an ugly heart. Now, Duan Lingtian could be considered to have discerned that the reason this young man in embroidered clothes was targeting him was only because he possessed an extraordinarily handsome face, and the young man was jealous of him. He was rendered speechless by this. Apart from being speechless, he could tell the young man was a twisted person. Otherwise, he would not have targeted him and tried to kill him because of his handsome face. I don't need a gigolo like you to teach me what to do. The face of the young man in embroidered clothes sank. His originally ferocious and ugly face became even uglier at this moment. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said, It seems like you've made your choice. Good, very good, 9th Elder, I'll leave the person next to him to you. I'll deal with him. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, the young man's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the young man's aura. Not even 100 years old? A yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the young man was a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old. After all, he had not met another overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was younger than 100 years old in the borderlands. You really can't judge a book by its cover. What a pity. Just as Duan Lingtian was sighing in his heart, the silk-robed young man's figure flashed and pounced on Duan Lingtian like a ferocious beast. His soul awareness also detected that Duan Lingtian was the same as him, less than 100 years old. After all, he was already an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He did not think Duan Lingtian, who was not even 100 years old, would be a match for him. There were only a handful of overarching heavenly supreme celestials below the age of 100 in the supporting Fall Nation. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian had heard of most of them. When the young man in brocade clothes rushed towards Duan Lingtian, his eyes emitted a cold murderous intention. It seemed that he really wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. On the other side, Lu Guanglin wasn't worried about the young man in embroidered clothes attacking Duan Lingtian. Instead, he stood in place with a solemn expression on his face. Celestial origin energy revolved around his body as he tried to defend against the old man's attack. Judging from the speed displayed by the old man was much stronger than him. Bang! All of a sudden, a series of explosions rang out in the space where the old man was. In just a blink of an eye, the old man had left his original spot and shot toward Lu Guanglin like a cannonball. Guanglin, use all your strength to attract his attention. I'll use all my strength to severely injure or even kill him. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in Lu Guanglin's ears as the old man made his move. Upon hearing this, Lu Guanglin calmed down. In the next moment, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the gloves that appeared on his hands. The gloves shone brightly as the aura of a Duke-grade celestial weapon surged out of them. At the same time, Lu Guanglin's body began to swell at an exaggerated speed. In just a blink of an eye, his loose robe was bulging, and one could vaguely see the outline of his muscles. Lu Guanglin, who was originally of average height, had grown to a height of 3 meters. His muscles were brimming with explosive strength as well. Apart from that, Lu Guanglin's celestial origin energy surged out of his body and turned into a blood-red shadow of a gigantic tiger. It was the shadow of a blood tiger. It was clear Lu Guanglin had not only cast his celestial method, but he had also cast his divine ability. Old man, take this. Lu Guanglin shouted as he punched out with his right fist. The air around him exploded, and a powerful shockwave swept out in all directions. Currently, Lu Guanglin was more than 3 meters tall. His fist tore through the air like a meteor hammer as he charged toward the old man. The silhouette of the blood tiger opened its mouth and pounced toward the old man. You're just a one basic celestial duke. Even if I don't use my celestial weapon, I'll still be able to kill you in 3 moves. The old man smiled contemptuously when he saw Lu Guanglin charging at him menacingly. Based on his words, it was clear he did not take Lu Guanglin seriously at all. In the next moment, his aura surged and suppressed Lu Guanglin's menacing aura. It was clear he was strong enough to kill Lu Guanglin. If you want to kill me, you'll have to ask for my permission first. The old man, who did not know anything about celestial weapons, unleashed his full strength to attack Lu Guanglin. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang in his ears. At the same time, he could clearly sense an extremely powerful aura coming from behind him, and it was getting closer and closer to him. A 3-talent celestial duke? As a 3-talent celestial duke, the old man was very familiar with the aura behind him. It was the aura of a 3-talent celestial duke. His expression changed drastically when he saw this. In the next instant, his celestial origin energy surged and formed a wall-like defense in front of him to block Lu Guanglin's attack. At the same time, he hastily turned around with a sword in his hand. Based on the sword's aura, it was a Duke-grade celestial weapon as well. Boom! Rumble. As soon as the old man turned around, he saw the purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old. The purple-clad young man, whom he did not take seriously, was holding a long rod that shone brightly with both hands as he swung it at him. The long rod shone brightly, and one could vaguely see some obscure inscriptions on it. At this moment, the liquefied celestial origin energy could be seen flowing through the inscriptions. The old man's expression changed drastically when he sensed the long rod's aura. He could not help but cry out in shock. King! King-grade celestial weapon. As the old man cried out in shock, he raised his sword in front of him. A sword ray shot up into the sky as it met the long rod that was falling from the sky. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air. The sword ray that shot up into the sky was shrouded by the long rod's purple gold light. Then, it was destroyed. Clang! In the next moment, the sound of metal colliding rang in the air. The old man's hand that was holding the Duke-grade celestial sword was bleeding profusely. Bang! At the same time, the old man was attacked from behind. Lu Guanglin's barrage of attacks broke through his barrage of attacks. The old man was surrounded by enemies from all directions. Who are you? The old man asked in a trembling voice as blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. He stared at the purple-clad young man who was standing nearby with a rod in his hand. A 3-talent celestial duke who was not even 100 years old. Moreover, the purple-clad young man had a king-grade celestial weapon. The old man was certain such a person did not exist in the supporting Fall Nation. If that was the case, there was only one possibility. The purple-clad young man had to be a disciple from a powerful force in the central area. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so terrifying. Trying to escape. The person who had injured the old man was none other than Duan Ling Tian. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian was about to reply when he seemed to have sensed something. With a wave of his hand, a purplish gold saber ray shot out and severed the arm of the brocade-clad young man who had just taken out a shadow void escaping talisman. The shadow void escaping talisman was a celestial talisman that Duan Ling Tian had used in the past. Once activated, the talisman would allow the user to escape millions of miles away at the speed of a celestial king. Ah! The young man cried out in pain as he watched the shadow void escaping talisman fall from the sky. He did not dare to use his other hand to catch it. This was because he could clearly sense that he was being locked onto by a terrifying aura. In my entire life, this is the first time I've encountered someone who, in a situation where we don't know each other, wanted to kill me because I was better looking than them. Duan Ling Tian said unhurriedly as he glanced at the young man in embroidered clothes indifferently. You. Who are you? The young man no longer looked at Duan Ling Tian with jealousy and killing intent. Only fear and disbelief were left in his eyes. Although he did not see what had happened earlier, he was still shocked. However, in the end, he saw it again. Although the 3-talent celestial duke had taken out a duke-grade celestial sword, he was still severely injured by the purple-clad young man. It was no wonder the young man's attack had missed. He was not on the same level as the purple-clad young man. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was not even 100 years old. It doesn't matter who I am. All you have to know is that you're the one who chose to die. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again with lightning speed. However, he didn't attack the young man in embroidered clothes. Instead, he attacked the old man beside the young man. The old man had thought Duan Ling Tian was going to attack the young man. Therefore, he was caught off guard by Duan Ling Tian's sudden attack. Bang! Duan Ling Tian swung his staff again. The purple gold light shone brightly, and the 3-talent celestial duke's body exploded into a mist of blood. His blood splattered in the air, dazzling everyone's eyes. After killing the old man, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the young man in embroidered clothes again. No. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. My aunt is imperial concubine Lan of the supporting Fall Nation. If you kill me, you'll offend the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Chapter 2932. Bang! Alas, Duan Ling Tian only responded to the young man's threat with a casual swing of his rod. The rod landed on the young man's body, and a purplish gold light shone brightly. Just like the old man, the young man died. After I kill you, even if your communication celestial talisman is sent out, do you think others will know I killed you? Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he looked at the space where the young man in embroidered clothes had turned into a bloody mist after he exploded the young man with a single strike of his rod. Before the young man died, Duan Ling Tian knew the young man had sent out a communication celestial talisman. Moreover, the speed of the communication celestial talisman was comparable to a celestial king. With his current strength, it was not something he could block. What a pity. Although I used a king-grade celestial weapon, it still consumed a lot of my celestial origin energy. Currently, my strength is only comparable to a 1 basic celestial duke. Although it did not take much energy to kill the young man, it still took a lot of energy to kill the old man. Although Duan Ling Tian had used a king-grade celestial weapon, his celestial origin energy was only comparable to a one basic celestial duke's. Similarly, Duan Lingtian's soul strength had also decreased along with his celestial origin energy. Naturally, even if Duan Lingtian used a soul attack, his celestial origin energy would also decrease as his soul strength decreased. For this reason, both soul attacks and celestial origin energy consumed about the same amount of soul strength. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was not skilled in soul attacks. If he wanted to use a soul attack to achieve the same effect as his celestial origin energy, he would have to consume more soul strength. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian would not give up on using his celestial origin energy to attack. Guanglin, let's continue. After putting away the young man's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Guanglin. Yes, my lord. Lu Guanglin hurriedly replied. At the same time, he brought Duan Lingtian with him as they flew toward the capital of the supporting Fall nation. Before he set off again, Lu Guanglin changed into a new set of clothes. You're too careful. Seeing Lu Guanglin change his clothes, the Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. In such a short time, given his cultivation level and reaction speed, the most he could do is send out an immortal message talisman and say where he was attacked. In his panic, it's almost impossible for him to mention our characteristics in the immortal message talisman. Duan Lingtian said. Just now, Duan Lingtian had seen the youth take out his immortal message talisman and send a message. Moreover, the youth in embroidered robes had sent out the immortal message talisman in an instant. In such a short time, the most he could do was say where he was attacked and ask for help. That being said, it's still better to be careful. Lu Guanglin said with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and did not say anything else. However, he was very satisfied with Lu Guanglin's cautiousness. That's the capital of the supporting Fall nation? After Lu Guanglin brought Duan Lingtian across the mountain range, he saw a city standing on a vast plain in front of him. The city was much larger than any city Duan Lingtian had ever seen. It looked like a huge beast lying in wait in the distance. However, due to the distance, Duan Lingtian could only see how big the city was. He could not see the other details. My lord. Did you use a king-grade celestial weapon to kill the 3-talent celestial duke? Lu Guanglin asked curiously. They were about to reach the capital of the supporting Fall nation. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Lu Guanglin was mentally prepared, he could not help but narrow his eyes in shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. An Earth-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old and possessed a king-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, Lu Guanglin was extremely curious about Duan Lingtian's background. If someone told him that Duan Lingtian had no background, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. You're a fist cultivator. I happen to have a celestial weapon ring that suits you. Lu Guanglin was still in shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice. At the same time, he felt a gust of wind blowing toward him. He instinctively reached out to grab the ring. It was a ring that could fit 2 fingers. Based on the ring's shape, it could fit his index and middle fingers. Apart from that, the ring was shimmering with a mysterious light. Its aura was completely different from a Duke-grade celestial weapon. This is... Lu Guanglin's heart skipped a beat. Lu Guanglin had not yet calmed down, but after seeing this ring, he became even more agitated. This is also a king-grade celestial weapon. However, with your current cultivation base, it's best that you don't use it in public. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble, Duan Lingtian said. Based on his words, it was as though giving away a king-grade celestial weapon was nothing to him. A king-grade celestial weapon. Lu Guanglin's body trembled. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were slightly red. My lord. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Lu Guanglin said as he handed the ring back to Duan Lingtian. Keep it. Don't tell me you want people to find out you have a king-grade celestial weapon. I, Duan Lingtian, will never take back what I've given away. Duan Lingtian said. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Guanglin looked around warily. When he saw no one was paying attention to them, he sighed in relief and put the ring away. My lord. Lu Guanglin's gaze was still red when he looked at Duan Lingtian, and it didn't fade even after a long time. From now on, my life is yours, sir. Your life is useless to me. It's better for you to stay alive and work for me. Duan Lingtian shrugged and smiled faintly. The instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth. Swoosh. 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 The sound of wind whistling could be heard coming from the direction of the supporting Fall Nation's capital. Their speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin could not see them clearly. However, they were still able to tell that those were three people who were far more powerful than them. Moreover, the three people were heading toward the mountain range where Duan Lingtian had killed the young man dressed in embroidered robes. They're really fast. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He knew the three people had come for the young man dressed in embroidered robes. However, he was not worried that the three of them would target him and Lu Guanglin. This was because after crossing the mountain range and nearing the supporting Fall Nation's capital, they had already blended into the crowd that was making their way to the capital. Although this stream of people couldn't be considered to be dense, there were still no less than several hundred people along the way. There were also over 100 people who were traveling in pairs like them. How fast! Those three people are at least 4 phenomenon celestial dukes. They seem to be in a hurry. They must be in a hurry. At the same time, some people who had heard the sound of wind whistling began to discuss among themselves. Their voices were so loud that even Duan Lingtian could hear them. When Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were about to enter the capital of the supporting Fall Nation, 3 figures appeared above the mountain range where the young man dressed in embroidered robes had died. We're too late. When the 3 of them saw the 2 pools of fresh blood beneath their feet, they realized they were too late. To be able to kill a 3-talent celestial duke in such a short time. The person must be at least a 4 phenomenon celestial duke. One of the 3 people speculated. When I was on my way here, I scanned the area with my divine consciousness. Apart from a purple-clad young man who concealed his cultivation base, I didn't see anyone stronger than a 4 phenomenon celestial duke. There's not even a 3-talent celestial duke. Another person said. Could it be the purple-clad young man? No. Why? Do you think it's possible for someone who's not even 100 years old to be a 4 phenomenon celestial duke? Not even 100 years old? It can't be him. Although the 3 of them mentioned Duan Lingtian, they quickly dismissed the possibility of Duan Lingtian killing a 3-talent celestial duke in such a short time. Although it's unlikely that we'll find anything, we should still search the surroundings to see if there's anyone suspicious. That's right. Even if we can't find the person who killed the little young master of the Hua clan, we still have to give concubine Lan an explanation. Let's search the area first. Soon after, the 3 figures split up and searched in 3 different directions. Alas, their search was futile. After all, the culprit had already entered the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. The capital of the supporting Fall Nation is quite big. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he walked through a wide street in the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. It's indeed huge. It's bigger than any city I've been to before. Lu Guanglin, who was following Duan Lingtian like a servant, nodded in agreement. Soon after, Duan Lingtian brought Lu Guanglin to a restaurant and sat down. He planned to have a casual meal and inquire about some matters. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation will be holding the Southern Heaven combat in the Imperial Palace in a month's time. I wonder who will be selected to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm in the end? Not long after Duan Lingtian sat down, a voice that successfully attracted his attention resonated in his ears. Southern Heaven combat? The Southern Heaven ancient realm? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and continued to listen. Soon after, he learned about the Southern Heaven combat and the Southern Heaven ancient realm. The Southern Heaven ancient realm was a little world left behind by generations of rulers of the Southern Heaven territory. However, it was different from the little worlds left behind by celestial kings and celestial dukes. This was because that place was not created by a single person, but by the successive rulers of the Southern Heaven Territory. The rulers of the Southern Heaven Territory were known as the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords. Chapter 29:33. The Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had been passed down for a long time. There were traces left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords. Apart from that, the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was divided into the upper, middle, and lower realms. The upper realm had a limit of celestial kings. The middle realm had a limit of celestial dukes. As for the lower realm, it had a limit of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation is holding the Southern Heaven combat to select the 9 strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation. These 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials will be given a chance to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there are many treasures left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords of the Southern Heaven Territory. There's no lack of celestial pills, celestial weapons, celestial methods, divine abilities, and cultivation methods. Apart from that, there might be fortuitous encounters that ordinary people can't even imagine. Duan Lingtian sat in the main hall of the restaurant and listened to the conversations of the customers. He gradually gained a better understanding of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, the supporting Fall Nation doesn't have the ability to send people into the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation was going to hold the Southern Heaven combat to select the 9 strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials, he could only guide them to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had his reasons for doing this. Otherwise, he would not have been so eager to hold the Southern Heaven combat. The overarching heavenly supreme celestials selected by the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would be able to return alive after entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The supporting Fall Nation would also be rewarded handsomely by the sects and clans that the overarching heavenly supreme celestials joined. The supporting Fall Nation is located in the area governed by the Profound Nether Mansion. The Profound Nether Mansion is a powerful force that has close ties with one of the 10 major clans in the central area. It governs the border of the central area, Duan Ling Tian explained. In the Profound Nether Mansion, the strongest forces under the Profound Nether Mansion are the 3 great sects and 2 great clans. The entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is controlled by the 3 great sects and 2 great clans. The reason the 3 major sects and 2 great clans are able to control the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory is because of the Profound Nether Mansion. In the Profound Nether Mansion's territory, although the Profound Nether Mansion's 3 major sects and 5 great clans aren't directly affiliated with the Profound Nether Mansion, to a certain extent, they're indirectly affiliated with the Profound Nether Mansion. As time passed by, Duan Ling Tian began to understand more and more things. Many nations in the central area, including the supporting Fall Nation, will hold the Southern Heaven combat during this period. 9 people will be selected to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the entrance in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory. When the time comes, those who make it out alive will be able to join one of the 3 major sects and 2 great clans in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory. The emperors of the various nations will be the ones who make the recommendations. If they manage to come out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive and join one of the major sects or clans, that sect or clan will reward them handsomely. For this reason, many nations in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory, including the supporting Fall Nation, are very interested in this matter. After learning about this, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. I'll make use of this opportunity to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and join one of the 3 major sects or 2 great clans of the Profound Nether Mansion. Previously, Duan Lingtian had chosen to leave the borderlands for the central area because he wanted to make a name for himself on a bigger stage. Only on a bigger stage would he be able to make greater progress. Soon, evening arrived. At this moment, Duan Lingtian called out to Lu Guanglin before they left the restaurant and found an inn to stay for the time being. Guanglin, I plan to participate in the Southern Heaven combat that'll be held in the Imperial Palace in a month's time to obtain a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the room, Duan Ling Tian said to Lu Guanglin, who had just been called into his room. Lu Guanglin was not surprised by Duan Ling Tian's decision. After all, he could tell Duan Ling Tian was interested in the Southern Heaven ancient realm when they were in the restaurant. My lord, it's a pity that I've become a celestial duke. Otherwise, I'd be able to participate in the Southern Heaven combat with you. Lu Guanglin sighed. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Lu Guanglin looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly and asked, My lord, is the remaining energy from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon still enough for you to obtain a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm? It shouldn't be a problem. Duan Ling Tian replied with a glint in his eyes. However, despite his words, Duan Ling Tian was still unsure. After all, even if he fully utilized his celestial origin energy, he would only be as strong as a one basic celestial duke at most. In a month's time, there would definitely be a large number of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials participating in the Southern Heaven combat. At that time, he would only need 2 or 3 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to deplete the remaining energy from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. There's still a month left. I should try my best to break through and become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial within a month. If I can become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, I'll be able to obtain a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm with my celestial methods and divine abilities. However, if I can't become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it'll be extremely difficult for me to obtain a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian asked Lu Guanglin to leave while he began to cultivate. Registration for the Profound Heaven combat will begin in 20 days. Please help me register at that time. Before he asked Lu Guanglin to leave, Duan Ling Tian said to Lu Guanglin. Those who wanted to participate in the Southern Heaven combat held by the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would have to register in 20 days. Naturally, he could also ask someone to help him register. Come and look for me a month later before the Southern Heaven combat begins. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Lu Guanglin left to carry out his orders. After Lu Guanglin left, Duan Ling Tian casually set up a formation on top of the formation in the guest room. Not only was the sound insulation of the guest room enhanced, but the energy fluctuations in the room were also isolated. Since Duan Ling Tian planned to become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial in a month, he naturally had to use the divine crystal. As soon as he took out the divine crystal, Duan Ling Tian could not help but think of After a long time, he finally calmed down and began to cultivate. After calming down, with the help of the overarching heaven pills, the king grade cultivation method, the Tai profound method, and his 99 heavenly veins, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base began to improve at a terrifying speed under the environment provided by the divine crystal. Almost every day, there would be a certain change in his cultivation, and it was a very clear change. While Duan Ling Tian was cultivating, the capital that was bustling with activity due to the upcoming Southern Heaven combat held by the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation became even livelier. Since the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation had spread the news of the Southern Heaven combat, almost all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were confident in their strength rushed to the capital. Many clans and sects in the supporting Fall Nation had also sent their peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to the capital to participate in the Southern Heaven combat. After all, as long as one stood out in the Southern Heaven combat, one would be able to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Moreover, as long as one survived, one would be able to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nethermansion's territory. At that time, when one person achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to the heavens. Their families and sects will more or less receive some benefits. Inside the imperial palace in the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. In a magnificent palace, there was a woman in gorgeous clothes with 2 palace maids behind her. She was receiving a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes. My condolences, big brother. The woman sighed as she looked at the middle-aged man. Third sister, did your people really not find any clues? The middle-aged man asked with a gloomy expression on his face. No. The woman shook her head. As soon as I received Er's communication celestial talisman, I sent 2 5-element celestial lords and a 6-combination celestial lord to investigate. However, when they arrived at the scene of the crime, they didn't find any clues. After that, they searched the area inch by inch. After searching for 3 days and 3 nights, they still found nothing. For this reason, unless someone witnessed the incident with their own eyes, I'm afraid there's no evidence. The woman sighed again when she reached the end of her sentence. It's all Er's fault for not mentioning the killer's characteristics in his communication celestial talisman. Otherwise, we wouldn't be acting like headless flies. The middle-aged man's expression darkened further. Big brother, you can't blame for this. After all, it's already a miracle that he managed to send a communication celestial talisman to inform me of his location and ask for help. Under such circumstances, let alone I'm afraid even you and I wouldn't be able to identify the killer in time. The woman sighed again. If Duan Ling Tian was here and overheard their conversation, he would be able to guess the woman's identity when he recalled the scene of him killing the young man in embroidered robes in the sky above the mountain range outside the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. She was one of the concubines of the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, Concubine Lan. Chapter 2934. There were tens of thousands of realms in the colossal world. Apart from the 81 Devata realms, there were also countless mundane realms. The Purple Spike realm was one of them. The Purple Spike realm was a large mundane realm with countless planets in the boundless starry sky. Currently, a planet in one of the galaxies had attracted the attention of many people. Many powerhouses from the Purple Spike realm had gathered here after they heard the news. Their gazes were all fixed on the planet that was shining with purple light in the boundless starry sky. That planet. Is it the ruin left behind by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial? It said that the planet appeared 3 years ago. However, the formation around the planet kept everyone out. Up until now, only one person has managed to enter the planet. Moreover, that person isn't a bodiless celestial. Not a bodiless celestial? That's right. It said that not only is that person not a bodiless celestial, but her cultivation base is still far from being able to transcend the heavenly tribulation. What's going on? Is it possible that the person is the successor chosen by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial? Many figures stood around the planet that was emitting purple light. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere. The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was a legend in the mundane realm. In fact, to commemorate the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial, the mundane realm was named the Purple Spike Realm. This was a privilege that not everyone could enjoy. After all, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was the first person to ascend to the celestial realm. Most of the cultivation legacies in the mundane realm originated from the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Due to this reason, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's status in the mundane realm was unparalleled. However, due to the passage of time, no one knew the gender of the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Only the legacy left behind by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was known. It was said that after the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial ascended to the Devata realm, he had returned to the Purple Spike realm and left behind his legacy. Moreover, after leaving behind his legacy, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had said to the entire Purple Spike realm. He had said that when his legacy appeared, his successor would be born as well. He hoped that the entire Redbud Plain would be able to witness that moment. 3 years ago, this planet suddenly appeared and exploded with purple light. The spell formations around it are airtight. According to the message left behind by the Purple Spike Supreme Immortal, this is most likely his legacy. That's right. Even when more than 10 bodiless celestials who were about to ascend to the Devata realms joined forces, they couldn't do anything to the formation around the planet. It's obvious this is the legacy left behind by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. 3 years, this planet has already appeared for 3 years. It wasn't until 3 months ago that someone managed to enter. At that time, no one thought that someone would be able to enter. At that time, I just so happened to see that person. It was a woman wearing a purple veil and purple clothes. Although she wore a veil, it was not difficult to tell that she was a beauty from her exposed eyebrows and eyes. Clearly, she's the successor chosen by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Around the planet that was surrounded by purple light, many figures stood there for a long time. They looked at the planet in front of them. When they mentioned the woman in purple who had entered the planet, their eyes simultaneously revealed looks of envy and jealousy. At this moment, there were many powerhouses from the top forces in the Redbud Plain. Some of them were even the strongest powerhouses in the Redbud Plain. However, even they could only stare at the planet in front of them, unable to do anything. Just like the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had said, he wanted them to witness his legacy being inherited by his successor. No matter how lively it was outside, the planet that was shrouded in purple light was exceptionally calm. Behind the purple light that blotted out the sky was a planet that could not be considered big. At this moment, a person could be seen sitting cross-legged in the only building on the planet. It was a majestic palace. In the vast and boundless hall, countless complex patterns were carved on the vast and boundless ground. These lines gathered from all directions. Finally, all of them gathered on the altar-like stone platform in the middle of the large hall. There were even more complicated inscriptions carved on the stone platform. From time to time, the inscriptions would emit a purple light. At this moment, a purple-clad woman could be seen standing on the stone platform. She had a graceful figure and an enchanting face. It was as though she could mesmerize all living things. The purple light that was emitting from the stone platform surged into her body from her feet. Her purple robes flapped rhythmically, and her beautiful hair fluttered even though there was no wind. Apart from that, a purple veil could be seen lying on the side of the stone platform beneath her feet. It was the same veil that was previously worn by the purple-clad woman. However, it was blown away by the energy that surged into her body from the stone platform. Suddenly, the woman in purple opened her eyes. Her enchanting face, paired with a pair of gem-like eyes, was particularly eye-catching. What's going on? Looking left and right, looking at the vast and boundless hall, the purple-clothed woman's face was filled with astonishment and confusion. What's this place? Why am I here? No. I can't stay here for long. I still have to look for Tian-er. Tian-er is missing. If I can't find him, how am I going to explain myself to the bad guy in the future? When the purple-clad woman reached the end of her sentence, tears welled up in her beautiful eyes again. However, even though she wanted to leave, she quickly realized that her feet, which were standing on the stone platform, seemed to have grown roots and were filled with lead. She could not move at all. At this moment, she shuddered as she recalled what had happened before she lost consciousness. I remember there was a voice that seemed to be calling out to me. After that, I arrived near a purple planet that was shrouded in purple light. According to the people around me, it seemed to be the inheritance left behind by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Moreover, it had been 3 years since then. Even if the most powerful beings in the Purple Spike realm joined forces, they still couldn't break the formation on the planet's surface. As soon as I got close to the planet, I lost consciousness. However, before I lost consciousness, an invisible force seemed to be pulling me closer to the planet. The purple-clad woman's eyes widened when she thought about this. Is this the planet? No. That's not right. If this is really the planet, why am I able to come in when so many people can't? The purple-clad woman could not help but shake her head when she reached the end of her sentence. It's because you're the successor I've chosen. As soon as the purple-clad woman finished muttering to herself, a voice that seemed to come from all directions entered her ears. It was a woman's voice. It seemed to have come from the surroundings of the palace. However, it was difficult to tell where the voice came from. Who's there? The sudden voice gave the woman a fright, causing her expression to change instantly. At the same time, she looked around in a slightly panicked state. It's me. The voice rang again. At the same time, a wave of energy appeared in front of the purple-clad woman before a figure appeared out of thin air. It was a purple-clad woman with an ordinary appearance. Her body was shrouded in a faint purple light. Since the figure was gray, one could not see the color of her clothes. However, even so, she still gave off an inexplicable sense of respect just by standing there. Who? Who are you? The purple-clad woman asked in shock when she saw the figure that had appeared out of thin air. The people in this mundane realm call me the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. The one who's speaking to you now isn't a remnant soul or a clone I left here. It's my avatar that's separated from the Devata realm and the mundane realm, the figure replied. The purple-clad woman was stunned. The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial? Why, you're the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial? Upon hearing the figure's words, the purple-clad woman looked at the figure as though she had just seen a ghost. A hint of disbelief could be seen on her face. Yes. The figure continued to say, I know you have a lot of questions, but my avatar can only exist for a short time, so I'll keep it short. A long time ago, I discovered that I couldn't unleash the full potential of my cultivation method when I was in the mundane realm. Due to my lack of foundation in the mundane realm, my cultivation base has remained stagnant at the 10 Directions Celestial Emperor realm. Moreover, it's impossible for me to advance any further. After discovering this problem, I returned to the Purple Spike realm and left behind my legacy. Rather than calling it a legacy, it's more accurate to call it a bridge between the two realms. Apart from defensive formations, this planet also has concealment formations and so on. Back then, I used a special technique to conceal this planet. Only when the divine consciousness I left on this planet detects someone who can unleash the full potential of my cultivation method in the mundane realm will it reveal itself and guide that person in. I'm sure you've guessed it by now. That person is you. You are the successor that I have chosen. You'll definitely surpass me in the future. Hearing the words of the illusory figure, a shocked expression appeared on the face of the purple-clothed woman. Then, a look of disbelief appeared on her face, and finally, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor in a Devata realm? And now, the other party was saying that she was the chosen inheritor? At this moment, tears began to roll down the purple-clad woman's cheeks. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would recognize the purple-clad woman immediately. The purple-clad woman was none other than one of his wives. Chapter 2935. Ever since Li Fei was sent to the Purple Spike realm by Xia Jia, she had been traveling alone in the mundane realm. At first, her beauty attracted bees and butterflies, and attracted many lechers. Fortunately, those people's strength was not as good as hers, so she was not in any danger along the way. Later on, in order to avoid trouble and also to avoid encountering existences stronger than herself, she began to wear a veil and wander the mundane plane. She traveled to the Purple Spike realm to look for her son with Duan Lingtian. Duan Nian Tian. At that time, Xia Jia had sent them back to the mundane realm from the divine offering land. She was not sure about the others, but she was certain her son, Duan Nian Tian, was sent to the Purple Spike realm just like her. Until a few months ago, she was guided to this place by an unfathomable will. Although she knew the Purple Spike realm's legendary figure, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial, had left her legacy here, she did not expect she would be able to obtain the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's legacy. However, based on the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's words, it was clear she had been chosen as her successor. Li Fei burst into tears. Along the way, as her man, Duan Lingtian, grew stronger and stronger, she felt like she could not help him at all. Later on, when Ku'er's identity was revealed, it made her feel inferior subconsciously. She felt that she was a useless vase. Naturally, she was the only one who knew about this. She did not want to be a vase. She wanted to be someone who could help her man, Duan Lingtian, and her family. Now that the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had chosen her as her successor, she saw a glimmer of hope. At the same time, all the grievances she had suffered over the years erupted in tears. After a long while, she finally stopped crying. Why me? Li Fei asked as she looked at the figure in front of her. She did not think she was outstanding in any way. Why would the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial choose her as her successor? According to the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial, she was now a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. Before going to the Divine Offering Land, Li Fei did not know what it meant to be a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. However, after going to the Divine Offering Land, she learned a lot about the Devata realms. This included the 10 Direction Celestial Emperors. 10 Direction Celestial Emperors were the strongest beings in the Devata realms. For example, the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms were all 10 Direction Celestial Emperors who ruled over their respective Devata realms. This is because your body is different from the people I've seen in the mundane realms and the Devata realms. It's very special. As for why it's special, I don't know. It's as if I've been baptized by some special spiritual energy of heaven and earth. My body that has been baptized by this kind of baptism is perfectly compatible with my cultivation method, and I'll be able to use it to the fullest in the mundane realm. The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial Emperor continued to say, my only requirement for my successor is to surpass my potential. I'm destined to remain a 10 Direction Celestial Emperor for the rest of my life. However, you're different. As long as you have a good foundation in the mundane realm, you'll definitely surpass the 10 Direction Celestial Emperor in the future. The silhouette, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's avatar, said confidently. Based on her words, it was clear that she was confident in Li Fei's future. Baptism by some special spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Is she talking about the baptism by the heaven and earth spirit in the divine offering land? Upon hearing the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's words, Li Fei immediately thought of the heaven and earth spirit in the divine offering land. It was said that the heaven and earth spirit in the divine offering land was much stronger than in the Devata realms. When she first went to the divine offering land, she was not used to it at all. She even felt her meridians were blocked, and she could not cultivate at all. It was only after a period of time that she finally got used to it. However, at the same time, her cultivation speed was terrifyingly fast. At the same time, she was not the only one. Even the people around her who were brought to the world of divine offering from the mundane realm felt a subtle change in their bodies. Of course, the transformation would only be beneficial to them and not harmful at all. At this moment, Li Fei finally understood what was going on. As it turned out, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had taken a liking to her because she had been to the divine offering land and stayed there for a period of time. Her body had undergone some changes after being baptized by the heaven and earth spirit in the divine offering land. These changes were the main reason the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had taken a liking to her. Now, prepare to receive my inheritance. After you've received my inheritance, we'll meet again in the Devata realm. After you've ascended, the 4 maidservants I've left behind in the Purple Spike realm will bring you to see me. The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial continued to say. Wait a minute. Senior, can you help me look for my son? Just as the Purple Spike Supreme Immortal's projection was about to disappear, Li Fei recalled her missing son, and she asked anxiously, what happened? Unfortunately, as soon as Li Fei finished speaking, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial silhouette disappeared. At the same time, Li Fei could clearly feel that a powerful aura suddenly emerged from the surroundings of the main hall. The aura was like the waves of the sea, slapping towards her. A moment later, she lost consciousness again because she couldn't bear the impact. As time passed, more and more people arrived. 4 beautiful figures could be seen standing in a row among the crowd as they looked at the planet that was shining with a purple light. Young Master has finally appeared. Master asked the 4 of us to stay in the Purple Spike realm to wait for the young Master. Now that the young Master has appeared, it means we can return to the Devata realm. According to Master, she'll only choose those who have greater potential than her as the young Master. Moreover, the young Master will definitely surpass her in the future. The 3 of you mustn't disrespect the young Master just because she's weak now. Otherwise, I won't let you off before Master punishes you. Sister May, are you kidding? The young Master is the successor chosen by Master. How can we disrespect her? The 4 women all had extraordinarily beautiful appearances. When the 4 of them stood together, the most eye-catching thing was their nearly identical faces. Apart from their different auras, their appearances were almost identical. Apart from that, their attire was different as well. The woman who was addressed as Sister May stood at the extreme left. She wore a purple robe with plum blossoms embroidered on it. The woman on the right was also dressed in a purple robe with orchids embroidered on it. The third woman was dressed in a purple robe with bamboo leaves embroidered on it. The fourth woman was dressed in a purple robe with chrysanthemums embroidered on it. At this moment, the four of them were looking at the planet in front of them as though they were waiting for something. At the same time, in a remote cave in a barren mountain range in the Great Desolation Realm. Aunt Wu, are you all right? A beautiful young woman dressed in white asked worriedly as she looked at the red-clad woman who was sitting cross-legged in the cave. A lifelike fire dragon could be seen coiling around the red-clad woman's body before it entered her body. After a while, the red-clad woman opened her eyes and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Then, she looked at the young woman in front of her and shook her head with a smile. Don't worry, Si Ling. I'm fine. If father is here, I'll definitely ask him to kill the person who injured Aunt Wu so he can avenge Aunt Wu. The white-clad young woman clenched her small fists as she spoke with a furious expression on her face. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes turned red. Aunt Wu, do you think we'll be able to see father? Of course. The red-clad woman smiled as she patted the young woman's head. At the same time, her gaze turned misty. A purple figure appeared in her mind. It was a tall and handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was the only man she had ever loved in her life. Although they had not seen each other for many years, her love for him had never changed. Elder brother Duan. You and Sister Kerr's daughter looks like you and Sister Kerr. After a moment, the woman in red regained her senses. She looked at the young girl's delicate face, which seemed like it could be broken with a flick of a finger, and muttered in her heart. The red-clad woman was none other than Feng Tianwu, who was sent away by Xia Jia from the Divine Offering Land. When they were traveling through the spatial turbulence and approaching the mundane realm, she had tried her best to bring Duan Lingtian and Kerr's daughter, Duan Si Ling, to her side and entered the Great Desolation Realm with her. The Great Desolation Realm was a mundane realm similar to her hometown, the Saint Province Realm. It was not a large mundane realm like the Purple Spike Realm or the Yanhuang Realm. There were no planets or galaxies in the Great Desolation Realm. Naturally, one could still see planets and galaxies in the Great Desolation Realm. Aunt Wu. Why don't you stop your cultivation base from rising? You should ascend as soon as possible and look for father. Duan Si Ling, the daughter of Duan Ling Tian and Ku, suddenly clenched her teeth and said to Feng Tianwu, don't worry. Ever since Feng Tianwu brought Duan Si Ling to the Great Desolation Realm, her body had been cleansed by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Divine Offering Land. She discovered that even though she was in the mundane realm, her cultivation base was still improving rapidly. Moreover, if she wanted to, she would be able to ascend to a Devata realm in no time. However, considering Duan Si Ling had no one to rely on in the Great Desolation Realm, she did not feel at ease leaving Duan Si Ling alone in the Great Desolation Realm. For this reason, she deliberately suppressed her cultivation base to accompany Duan Si Ling and wait for Duan Si Ling to ascend with her. Chapter 2936. Si Ling, I won't abandon you. Upon hearing Duan Si Ling's words, Feng Tianwu shook her head and said firmly. Naturally, there was something else that Feng Tianwu did not say. She was worried about Duan Si Ling. If something happened to Duan Si Ling because of her, how was she going to face her elder brother Duan in the future? For this reason, she would not allow anything to happen to Duan Si Ling unless she was dead. Aunt Wu, tears welled up in Duan Si Ling's eyes as she looked at Feng Tianwu. Apart from Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, and Duan Si Ling, the rest of the people who were sent to the mundane realm by Xia Jia from the Divine Offering Land were safe and sound. Moreover, since their bodies had been cleansed by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Divine Offering Land, they had obtained a great opportunity. Now, their cultivation speed was far from what it was in the past. Moreover, some of them had even passed the heavenly tribulation and were waiting to ascend. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was still under the impression that his family and friends were imprisoned in the Divine Offering Land. For this reason, he was eager to raise his cultivation base as soon as possible so that he would be able to enter the Divine Offering Land after 1,000 years to save them. In the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven. In the supporting fall nation of the profound nether mansion. My lord, it's almost time. A middle-aged man stood outside a guest room in an inn in the capital. His voice that was laced with celestial origin energy entered the room. The energy fluctuation in the room resonated with his voice. After a while, the energy fluctuation in the room disappeared. At the same time, the door opened with a creak. A figure appeared in front of the door. This was an extraordinarily handsome young man wearing a purple robe. He had an extraordinary temperament, and he seemed to have become the focus of attention in an instant. Let's go. This purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had been in closed-door cultivation for an entire month. After he left the inn, he glanced at the middle-aged man at the entrance and greeted him before he walked out of the inn. The middle-aged man, Lu Guanglin, followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian as he led the way to the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation. So many people. The imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation was located at the foot of the capital. It occupied a large area in the east of the capital. When Duan Ling Tian arrived, he saw a huge crowd at the entrance of the imperial palace. Although there are a lot of people, very few can enter. Apart from those who have registered for the Southern Heaven tournament, only those who have registered with them can enter. Apart from that, only one person is allowed to enter the imperial palace of the Fall Nation, can only bring one person with them. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then he approached the grand entrance of the imperial palace with Lu Guanglin. As expected, there were much fewer people entering the imperial palace compared to the people outside. My lord, this is your entry pass. At the same time, Lu Guanglin passed the entry pass to Duan Ling Tian. He had obtained the entry pass to enter the imperial palace on the day of the Southern Heaven combat. Duan Ling Tian passed the entry pass to the guard at the entrance of the imperial palace before he led Lu Guanglin into the imperial palace. After entering the imperial palace, there were people standing at intervals to guide the way. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin did not get lost. You can enter if you sign up. Doesn't that mean that many people can sign up? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Lu Guanglin along the way. However, one has to be an overarching heavenly supreme celestial to enter the imperial palace. Those who are not overarching heavenly supreme celestials can only bring one overarching heavenly supreme celestial with them to enter the imperial palace. Lu Guanglin explained. Apart from that, although there's a rule that forbids killing during the Southern Heaven combat, there's bound to be some friction between the two parties. It's possible that one would be severely injured and suffer from life-threatening illnesses. Therefore, unless one is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, one wouldn't dare to enter the imperial palace. After all, one would have to enter the Southern Heaven combat and would not be allowed to admit defeat easily. Unless one's opponent is an extremely powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Lu Guanglin continued to explain. Duan Ling Tian nodded in agreement. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian led Lu Guanglin to the courtyard of the imperial palace where the Southern Heaven combat would be held. The courtyard was the front courtyard of the imperial palace. It was spacious, and there were 9 circular arenas in the middle of the courtyard. However, these arenas were different from the arenas Duan Ling Tian had seen in the past. These arenas were equipped with light-gathering formations. A beam of light could be seen rising from each of the arenas into the sky. However, these beams of light covered a large area. Once they were cut, they would form a circle with a diameter of 100 meters. There were 9 beams of light in the 9 arenas, and each of them had a different color. Apart from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, there were also white and gray. There were 9 colors. Apart from that, there were spectator seats in the 4 corners of the 9 arenas. One of the spectator seats was majestic. It was not difficult to guess it was prepared for the members of the imperial family. The spectator seats on the left and right sides of the spectator seats were different from the spectator seats at the back. It was obvious they were prepared for people with extraordinary statuses. Only the spectator seats at the back were suitable for ordinary people. The seats that the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation had arranged for Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin were located at the back of the spectator seats. At this moment, almost half of the spectator seats were occupied. Qingzi, are you confident? You've recently become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I'm sure it won't be difficult for you to obtain one of the 9 spots, right? A voice rang in Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin's ears as they made their way to their seats. Duan Lingtian looked over and saw a middle-aged man speaking to another middle-aged man next to him. I'm not completely confident. After all, the celestial methods and divine abilities I've mastered are only heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Although I've comprehended most of the celestial methods and divine abilities to their limits, there's still one heaven-grade movement celestial method that I haven't comprehended to its limit. That's why I haven't mastered it completely. In that case, it's indeed a little difficult. The middle-aged man nodded. However, it's fine as long as you do your best. If you fail, you'll have another chance next time. All right. Qing Zi nodded. Next time? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Based on his knowledge, the Southern Heaven combat was only held once every 100 years, right? Was the middle-aged man cursing Qing Zi to remain a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial even after 100 years? However, Qing Zi seems to think the middle-aged man is right. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled by Qing Zi's reaction. My lord, what's wrong? Lu Guanglin asked when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lu Guanglin could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile on his face. My lord, you don't know how lucky you are. You're considered a top genius in the profound nether mansion. If it weren't for your help, it would have taken me 100 years to break through from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a celestial duke. One of my companions, a 1 basic celestial duke, took 1,000 years to break through from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a 1 basic celestial duke. The bitter smile on Lu Guanglin's face deepened. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. He realized he had been comparing himself to others. Although he lowered his standards occasionally, he did not lower his standards by much. After Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin sat down, more and more people began to arrive. Soon enough, the area where they were seated was almost full. At the same time, people began to arrive from the spectator seats on both sides. That's the city governor of Passage City. Soon after, a group of 5 people arrived at the front of the spectating area on the left side of the spectating area where Duan Lingtian and the others were seated. As soon as the group of 5 people sat down, Duan Lingtian heard a commotion. Duan Lingtian's gaze followed the person's gaze and landed on the leader of the group of 5. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in a long dark golden robe. He was tall and well-built, and his face was as fair as jade. His aura was majestic, and he had an extraordinary bearing. He's Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City? That's right. That's him. I was fortunate enough to meet this city lord Huang once. The city governor of Passage City, Huang Yuanfei? Isn't he the strongest person in the supporting Fall Nation after the emperor? He's widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the supporting Fall Nation after all. As more and more people joined in the discussion, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the city governor of Passage City had attracted so much attention as soon as he appeared. As it turned out, the city governor of Passage City was not only a 10-direction celestial duke, but he was also the strongest 10-direction celestial duke in the supporting Fall Nation. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the supporting Fall Nation after all. At the same time, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the 2 old men and 2 young men standing next to the city governor of Passage City. The 2 young men more or less resembled the city governor of Passage City. One of them had the eyes and nose of the city governor of Passage City, while the other had the mouth and chin of the city governor of Passage City. The 2 young men standing next to city governor Huang must be his 2 most outstanding sons, right? It's said that city governor Huang has 5 sons, but the 2 youngest sons are the most outstanding. Both of them are only slightly over 100 years old, but they're already peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. They're like a pair of prodigies. It's said that the elder brother of the 2 has mastered the 2 duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities to their limits. That's city governor Huang's 4th son, Huang Jialong. Chapter 2937. My lord, while you were in closed-door cultivation, I learned a lot about the supporting Fall Nation, including the two youngest sons of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. At this moment, Lu Guanglin's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Huang Jialong, the fourth son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, has become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the age of 200. Moreover, he has comprehended and mastered a triple trait Duke grade celestial method and a triple trait divine ability. Lu Guanglin said to Duan Ling Tian as he looked at the tall and handsome young man standing next to Huang Yuanfei. The young man was almost as handsome as Duan Ling Tian. Apart from you and Miss Huan, I'm afraid no one else in the borderlands is as talented as him. At the very least, I've never heard of anyone else in the borderlands who is as talented as him. Although Huan had the celestial weapon given to her by Pei Yuanji to conceal her aura, Lu Guanglin had spoken to Duan Ling Tian before. Therefore, he knew Huan was younger than Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, Huang Yuanfei's fifth son, Huang Jiachao, is also very talented. He's 10 years younger than Huang Jialong, but he has already become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, he has comprehended and mastered a triple trait Duke grade celestial method. It's said that he has also mastered a triple trait Duke grade divine ability. Both of them are definitely ranked in the top 5 among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the supporting Fall Nation. Lu Guanglin said confidently, therefore, I'm sure they'll be able to get 2 of the 9 spots in the Southern Heaven combat. They're indeed talented. Upon hearing Lu Guanglin's words, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the 2 sons of the city governor of Passage City. In the borderlands, he had never met or even heard of anyone who was more talented than the 2 sons of the city lord of Passage City. However, there's no age limit in the Southern Heaven combat. I'm sure there are some peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have been in the Southern Heaven combat for many years. Among those people, there is no lack of people who have mastered various Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this. Immortals, as long as they didn't die prematurely, had endless life. Even if a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years had an ordinary innate talent, given enough time, they would definitely achieve great things. At the very least, they would have a high cultivation base among peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Soon after, some more people came from the 2 spectator seats, which also caused many people to whisper to each other. However, compared to the city governor of Passage City, Huang Yuanfei and his 2 sons, the commotion caused by these people was much smaller. At the same time, Duan Lingtian knew that he had guessed correctly. As expected, the 2 spectator seats were prepared for certain people. These people were mostly prominent figures in the supporting Fall Nation. Apart from the city lords of the supporting Fall Nation, there were also some sects and clans in the supporting Fall Nation present. Naturally, these sects and clans could only be considered ordinary in the central area. They were not as powerful as the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation. After paying attention to the city governor of Passage City and the others, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes to meditate as he thought about how close he was to breaking through to the overarching heavenly supreme celestial stage. I'm so close to breaking through to the heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It seems like I can only rely on the consumable royal grade celestial weapon for the time being in the Southern Heaven combat. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. After a while, the people from the imperial family are here. Duan Lingtian, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes when he heard the voice. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw a tall and majestic middle-aged man dressed in a golden dragon robe. He was escorted by a group of people as he flew toward Duan Lingtian. After a while, the group of people landed on the spectator seats opposite Duan Lingtian. Although the area of the spectating area was the same as Duan Lingtian's spectating area, the number of seats in the spectating area was less than 1/10 of Duan Lingtian's spectating area. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. As the group of people landed on the spectator seats opposite him, Duan Lingtian quickly saw the influential figures in the spectator seats on both sides of the spectator seat stand up one after another and lead the juniors to bow to the dragon-robed middle-aged man in the lead. On the other hand, none of the people in the spectator seats near Duan Lingtian rose to their feet to salute the middle-aged man. This was because most of the people in the spectator seats were sectless cultivators. Naturally, they were not interested in formalities. He's Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. He's a celestial king. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man dressed in a dragon robe. The middle-aged man was seated in the middle of the spectator seats. Some of the people who came with him were seated beside him while others were seated behind him. There were only 2 rows of spectators in the spectator seats. The green-robed young man next to the emperor of the Windfall Nation must be his most outstanding son, the 4th prince, right? That's right. That's Hu Ji-yong, the 4th prince of the Windfall Nation. Hu Ji-yong is quite talented as well. He's only slightly over 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Apart from mastering a triple trait Duke grade celestial method and a triple trait Duke grade divine ability, he has also mastered an assist type Duke grade celestial method and an assist type Duke grade divine ability. That's right. Perhaps, his innate talent is slightly inferior to the 2 young city masters of Passage City. However, in terms of strength, the 2 young city masters of Passage City are inferior to him. This time, the 4th prince and the 2 young city lords of the Passage City have taken 3 of the 9 spots in the South Heaven combat. Duan Lingtian heard people whispering among themselves again. At the same time, he noticed the green-robed young man next to the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. The green-robed young man sat next to the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation with a cold expression on his face. His eyes were closed as he rested his mind. It was as though everything around him had nothing to do with him. All of a sudden, in just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian discovered the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation who was standing next to the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation had disappeared. It was as though the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had vanished into thin air. In the next moment, Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, hovered in the air above the spectator seats as he looked around. I'm sure all of you know about the Southern Heaven combat. In that case, I won't say much about it. Now, I'll briefly explain the rules of the Southern Heaven combat. There are 9 arenas in the Southern Heaven combat. Anyone can choose one of the arenas to challenge. As long as they win, they'll become the arena master. Everyone will be given 9 chances to challenge the arena master. However, if they're defeated in one of the arenas, they won't be able to challenge the arena master again. The last person standing in the arenas will be given 9 spots to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Apart from that, you're not allowed to use celestial talismans, kill or cripple your opponent, and attack after your opponent has admitted defeat. There are no other rules. You're free to do as you please. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, explained the rules of the Southern Heaven combat held by the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation. The light beams from the 9 arenas are considered arenas. Once one leaves the light beams, it doesn't matter if he's chased out or if he leaves the light beams. After listening to Hu Lin Yi's explanation, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the light beams from the 9 arenas. The light beams were divided into 9 colors. Each light beam had a diameter of more than 100 meters. That's a good rule. I'll wait until there's no one left to challenge me. I'll be able to easily obtain one of the spots to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation's rules. Previously, he had been worried that the Southern Heaven combat would have to be fair and square to determine the strongest 9 people. But in this way, wouldn't the person that ascended the combat arena first and became the arena master be at a great disadvantage? Not only will he exhaust his celestial origin energy, but he might even be injured. Lu Guanglin, who was sitting next to Duan Lingtian, frowned slightly. He also felt the rules were unfair. Brother, is this your first time at the Southern Heaven combat? At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting behind Lu Guanglin asked with a grin. Yes. Lu Guanglin turned to look at the middle-aged man and nodded. There are 9 arenas in the Southern Heaven combat. After each battle, the arena master will be given enough time to recover his celestial origin energy. Moreover, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will provide him with supreme pills that can help him recover his celestial origin energy. As for injuries, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will provide him with pills according to the severity of his injuries. If he's severely injured, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will also provide him with supreme pills. If he's severely injured, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will also provide him with supreme pills. If he's severely injured, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will also provide him with supreme pills. The middle-aged man said, once an overarching heavenly supreme celestial consumes a king-grade healing pill, as long as he's not crippled, he'll be able to recover in a short time. Even if he's severely injured, he'll be given enough time to recover to his peak condition. For this reason, there's no need to worry about being at a disadvantage in the Southern Heaven combat. In fact, some of the arena masters who enter the arena earlier will be able to improve themselves. Similar examples are too numerous to mention. The middle-aged man finished speaking. Whoosh. 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 Chapter 29:38. Now that the 7 people had entered the 7 arenas, it meant that the 7 arenas now had ring masters. These ring masters would stand on the arenas, waiting for others to challenge them. If what he said is true, the ring master who enters the arena first won't have to worry about the others exhausting his strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he heard the words of the middle-aged man standing behind Lu Guanglin. Moreover, as the middle-aged man had said, the ring master who entered the arena first would have a chance to improve his strength as he fought with the challengers. Therefore, no matter who entered the arena first, there was no harm in it. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian did not plan to enter the arena first. He decided to wait until the last one to enter the arena. This was the safest way. Whoosh. 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 While Duan Lingtian was still deep in thought, 3 more figures entered the remaining 3 arenas. In just a blink of an eye, all 9 arenas had ring masters. Now that the 9 ring masters are in place, anyone who participates in the Southern Heaven combat can challenge them. If they win, they'll become the new ring master. The defeated ring master will no longer be able to enter the arena he has previously entered. However, he'll still have the opportunity to challenge other arenas he hasn't entered before. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation continued to say, I hereby announce the start of the Southern Heaven combat. The Southern Heaven combat had officially begun. As soon as the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation finished speaking, 9 figures entered the 9 arenas one after another, preparing to battle the 9 ring masters. That's Hong Shi, the son of the city governor of Nanmin City. Although his cultivation base is only at the heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial stage, his celestial methods and divine abilities are extraordinary. That's He Qian, the daughter of the patriarch of the He clan in North Origin City. Although she's a woman, she successfully broke through and became a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial when she was only 300 years old. Her celestial methods and divine abilities are extraordinary as well. She's also the most talented person in the He clan in the past 1,000 years. That's, whispers entered Duan Lingtian's ears successively. Many people had recognized some of the ring masters and challengers on the 9 combat rings. These people were all disciples from prominent clans and were quite famous in the past. After a while, the 9 arenas began to appear. Boom. 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 Bang. 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 Above the 9 battle rings, most of the ring masters and challengers soared into the sky. They took out their immortal weapons and attacked. After their immortal elemental energy skyrocketed, multicolored energy bloomed in their hands. At the same time, they began to unleash all sorts of abilities. Amongst these 18 people, the strongest is still the daughter of the North Origin City's He clan's patriarch, He Qian. After about 10 breaths, Duan Lingtian casually glanced at the 18 people who were fighting. His gaze finally fell on the only girl among the 18 people. This woman was the daughter of the Northern Origin City's He clan's patriarch, He Qian. This daughter of the He family is really not inferior to a man. That's right. It's not easy for a woman to have such achievements in just 300 years. Among the 18 contestants, the strongest one is Miss He. He Qian was a delicate and pretty woman. She was dressed in a green robe and had a graceful figure. She attracted many people's attention as soon as she made her move. Naturally, this was only Duan Lingtian's opinion of her. In the eyes of others, He Qian was considered a rare beauty. However, Duan Lingtian had seen too many beauties. Moreover, he had been with her for a long time. Therefore, he was immune to these beauties. Whoosh! 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 The immortal artifact in He Qian's hand was a long whip, and after she poured her immortal essence energy into it, it would sometimes be as straight as a rod and sweep through an army with an oppressive might. At other times, it would sometimes be as soft as a snake, agile and graceful, and it would follow her like a shadow to coil around her opponent. In less than 20 breaths, He Qian's opponent, a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, was struck by her whip and sent flying out of the light in the battle ring. He Qian had won. Based on He Qian's relaxed stance, it's obvious she hasn't used her full strength. If she had, I'm afraid her opponent wouldn't have lasted more than 5 breaths. Lu Guanglin's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Lu Guanglin's voice immediately attracted the approval of the surrounding people. Many people echoed his words. Indeed, Miss He didn't use her full strength. She looked so relaxed. How could she have used her full strength? Miss He probably doesn't even need to consume any pills to recover her celestial origin energy. My lord, you. What's wrong? In next to no time, Lu Guanglin noticed that something was slightly off with Duan Lingtian, and he saw Duan Lingtian staring fixedly at He Qian, who was on the combat arena with a dumbstruck gaze as if he'd lost his soul. When Lu Guanglin's voice rang in the air, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He smiled bitterly and said, Huan, her celestial weapon is also a whip. Although He Qian's whip was only a duke-grade celestial weapon, Huan Er's whip was a king-grade celestial weapon. Although they were both long whips, Duan Lingtian could not help but think of Huan Er. He could not help but wonder how she was doing, if she was in danger, if she was safe, and so on. My lord, I'm sure Miss Huan will be fine. Lu Guanglin finally understood why Duan Lingtian was so distracted. As it turned out, He Qian's celestial weapon was the same as Miss Huan Er's whip. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he shifted his attention back to the other 9 arenas. After He Qian defeated the ring master and became the new ring master, the remaining 8 arenas were filled with challengers. Naturally, there were also challengers who successfully defended their arenas and became the new ring master. Before the 3 arenas were filled with challengers, more and more challengers began to ascend to the other arenas. Only He Qian's arena remained empty. He Qian did not seem surprised by this. She sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes to rest. It seems like most people don't want to fight Miss He. After all, with her strength, it's very likely she'll be able to obtain a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Many people shared the same thought. Clan leader He, your daughter is as strong as any man. After her battle, no one dares to challenge her. An old man dressed in a white robe sighed as he looked at a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes standing next to him. His eyes were filled with envy as he looked at the middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes. Although he had a grandson with good talent, he was much inferior compared to the daughter of the He family. Clan leader Chen, your grandson is not bad as well. He has defeated 2 opponents in a row and has become the 2nd ring master. The middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes chuckled as he looked at a young man in another arena. He said modestly, moreover, your grandson is more than 10 years younger than my daughter. I'm sure he'll surpass her in the future. Patriarch He, you're too modest. Just this useless grandson of mine will never be able to catch up to your daughter. As some of the disciples of the prestigious clans ascended the arena and became the new arena masters, similar flattering words rang out in the spectator seats where a group of people from the prestigious clans had gathered. Time continued to pass. Soon after, the sky was filled with the glow of the setting sun. At this time, many overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had signed up to participate in the Southern Heaven combat had been defeated. I'm still not strong enough. I'll cultivate for the next few days instead of going to the arenas. I agree. I'll be able to improve my celestial method if I meditate on it. I'll meditate on it for a while before I go to the arenas. Some of the people who had been defeated in the arena decided at this time that they would not be in a hurry to ascend the arena to challenge the arena masters in the next few days. On the first day, after He Qian defeated the first arena master, no one else challenged her in the arena that she occupied. Many people were speechless when they saw this. Even the emperor of the supporting Fall nation could not help but frown. This was his first time encountering such a situation. In the past, outstanding figures like He Qian would basically wait until the end to make a move. Yet this time, He Qian was the first to make a move and occupy a combat ring, causing no one to challenge that combat ring. A voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. If a powerhouse like He Qian enters the arena tomorrow, I'm afraid there'll be another empty arena. If that's the case, the progress of the Southern Heaven combat will slow down. Perhaps, it's time to change the rules of the Southern Heaven combat. Another person chimed in. It was as though this person could predict the future. As night fell, the Southern Heaven combat came to an end. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation announced loudly. From tomorrow onward, there'll be a new rule in the Southern Heaven combat. As long as no one challenges the ring master of any arena, he or she will be granted a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. As soon as the emperor of the supporting Fall nation made his announcement, more and more opponents appeared in He Qian's arena on the second day. However, most of them were just looking for trouble and were defeated by He Qian one after another. On the second day, half an hour had passed, but no one had challenged He Qian. In just a blink of an eye, an hour had passed. An hour will pass in a dozen breaths. If no one challenges He Qian, she'll be granted a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. With He Qian's strength, she should be able to obtain a spot. It seems like she'll be granted a spot in advance. While the crowd was whispering to each other, an hour had passed. However, there was still no one who challenged He Qian. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation rose to his feet again and announced, He Qian. He Qian will be given one of the spots to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Now that He Qian has left her arena, those who want to become the new ring master may go up now. Chapter 2939. Congratulations, clan leader He. Congratulations, clan leader He. Your daughter has obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Once she leaves the Southern Heaven ancient realm, she'll be able to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. She might even have a chance to cultivate in the profound Nether Mansion. That's right. The 3 sects and 2 clans are grade 7 sects and clans. The profound Nether Mansion is one of the few grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. The cultivation resources in the profound Nether Mansion are beyond our imagination. If Miss He can cultivate in the profound Nether Mansion, she'll definitely become a phoenix. After He Qian obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm, many people who were sitting next to the clan leader of He clan began to congratulate him. Ever since his daughter obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm, the smile on the clan leader of He clan's face did not fade. Although it was very dangerous to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm and not everyone had a chance of coming out alive, he was confident in his daughter's ability. He was certain his daughter would be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter in the Southern Heaven ancient realm and come out alive. After He Qian obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm, some of the stronger people who had been waiting to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm could no longer hold themselves back. It did not take long before a few people who were not much weaker than He Qian entered the ring and defeated the ring masters to become the new ring masters. All of a sudden, the Southern Heaven combat became even more intense. Swoosh! At noon, a figure shot out from the spectator area where the members of the imperial family were seated and landed in one of the rings. Immediately, everyone's gazes gathered on that person. It's Huang Jialong, the 4th son of the city governor of Passage City. Huang Jialong is one of the 2 most outstanding sons of the city governor of Passage City. I didn't expect him to enter the ring so quickly. I think it's because He Qian entered the ring first that she obtained a spot. With his strength, it'll be easy for him to obtain a spot in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That's only natural. He's stronger than He Qian. Moreover, he might even possess a king-grade celestial weapon. A king-grade celestial weapon? That can't be. Why wouldn't he? It's said that the city governor's estate in Passage City has 5 or 6 king-grade celestial weapons. Even if the city governor of Passage City doesn't give his son a king-grade celestial weapon, do you think he won't give his son a king-grade celestial weapon when he enters the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? You're right. Huang Jialong, the 4th son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City and the strongest person below celestial kings in the supporting Fall Nation. Because of Huang Jialong's status and strength, he attracted almost everyone's attention as soon as he entered the arena. Huang Jialong's opponent was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He smiled wryly when he saw Huang Jialong. Although he had comprehended all kinds of immortal methods and divine abilities, they were only heaven-grade immortal methods and divine abilities. Therefore, even though his cultivation was on par with Huang Jialong's, his immortal arts and divine abilities were much weaker. In terms of celestial weapons, he only had a duke-grade celestial weapon while Huang Jialong might have a king-grade celestial weapon. I admit defeat. Therefore, when the middle-aged man saw that Huang Jialong was going to challenge him, he took the initiative to admit defeat. After he left the arena, he began to look at the other 8 arenas. Since he had given up on this arena, it was only natural that he would choose another arena to challenge. Since he had admitted defeat, it meant that he was certain he would not be able to defeat Huang Jialong. Since that was the case, he might as well save his strength for the next battle. Huang Jialong was not surprised by his opponent's admission of defeat. He stood in the arena with his hands on his back and a calm expression on his face. A moment later, his gaze swept across the spectator stands. In the end, he closed his eyes and began to rest. It was as though he was waiting for an hour to pass. As expected of the son of City Governor Huang. His opponent admitted defeat as soon as he entered the arena. I'm afraid no one will challenge him after this. In the supporting Fall Nation, the only person who's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's capable of defeating Huang Jialong is the 4th prince. That's right. If the 4th prince doesn't enter the arena, I'm afraid it's meaningless for the others to enter the arena as well. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huang Jialong stood in the arena for half an hour. However, no one dared to challenge him. Meanwhile, many people around Huang Yuanshan, the city governor of Passage City, began to praise Huang Jialong and flatter Huang Yuanshan. Huang Yuanshan merely nodded indifferently in response. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He was the complete opposite of the clan leader of the He clan. It seems like no one is going to challenge young Master Huang. Looks like there's one less place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Many people were certain Huang Jialong would be the second place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm when the time limit was about to pass. At this moment, swoosh! Duan Lingtian appeared in Huang Jialong's arena in just a blink of an eye and faced Huang Jialong, who was resting with his eyes closed. As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared in the arena, Huang Jialong opened his eyes. A hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He would not have been surprised if the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family had challenged him. However, the person who challenged him was a young man whom he had never seen before. Moreover, when Duan Lingtian appeared in the arena, Huang Jialong discovered that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. You want to challenge me? Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in surprise, do you think someone who's not even 100 years old can defeat me? When Duan Lingtian entered the arena, many people had been looking at Duan Lingtian. Their eyes widened when they heard Huang Jialong's words. Then, they extended their divine consciousness from all directions and shrouded Duan Lingtian. He's really not even 100 years old. What's this young man thinking? He's not even 100 years old, but he wants to challenge young Master Huang. Is he looking for trouble? He's not even 100 years old. Is he an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Although there's no need to check one's cultivation base during the registration process, one has to enter the arena to participate in the Southern Heaven combat. If one's cultivation base is below that of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it'll be considered a crime of deceiving the emperor. Deceiving the emperor is a crime punishable by death. When the crowd discovered that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, they began to question whether Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was really that of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Due to the profound divine metal in Duan Lingtian's body, the crowd could not detect Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. However, the Devata realms were vast, and there was no lack of secret techniques to conceal one's cultivation base. Therefore, the crowd was not surprised. If you have a king-grade celestial weapon, bring it out. At the same time, use your strongest technique to attack me. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong calmly and said indifferently, I'll let you make 2 moves first. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to attack me. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huang Jialong was not the only one who was shocked. Apart from Lu Guanglin, everyone else was shocked as well. King-grade celestial weapon. Not only did this young man, but he even asked Huang Jialong to take out his king-grade celestial weapon and let Huang Jialong make 2 moves first. Otherwise, Huang Jialong would not have a chance to attack Duan Lingtian. Ha ha ha, soon after, someone burst out laughing. He looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully. Is this brat arrogant or is there something wrong with his head? How arrogant. He's seeking death. He's just a brat who's not even 100 years old. Where does he get his confidence from? Ridiculous. What a joke. Many people could not help but laugh when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at an idiot. However, Huang Jialong, the person in question, could not bring himself to laugh. When he looked at the purple-clad young man, he could see the indifference in the purple-clad young man's eyes. It was clear the purple-clad young man did not take him seriously at all. Generally speaking, people like this were either arrogant, had something wrong with their heads, or were truly strong. However, no matter how Huang Jialong looked at the purple-clad young man, he did not think the purple-clad young man was arrogant. Swoosh. At this moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and an umbrella appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. The umbrella that appeared out of thin air was one of the king-grade celestial weapons he had obtained from the little world left behind by Huan Er's grandaunt, Du Fei. The umbrella appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. Before Duan Lingtian infused his true origin into it, a faint light shone on the umbrella. At the same time, it emitted a terrifying aura. A king-grade celestial weapon. It's a king-grade celestial weapon. As soon as Duan Lingtian took out the umbrella, the people who were laughing at Duan Lingtian immediately shut their mouths. At this moment, most of the people present had recognized the umbrella in Duan Lingtian's hand as a king-grade celestial weapon. Those who did not recognize the king-grade celestial weapon on their own finally realized the umbrella in Duan Lingtian's hand was a king-grade celestial weapon when they heard the exclamations from the crowd. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. The eyes of those who were mocking Duan Lingtian were filled with shock and disbelief when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. This arrogant brat who was not even 100 years old and was full of nonsense actually had a king-grade celestial weapon? I see. When Huang Jialong saw Duan Lingtian's king-grade celestial weapon, he was certain the purple-clad young man was not arrogant and had something wrong with his head. He was certain the purple-clad young man was strong enough to fight him. Naturally, that was all. Huang Jialong did not think the purple-clad young man was stronger than him just because he said he would let him have 2 moves first. After all, it was impossible for the purple-clad young man to fully understand his strength. I understand. Chapter 2940. A bunch of idiots. When Lu Guanglin heard the group of people mocking Duan Lingtian, he could not help but scold them inwardly. He felt they were idiots. Who said that someone who was not even 100 years old could not be stronger than Huang Jialong, the 4th son of the city governor of Passage City? Lu Guanglin's expression darkened immediately when he sensed a one basic celestial duke probing him with his divine consciousness. He turned around and looked at the person who was probing him with his eyes. The person was none other than the middle-aged man sitting behind him. Brother, I'm sorry. I was just curious about your cultivation base. I didn't expect you to be a one basic celestial duke just like me. The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly when he saw Lu Guanglin looking at him with a dark expression on his face. Initially, he thought Lu Guanglin would not be able to detect his divine consciousness since Lu Guanglin's cultivation base was lower than his. He did not expect Lu Guanglin to be a one basic celestial duke just like him. Curious? Lu Guanglin frowned. Earlier, didn't you address the person beside you, who is currently on the stage, as Lord? I thought you're not as strong as him. Otherwise, why would you address him that way? The middle-aged man said bluntly, that's why I'm curious about your cultivation base. I didn't expect you to be a one basic celestial duke. A puzzled expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Naturally, he did not think the purple-clad young man whom Lu Guanglin addressed as Lord was stronger than a one basic celestial duke. First of all, the purple-clad young man was not even 100 years old. Second of all, if the purple-clad young man was stronger than a one basic celestial duke, he would not be allowed to participate in the Southern Heaven combat. He would be punished by the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation for causing trouble. Who said my lord's cultivation base has to be higher than mine? Lu Guanglin glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently before he turned around and ignored him. In the combat ring. When Huang Jialong saw Duan Lingtian taking out a king-grade celestial weapon, he also took out his own king-grade celestial weapon. It was a 7-foot-long spear. The long spear was crimson with a mysterious light swirling around it. It looked as though flames were burning on it. Is that the king-grade celestial weapon from the city governor's estate in Passage City, the Fire Cloud Spear? I didn't expect the city governor of Passage City to give this king-grade celestial weapon to his fourth son. It seems like he really dotes on him. That's right. This king-grade celestial weapon is definitely one of the top 3 king-grade celestial weapons in the city governor's estate. It's not strange for the young governor of Passage City to possess a king-grade celestial weapon. However, where did this purple-clad young man who's not even 100 years old come from? He has a king-grade celestial artifact as well. I've never seen him before. Perhaps he's the descendant of some hidden expert. When the crowd saw Huang Jialong had also taken out his king-grade celestial weapon, a commotion broke out among the crowd. Even the people in the other 8 arenas stopped fighting as though they had come to an agreement to stop fighting. All of them were staring at the arenas where Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong were. Many people whispered among themselves as they speculated about Duan Lingtian's identity. After Duan Lingtian took out his king-grade celestial weapon, no one dared to say he was crazy. However, many people still thought he was being arrogant. Even if Duan Lingtian had a king-grade celestial weapon, so did the young governor of Passage City. Moreover, the young governor of Passage City was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, he had mastered 2 triple-trait Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. It was said that he had mastered assist-type Duke-grade celestial methods as well. Moreover, he had mastered assist-type Duke-grade divine abilities as well. At this moment, Huang Jialong and Duan Lingtian stood opposite each other with their swords drawn. At this moment, a graceful and elegant figure appeared in the imperial family spectator area. Beloved, why are you only here now? The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation smiled faintly when he saw the newcomer. At the same time, he gestured for her to sit in the empty seat next to him. And the empty seat today was obviously prepared for this beautiful woman. Greetings, concubine Lan. Greetings, concubine Lan. With the arrival of this elegant and beautiful woman, everyone in the royal family spectator stands, including the 4th prince, bowed to her one after another. After that, they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong in unison. Your Majesty, please forgive me. My elder brother came to the palace to look for me this morning. The beautiful woman was none other than the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation's favorite concubine, concubine Lan. With the emperor of the supporting Fall nation's favor, she had become extremely powerful in the harem. Your elder brother? Is it because of how, again? The emperor of the supporting Fall nation asked. Yes. The beautiful woman nodded. At the same time, tears streamed down her face as though she had thought of something. This morning, my elder brother couldn't hold it in any longer and used our clan's blood guide's secret technique to reveal the appearance of Hao-er's murderer. However, from now on, my elder brother's cultivation base won't be able to improve anymore. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation could not help but feel sorry for her when he saw how pitiful she looked. My concubine, please restrain your grief. Since we know the appearance of the murderer, it won't be difficult to find him as long as he's still in the supporting Fall nation. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation patted his beautiful wife's hand as he looked at the two people who were on the verge of a fight. He said, when the Southern Heaven combat ends today, ask your elder brother to draw a portrait of the murderer. I'll ask my subordinates to make copies of it and distribute it to everyone to find the murderer. Hao-er is also my nephew. I will avenge him. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation said in a low voice. Thank you, your majesty. The beautiful woman thanked the emperor of the supporting Fall nation as she wiped away the tears on her face with a smile. She followed the emperor of the supporting Fall nation's gaze and looked at the battle in the arena. Isn't that the fourth son of city governor Huang from Passage City? The beautiful woman was surprised when she saw Huang Jialong. He's fighting so early. Not only that, but he's also facing an interesting opponent. His opponent isn't even 100 years old, but he possesses a king-grade celestial weapon. I wonder which reclusive old monster he's from. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation said as he sized up Duan Lingtian, who was fighting in the arena with interest. He did not believe a young man who possessed a king-grade celestial weapon who was not even 100 years old did not come from a powerful background. He's not even 100 years old, but he possesses a king-grade celestial weapon? Concubine Lan was shocked when she heard the emperor of the supporting Fall nation's words. She instinctively shifted her gaze from Huang Jialong to Huang Jialong's opponent. Concubine Lan's eyes widened when she saw Huang Jialong's opponent. This was because she recognized this person. To be more precise, it was this person whom she had just met this morning. When her elder brother had cast their clan's unique blood-guiding secret technique, her clan was not considered a powerful clan in the supporting Fall nation. However, they had a secret technique called the blood-guiding secret technique that was rarely used. The blood-guide mystic art could detect the appearance of the murderer who had killed a close relative for a certain price. The close relatives mentioned here were those of parents and children. If two or more children died at the same time, even if one used the blood-guiding secret technique, one would only be able to see the murderer's appearance. After using the blood-guiding secret technique, one's cultivation base would be stagnant for the rest of one's life. It could be said that one had to sacrifice one's future. In Concubine Lan's memory, her elder brother was only the third person to use the blood-guiding secret technique in the thousands of years of their clan's history. He killed Hao-er. Concubine Lan's heart skipped a beat. She quickly crushed a communication celestial talisman and sent a message to her elder brother who had just left the palace. She needed her elder brother's confirmation. Apart from that, she had another question in her mind. Since the purple-clad young man had participated in the Southern Heaven combat, it meant he was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even if he could kill her nephew, he would not be able to kill the three-talent celestial duke who was with her nephew. Perhaps, he was the one who killed Hao-er's nephew. With this thought in mind, Concubine Lan's doubts vanished. Since the emperor of the supporting Fall nation's attention was focused on the battle, he did not notice Concubine Lan's strange behavior. Concubine Lan did not lose her temper immediately. Instead, she suppressed her anger and waited for her elder brother's arrival. I'd like to see how strong you are to boast so shamelessly. Huang Jialong said indifferently as he looked at Duan Lingtian calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Swoosh! 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 Huang Jialong moved like the wind. His celestial origin energy transformed into golden rays of light that swirled around him like dragons as he shot toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his king-grade celestial weapon, the 7-foot-long spear, shot out toward Duan Lingtian as though it contained the power of lightning. Around the 7-foot-long spear that he shot out, there were also golden rays of light that looked like swimming dragons. Faint red lightning bolts could be seen flashing at the tip of the spear. Faced with an opponent who had a king-grade celestial weapon, Huang Jialong did not hold back at all. As the saying went, even a lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. He did not dare to be careless just because his opponent was not even 100 years old. After all, his opponent was someone who had a king-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, based on Huang Jialong's words, it was clear Huang Jialong was confident in his abilities. I said I'll let you have 2 moves first, so I'll let you have 2 moves first. If you can't break through my defenses with 2 moves, it'll be my turn to attack. If I can't defeat you with 1 move, I'll consider myself the loser. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he let go of the umbrella in his hand in the face of Huang Jialong's menacing aura. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy, which was at the level of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, rose from his body and transformed into the silhouette of a golden Buddha. At the same time, purple chi swirled around the silhouette of the golden Buddha. Chapter 29:41. How arrogant. Based on his words, it seems like he wants to defeat the young master of Passage City with a single move? He must be dreaming. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, most people thought Duan Lingtian was extremely arrogant. Although Huang Jialong, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, was not the strongest among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the supporting Fall Nation, he was definitely one of the top 3 strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, this purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old dared to say he wanted to defeat Huang Jialong with a single move? How arrogant. At this moment, even the expressionless Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, had a disdainful expression on his face when he looked at Duan Lingtian. He knew very well how strong his son was. Even the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the supporting Fall Nation, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, would not be able to defeat his son in less than 10 moves. This kid is really arrogant enough. The elementary devouring tactic. Huang Yuanfei's youngest son, Huang Jiachao, who was standing next to him, shook his head and chuckled. Similarly, he did not think Duan Lingtian was capable of defeating his 4th brother with a single move. In the combat ring. Swoosh. 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 As Duan Lingtian cast the elementary devouring tactic to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, the golden Buddha silhouettes and purple celestial origin energy on his body grew stronger. Although the elementary devouring tactic was extremely powerful and could easily absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the mundane realms, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the mundane realms were not the same. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms could not be compared to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the mundane realms. This was especially true for the heaven and earth spirit energy in the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation. Even if Duan Lingtian cast the elementary devouring tactic with all his might, he could not absorb much of the heaven and earth spirit energy. After all, the elementary devouring tactic could only be considered as an assist-type heaven-grade divine ability in the Devata realms. Although Duan Lingtian had comprehended the elementary devouring tactic to its limit, it could not compare to an assist-type Duke-grade divine ability that had been comprehended to its limit. The illusory figure of the golden Buddha, which was shrouded in purple gas, held the illusory figure of the umbrella that Duan Lingtian had thrown out. It formed an absolute defense around Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Huang Jialong's attack arrived. Whoosh! Huang Jialong struck out with his spear, causing the wind and clouds to tremble. Ripples appeared in the air, clearly visible to the naked eye. In addition, the originally faint scarlet lightning at the tip of the spear in his hand condensed and expanded in an instant and shot out with a whistling sound. At the same time, the dragon-like golden light surrounding the spear suddenly expanded when the tip of the spear touched the golden Buddha shadow on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. In the end, the golden light whizzed out and gathered at the tip of the spear. Then, it fused with the scarlet lightning. Bang! As the golden light and the scarlet lightning gathered together, the golden light suddenly shrank. After converging into a single point, it suddenly exploded. In just a blink of an eye, a terrifying energy began to wreak havoc on Duan Ling Tian's golden Buddha silhouette. More energy began to attack the golden Buddha silhouette like a ferocious beast. Boom! Rumble. Under the terrifying impact, the golden Buddha shadow swayed slightly. The purple gas around it had also dimmed a lot. It seemed as though it would collapse at any moment. It's difficult to block his attack if I control my celestial origin energy to the level of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Huang Jialong's strength is rare even among peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Moreover, my celestial methods, divine abilities, and king-grade celestial weapons don't have any advantage over him. For this reason, I can only control my celestial origin energy to the level of a one basic celestial duke to block his attack. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim when he sensed the impact of Huang Jialong's attack. At the same time, he struggled to control his celestial origin energy. Currently, his celestial origin energy was comparable to a one basic celestial duke. It was not difficult for him to control his celestial origin energy to the level of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, there was nothing he could do. If he exposed his celestial origin energy to the level of a celestial duke, he would definitely be kicked out of the battle arena. Moreover, he might even infuriate the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. If the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation was angered, millions of corpses would fall, and blood would flow for thousands of miles. Although he was confident he could kill the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation if he used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again, he did not want to waste it unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, he only had 2 chances left to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Every time he used it, he would have 1 less chance. Boom! 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 Under everyone's watchful eyes, the energy from Huang Jialong's spear continued to attack Duan Lingtian's protective barrier. Most people held their breaths at this moment. What a strong defense! Although the golden Buddha silhouette on Duan Lingtian's body trembled violently as though it would shatter at any moment, many people were still shocked by the fact that it could hold on for so long. After a few breaths, Duan Lingtian's defensive barrier finally stopped Huang Jialong's attack. How's this possible? An expression of shock appeared on Huang Jialong's face when he saw that his attack had failed to break through Duan Lingtian's defense. Even Hu Ji-yong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, who was sitting next to the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, widened his eyes in shock. Although he was confident he could defeat Huang Jialong, he did not have the ability to do so. He was confident he could defeat Huang Jialong, but he did not have the ability to defend himself against Huang Jialong's attack. One more move. The crowd who were in a daze from the shock only regained their senses when they heard Duan Ling Tian's indifferent voice. Monster! Monster! This purple-clad young man who's not even 100 years old has such a terrifying defense. At this moment, nobody doubted Duan Lingtian's strength anymore. In fact, they thought it would not be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to defeat Huang Jialong naturally. They did not believe Duan Ling Tian could defeat Huang Jialong with just 1 move. Duan Ling Tian's defense was monstrous, but it did not mean his offense was monstrous as well. How should I address you? Huang Jialong inhaled sharply. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, a hint of respect could be seen in his eyes. He had never seen such a young powerhouse in his life. Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old, but he was already so powerful. Moreover, apart from the assist-type divine abilities, the celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Ling Tian had cast were all Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. Brother Duan, your defense alone is enough to prove you're stronger than me. As for my next move, I don't plan to make a move since I'm not confident I'll be able to break through your defense. Huang Jialong said, in that case, I'll defend while you attack. What do you think? Although Huang Jialong did not use his full strength earlier, he was still not confident he could break through Duan Lingtian's defense even if he used 100% of his strength. In that case, it would be better for him to give up on attacking. You can use offense as defense as well. Like I said earlier, if I can't defeat you with one move, I'll admit defeat. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong calmly. At some point, he had already put away his umbrella. This scene caused even more people to be puzzled. Why did he put his king-grade celestial weapon away? Is he planning to attack without using his king-grade celestial weapon? It's obvious his king-grade celestial weapon is a defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Such a king-grade celestial weapon might not be as powerful as an offensive duke-grade celestial weapon. Perhaps, he's planning to exchange it for a king-grade celestial weapon. You're right. He managed to block young Master Huang's attack because of his defensive king-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, many people thought Duan Lingtian was planning to exchange his king-grade celestial weapon for a king-grade celestial weapon. However, when another rod appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, some of them gasped in shock. Heavens! Another king-grade celestial weapon. Who's this young man called Duan Lingtian? Not only is he strong, but he even has 2 king-grade celestial weapons. His background is definitely not simple. When Duan Lingtian took out a rod that was shrouded in a profound light and was not infused with his celestial origin energy, many people were shocked. King-grade celestial weapon? Another king-grade celestial weapon? Many people were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian's rod was a king-grade celestial weapon. Although they had guessed Duan Lingtian was planning to exchange his king-grade celestial weapon for a king-grade celestial weapon, they had assumed Duan Lingtian was planning to exchange it for an offensive king-grade celestial weapon. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to exchange his king-grade celestial weapon for another king-grade celestial weapon. This young man is definitely not an ordinary sectless cultivator. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation muttered to himself as he looked at the purple-clad young man with a solemn expression on his face. 2 king-grade celestial weapons. Concubine Lan, who was sitting next to the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, had an extremely unsightly expression on her face. This little bastard actually has 2 king-grade celestial weapons. When she discovered Duan Lingtian was the murderer of her nephew, she could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge her nephew. When she discovered Duan Lingtian's umbrella was a king-grade celestial weapon, she knew it would not be easy to avenge her nephew. How could someone with a king-grade celestial weapon be an ordinary person? However, now that Duan Lingtian had taken out another king-grade celestial weapon, she could not help but feel a sense of despair. If I participate in the revenge, won't the person behind him kill me as well after he dies? Moreover, how could such a person not have the protection of a powerhouse? With this thought in mind, Concubine Lan sent another communication celestial talisman to her elder brother who was rushing over. Brother Duan, I really have to hand it to you. 2 king-grade celestial weapons. Who are you? Huang Jialong smiled wryly when he saw Duan Lingtian taking out the second king-grade celestial weapon. It seemed like Duan Lingtian was not bluffing when he said he could defeat Huang Jialong with a single move.